Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello, hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Great stream plan for you today. I am so excited. We're going to have so much fun today. Samantha Dragonati, links in the description for the music. Oh my gosh. I'm stoked. I'm excited. I'm thrilled. I'm elated. I'm all of the words. Today, and in case you haven't noticed, this whole week and a half, I have been focused on being a creative and being cynical or critical of branding tools. And over on my podcast channel, I linked it in the chat. I just posted the video on about like basically how I became a full-time creative through an autistic kind of lens, because, you know, for me, this is something I think about all of the time. I think about being true to my values and showing up authentically. And thank you, Chad. I see you. Thank you for the compliments. Thank you. Thank you. And I want to continue having this conversation this week because tomorrow's stream, take a deep breath. Ooh, I'm going to try to tackle it from a very compassionate, philosophical, because we do philosophy through pop culture here, and realistic lens, because Cavernacle just posted a video, which my Discord linked, and it is criticizing BreadTube, and it is criticizing leftist streamers in general. And since I am a streamer who is on the left, and though I do not focus political content as my bread and butter, I've always been political throughout my life, and I am that person who's been a Republican and been a liberal and been a centrist and been a progressive, and now sort of is making a stance that I think we exist outside of politics, which is a very controversial stance since most people think we only exist within politics, which then, you know, affects celebrities and impacts how they make art. So today's topic is about larger content creators and larger celebrities. And the tomorrow stream will be sort of about leftist creators and liberal creators and how we show up in the world and then how we're criticized. And I think I'm a really good person to speak to this because for some reason, and I think it's that autistic Riz girl, for some reason, I'm connected to everybody in the weirdest way possible. I always feel like I'm the weirdo in the party who's in the back of the room, but I don't know why I've been invited. So like, I have stories with so many creators, and, you know, I just had this really controversial one a few years ago, and it's even taken me from a personal perspective a long time to figure out, like, okay, who is actually progressive? Like, who is actually trying to deconstruct and dismantle the patriarchy in a way that is actually about liberation, not just through politics. And I'm going to be real. I think that's probably why my work confuses everybody, is I do think we exist outside of politics. But I am not ignorant to not know how that politics impacts the work that we do. So let's talk about Sabrina Carpenter's album cover once again, using Cat Black, because I love Cat. We have an overlap over the years. We've both shouted each other out. And Cat is very educated when it comes to kink and BDSM and other things. And so I thought we would go ahead and watch Cat's video on Sabrina Carpenter, and then move into 3 other videos that I saw on other content creators in other bubbles, from Lana to Ludwig to Hamza. And I want to talk about, you know, who is a creative, who is a brand, who is selling you something, and, you know, why does it feel like we're all in conflict, but we all overlap? Because that's what's happening. We're all in conflict, but we all overlap. And something that I found so funny about Madison, no, what's that non-binary tanky's name? Communist's name that fought with Cat Black? Why am I Madeline Pendleton? That one. Sorry, my bad. Madeline Pendleton, when they got in a fight with Cat Black on TikTok, because Cat doesn't have a big following there, Madeline was like, "Oh, I don't want to engage with smaller content creators because I have such a big following." And everyone was like, it's Cat Black. And there's something to be said about that. Like, look, if a bigger content creator engaged with me, I'd be like, okay, I'm 36 years old. I'm an adult. It's not like you're punching down on smaller content creators. You're not even punching down. You're talking to a 36-year-old person, right? The fact that Madeline had the audacity to say, like, oh, Cat Black's this small TikToker, I don't want to go after her. You mean Cat Black? Like, in this space, like, full-time content creator, legendary commentary space, Cat Black? You know what I mean? So that's the issue with all of these conversations is it is high school with money. There is status, there is a hierarchy, and there is an ego. There is an idea of like, I don't need to talk to you. You're a small content creator. I'm like a big content creator. That small content creator you think is a small content creator is somebody who helped build this space. So, and is successful in this space. And again, I say all of that to put an awareness on the newer content creators coming in, like a Ludwig, compared to the old school ones that, like me, everyone always, you know, is befuddled by me. How is Brittany here? Why is she still making content? And how does she make a living doing this? What can I say, girls? I'm telling you right now. We're all here playing a game, but we're not playing the same game. I was never interested in being famous or rich. Well, not really. Not past my mid-20s, right? But there's a reason some of us are still here and we make a living doing this. And it's because we love the work. We love the work. We love what we stand for. And that's what I want us to focus on today when we talk about big celebrities, and then tomorrow when we talk about the content creators we see on the internet. And then I want us to be compassionate and realize that a lot of these people are having their own mental health crises. We are real people. We go home, whether we're big brands or not, we go home and we have to deal with our own mental health, right? So, okay, let's keep all of that in mind, girls, because, you know, today and tomorrow, I have a feeling it's going to be a something for people. I don't know what it is going to be yet, but it's going to be something. Okay, this is Kat Black talking about Sabrina Carpenter's latest album. Let's start off using Kat because I think she's going to bring up a lot of really good topics to talk about today.
Working late, 'cause I'm a singer. Can submission be powerful? As I've spoken about many times, I'm one of those weirdos who likes bondage, domination.
How's that volume? I just want to make sure. Is the volume okay? Let me know.
Sadism and masochism. And when I came to BDSM many, many years ago, it was because I was coming from the perspective of being in a very vanilla relationship where I often didn't feel empowered. And as somebody who has had their consent taken from them many times, BDSM was interesting to me because of the standardization of consent.
Yes.
And the way that
Yes. Everyone always thinks BDSM is just like a drug infested leather party. Like, this isn't the 60s anymore, guys. We've upgraded. Okay, now it is traditionally a sober, safe space with a little questionnaire you fill out before engaging, hopefully. So
consent is something that can always be revoked, and the way that we are supposed to communicate these things, discuss these things, and actually respect them. BDSM has been incredibly empowering for me personally, and that's part of why it is part of my lifestyle. I certainly respect that not everyone has had that experience with BDSM, and if you follow me on here, you've heard me talk about the bad aspects that come with BDSM many times. One of my most popular videos is a review of 50 Shades of Grey. Go check that out if you want to sort of understand the basis of that. But BDSM is still something that for me is very, very important, and mostly because of how empowered I feel as a submissive. Now I bring that up because—
Ooh, yes. Okay, hold on, chat. Fun fact, chat says, are those butterfly wings? Not only are they butterfly wings, but I got them at Kink Fest, which is a BDSM conference that happens in Portland, Oregon, Portland, Oregon, once a year. And I actually got these from a BDSM vendor who ethically collects butterfly wings, from my understanding, the butterfly carcasses, and makes ethically sourced butterfly wings. I have 2 pairs and I love them. So kind of on point, on theme. BDSM events, BDSM conferences. Yes, one of my favorite pairs of earrings.
that actually is going to be at the heart of the conversation we're going to be having today about Sabrina Carpenter's new album, because a lot of people are saying that this album cover sets women back, and part of that reason is because of the position that she's playing in, which seems to be quite submissive. So as a submissive, I felt that I would come here and share my thoughts about that and so much more. But as per usual, I'm getting ahead of myself yet again. Hi, my name is Kat Black, and I like to think that I make content for introspective hot people. And if you're here, I'll assume that's you. And if you're brand new here, you know exactly what to do if this video pleases you. You click my button and join me right here on the channel. So a lot of you guys have asked me what my opinion of Sabrina Carpenter's new album cover is. And before we get into that, I want to really quickly establish one thing about Kat Black. I was raised very Christian, and one of the things that has stuck with me throughout my entire life is because I was not raised with secular media and with the idea of celebrity and adoring celebrity, I am not a person who is very celebrity focused. You know, I like Sabrina Carpenter's music, the bit.
Wait, that is so relatable. My parents hated celebrity worship when we were kids, and we were taught like not to have posters on the wall, not to be in love with celebrities. I mean, we could like celebrities. My parents like love, you know, their like music or artwork, but we were always taught not to pedestal or have a strong parasocial relationship with celebrities. And even though I did love My Chemical Romance growing up, and I loved bands, and I had them, you know, printed on my binder or whatever, my parents also instilled in us, like, they're just people. They're just people. And that really helped. Like, that really kind of helped in a lot of ways. I think that is why I do pretty well with everybody, no matter their status, when they're around me, because I'm just like, yeah, dude, like, just a person. But I think that's because my parents do pretty well around people with status. Like, they just kind of, like, they get excited, like, oh, nice to meet you, but they don't fangirl. Like, my parents aren't fangirls. And so I'm not a fangirl. Does that make sense? Like, I actually think that's probably because we were raised the way we were. So interesting that Kat comes from that perspective as well. And I say this as somebody who like does love to keep up with certain aspects of celebrity culture, but like just like from a person perspective, which is why we're covering this today, because at the end of the day, they're just people, and we should remember that.
That I've heard, I think she's just about as good as any other pop star. I've enjoyed a lot of her costuming. I've enjoyed a lot of her songs and her vibe. I think she's a very beautiful girl, but I'm not a fan. And I'm not a fan really of most celebrities. And I kind of see a lot of these conversations as always sort of missing the point that in a situation where people are trying to sell you something, there's always going to be, you know, a little bit of bullshit, just a little bit of bullshit. Even though it is an album cover that I'm sure is self-expressive, it's about selling you something. And for me, that is always kind of the way that I enter into these conversations, because frankly, as a person who isn't in a parasocial relationship with some of these celebrities, I think I just kind of see it a lot more. And personally for me, you can look at my collection of music and I am positive you can find some problematic stuff in it. I am not somebody who necessarily believes in throwing the baby out. So this is not going to be a conversation that concludes in everything XYZ person does is bad. It's just going to be me sharing my thoughts, just basically on the surface of this, because I do think this is a very interesting conversation to have right now. And I really wanted to give you guys some of my thoughts, especially as a submissive. So the name of her new album is Man's Best Friend, and this is the cover. In this picture, she is on her.
And I just want to say something that's important here, because I'm also in BDSM, is that I am no longer a submissive. Like, I, in my 20s, was in a submissive headspace, but I'm no longer in a submissive headspace. I actually don't practice any DS. I'm a switch, top and bottom, but focus primarily in my top space right now. So that's also interesting, is like, I haven't been a bottom or a submissive in a really long time in a BDSM sense. And, that's interesting, right? I think Kat's probably in what, 30, she's probably what, 34, 35? She's definitely my age, right? Like somewhere in there. And so we definitely had like a very similar come up, I think, in that sense. And we've both dealt with, if you know our BDSM history, a lot of really toxic parts of the community, but also like some of the best people I know are from that community. And I don't think the toxicity is because it's BDSM. I think the toxicity is because it's often people who haven't deconstructed misogyny, stuff like that exists outside of BDSM, right? Exists in all spheres. And so, yeah, it's interesting to know that this is from Kat's submissive perspective. And I don't know if Kat's a switch at all. I don't even know if she tops ever. I don't know that about her.
Knees with one of her hands with a wedding ring in full display, holding on to a man.
Whoa. Wait, but that's not a wedding ring.
She is on her knees with one of her hands with a wedding ring in.
That's not a wedding ring. It's literally on the middle finger, right? Wouldn't a wedding ring be on this finger? I didn't even process that that's a wedding ring. Is that an agreement? Is that what that means? Does that say SO, like significant other? Or does that say something else? Wrong finger. Yes, the wrong finger. I wonder why Kat called it a wedding ring.
Full display, holding on to a man who's in a suit who is holding on to her hair. And there's a lot of people who looked at this picture and are basically...
Yeah, Chad is saying not a wedding ring. Oh, SC for Sabrina Carpenter. Duh. Yeah, I wonder why Kat thought it was a wedding ring.
Saying that it's bringing women back. And then there is another picture that is a close-up of a dog collar that says man's best friend. Very, very cute, actually. So one of the things I kind of appreciated about this particular story is that I really do feel a little bit like there's a lot of different ways to interpret this image. So in my video about Shannon Sharpe, I talk a little bit about this, but something that I've recently had to make peace with is the fact that my entry point into BDSM is very different from a lot of men's entry point into BDSM.
Oh.
What I mean by that is a lot of times women...
Wait, I never even thought about that difference. I never thought about how men would get into the scene versus women. I never even considered that because a woman mentored me in. I came in through a woman. All of my connection to the scene is through a woman. So I never considered how do men find BDSM? How do men join BDSM? Oh, I'm having a bubble pop. I never thought about that.
Come into BDSM because of consent, right? For the reasons that I mentioned, right? Consent for a lot of women is something that we often feel men don't respect. And so there's something that is really nice about being in a practice where men are supposed to respect consent. And so for me, when I come to BDSM, that's kind of the focus. I'm really excited about the idea of power exchange and the idea that I'm going to be giving my power to a man who respects me, right? But men, I've discovered, don't really have that same entry point. A lot of men come into BDSM from BDSM porn. And a lot of times they come into BDSM because they want to standardize control. For them, it's not so much about consent and the exchange of power. For a lot of men, it is about sort of reinforcing these standard patriarchal structures that are very common in our vanilla world, but are now standardized within the context of BDSM.
This is so interesting. I am fascinated at this idea, actually. Wow. Interesting. You know, what's interesting is that one of the partners I had in my 20s that we did BDSM together, DS, not a great relationship. It is what it is. They were second generation. They came in because their parents were BDSM, and it was a lifestyle. It wasn't that's what I mean when I say like, BDSM is a lifestyle. Like people's kids are brought up in the lifestyle and join the dungeon when they turn 18. So everyone who thinks like BDSM is only about sex, like it's like thinking furries are only about sex. You're missing the whole context of it being a lifestyle. It's like thinking pride is just about sex, or that being gay is just about sex, or you know what I mean? Like I think people are forgetting like it's a cultural thing. That's why the idea of like kink at Pride is so funny to me, because like, you know, Chats is kind of like biker Harley families. Oh yeah. So many biker Harley families are adjacent to BDSM bubbles and then they have the leather overlap. And then sometimes they're both. I dated a girl that was like in a biker family and BDSM and all this other stuff. So you know what I mean? It's like, I think people just have such a misunderstanding, but now I'm getting it. It's because they're coming in through porn and all that other stuff versus I didn't come into BDSM via porn. So like what a different, you know, perspective, right?
And for me, that's something that really stands out a little bit in this particular image because there are different ways to interpret this. I don't necessarily think that some of the women, especially who are looking at this picture and saying that it's misogynistic, are pulling that from nowhere. And I want to make it clear before I get further into this video, I am probably going to have ideas in this video that conflict because I don't necessarily have one reading of this, right? Because again, for me, the thing about celebrities is they're always trying to sell you something. And so art being kind of vague and open-ended and being interpreted different ways could be very useful as a sales tool.
With the Sabrina Carpenter album cover, I think what people need to kind of understand is that feminism does not have a one-size-fits-all answer for this topic. This topic about sex, sexualization, submissiveness in sex, all these things have a very complicated relationship to feminism. Not every feminist agrees on this topic. If you look at feminist literature, this has always been contentious, especially if you even go into like radical feminism, lesbianism as like a feminist ideology, feminism in general. We have a very complicated relationship as feminists to this conversation. And I think the only way to have it in good faith is to earnestly come to the table understanding that there is not going to be a one-size-fits-all answer to how people are going to feel about this particular topic.
I'll tell you the first...
Pause. Hold on. Actually, this inspired me to reference a TikTok I saw of Dita Von Teese. The volume might be a little low. Let me see. It's titled, I Want to Be Objectified. This is a recent podcast, and we'll probably watch maybe the full one in context, but it reminded me of this TikTok I saw.
I know it's taboo to say, but sometimes...
Oh my God, the volume is so low though, guys. Turn it up.
You're just like, I just want to be objectified for a minute.
Ugh, it's too low. It's unwatchable. I'll make a whole thing about it. She's basically in this clip saying that sometimes she wants to be objectified, and that feminism to her is her right to think of it this way, or to just want to be a pretty thing, or to want to be sort of devoured. And I think there's something to be said about that. But it is one of those things where I think there's so much here, but I raise an eyebrow at that. I raise an eyebrow. I love Dita Von Teese as a brand. I don't really know anything about her as a person. Literally, I only like her as an image brand because like I said, I don't really look into celebrities like that. See, this is the thing I want you to understand about my brain. I don't at this era of my life, maybe at a different point in my life, but at this point in my life, I am not interested in who Dita Von Teese is as a person. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not really I don't need to know to like the work you provide. Now, if something comes out about your personal life that puts a stain on the work that you're producing, well, that's something else. Like Sabrina Carpenter and her album. What did I say when we reviewed her album? I don't know who Sabrina is as a person, and it doesn't matter. I'm paying attention to the brand. I'm criticizing this album from a brand perspective, right? And I want people to know that. Discord said, is there a difference between you being difference to you between I want to be objectified versus I want to be subjectified versus I want to be art? Yes. Being objectified comes with zero to no benefits. Like, I can't even imagine a benefit to being objectified. And I think it's the wrong word. And I think we should stop using it. Okay. There's a difference between wanting to be, because even when you love art, you don't objectify it. You personalize it, you humanize it, you dignify it, you put it on a pedestal, you literally give it credibility. When you objectify something, okay, you're putting ownership over it. We do not objectify art. We think art is this living, beautiful thing. And so for us to objectify a human in the way we would objectify a painting is ridiculous. So no, I don't like the word. I think the word is the wrong word, right? We should change that word.
Thought that I had looking at this.
Oops.
So
sorry, it's so
the
loud.
very first thing that I noticed when I looked at this image of Sabrina Carpenter on her knees is that she's wearing a full face of makeup. Now, that might not seem like a big deal to you, but a lot of men are not a fan of this full face of makeup look. And sometimes it's funny to talk about this because a lot of times when men say they don't like makeup, what they really mean is they don't like eyeliner. A lot of times men will say they like girls who don't wear makeup, but they'll show a picture of a woman in a full beat, right? It's just a full beat without eyeliner. But when I look at this picture of her, she is fully beat to the gods, right? And for me personally, that indicates choice because a lot of men are not a fan of that. Dominant men who want submissive women, they're less so interested in a full face of makeup. A lot of men are attracted to the sort of raw look of your skin, right? They don't really want like full face. So for me, when I interpret this picture, I think this is a woman who put herself together a certain way. She chose her outfit, she chose her makeup, and she's deciding to submit to a man. And here's the thing, for me, deciding to be submissive is a huge cathartic choice that I make, right? Why is that? Because especially for someone like me, I'm not often granted the ability to be seen as someone who is submissive, right? I often have to be the more forward person in my daily life because if I'm not, people may take advantage of me, right? And so choosing to be submissive, especially knowing how dangerous that could be for me for certain people, that is such a decided choice that I make because I enjoy it, right?
You know what's interesting is there's a very general reputation or stereotype that very dominant men in vanilla life traditionally very submissive in the dungeon. And that was true for me as a person where I was very dominant in my life, but at the dungeon I was submissive because I just wanted to let it go. It actually took people a pretty long time in my sphere to realize I wasn't submissive anymore. Like people would talk to me like I was, and I was like, hey, I don't do that anymore. I'm not in that mindset. And they're like, oh. And I was like, yeah, I'm not there anymore. Like I could never top when I was in my 20s. Like I even had partners who wanted me to practice and be like, can you top? Can you be a part of it? I couldn't top to save my life. And now I don't, like that's all I primarily do. So it's kind of interesting like how life needed to change for me to have a different relationship with these things. Because I thought I was going to be submissive and a bottom for my whole life. And then now I'm just like a full on switch. So it's kind of interesting. Now, Chat said something, you said, I get it if a woman dresses how she wants. Is it for the male gaze? That is what she wants and it's her choice, ? Let me tell you this. If you go back and look at your life, and this is the recommendation I have for all of us, if you go back and look at your life and you're honest with yourself, you will know when you've been dressing up for the world and for yourself. In my 20s, I distinctly remember when I would go to the store where I worked, I would make sure I was dressed to the T. I would wear the sexiest pants, the sexiest heels, the sexiest clothes, and I would put on a show for people. 100%. Okay? And I got no problem with that, girl, because I looked good. And also, like, girl, I'm here to make a statement while I'm picking out ham and cheese from the deli. You know what I'm saying? So I don't have a problem with that. But I would never sit there and say I didn't do it as a performance. But there is a difference between that Britney and the Britney like now, today. This Britney today, I was like, I'm feeling cute. I feel a vibe. I'm going to dress for my feelings today, but I don't care who's watching me because I know the difference between when I'm dressing up for the audience and when I'm dressing up for myself. But you have to know that about yourself. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people do not experience the reality of dressing up for themselves. How many girls do you know, or femme people do you know, or people who just like makeup in general, dress up, put on a full costume at home and never take a picture, never document, and just have fun at home doing it? And then how many people do it only so they can post? And that's what I want you to think about when you're thinking about your life, because all of it is fine as long as you categorize it correctly. Because if you're performing but you think you're doing it for yourself, you're going to feel out of sync with yourself. If you're doing it for yourself, but the world feels like you're performing, it's going to feel like you're not being seen. You have to know yourself well enough to understand the feedback that you're getting. And so, yes, sometimes I do it for an audience, though note that it's not just for the male gaze, it's just for people because I'm pretty pansexual. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to sit here and attract men, but now I perform and then sometimes I don't. When I work jobs where I'm going to be seen by people, I do think very hard about what I'm wearing. Absolutely. You know what I mean? Like, I really consider it. If I'm out on stage, if I'm invited to do something where I think about what I'm wearing. I put it together. Even if it looks like not that big of a deal, I did think about it. And I think that's sort of the difference. Is like, did you just dress nicely, or did you think about the audience? Did you consider who was watching and who was looking at you? Did you consider how you would be judged? Did you consider, how people would take a picture and slut shame you or not slut shame you? All of those things means you're at least considering the audience. And then from what perspective are you considering them is whether or not it's, quote, for the male gaze, for your gaze, for your protection, for security, for safety, so on and so forth. Does that kind of make sense?
And because I like it, right? Because it's something that I actually want to do. And I haven't really loved how sometimes when we have conversations about this sort of thing, people often want to take away the agency from women. They want to say that women who perform like this are just completely brainwashed by patriarchy and can't possibly understand what they're doing. Every single time that they do something like this, they're reinforcing patriarchy.
Okay, hold on, pause. Chat says, on a superficial note, high heels are the devil. Why do girls choose to torture? The same reason we don't kill ourselves and we stay alive and pay taxes and fight patriarchy every day. We experienced and survived rape. You think we can't handle high heels? You think we can't handle some heels, girls?
This and this and that. I don't really agree with that because personally for me, submission is not gendered. Submission is not something that I do because I'm a woman. It's something that I do because I like it.
Is she acting male-centered or are you reacting purity-centered? And with no shame, no anything to those that aren't sexually active or like are into marriage or like whatever. Why are the only acceptable ways for a woman to express herself and have worth sexually are absently? So again, it's a demure, maidenly, mindful, angelic virgin, or as a dominatrix.
Yep, let's talk about it. Let's talk
as
about
one,
it.
Like the man on the leash. Why? Those are the only two options.
Yep.
Women fuck.
Yes.
Women have sex and they fuck and they like it.
Yes.
Whoa.
Yes.
Doesn't make you not a woman if you don't, but it also doesn't make you less of a woman or less of a person or of less worth if you have sex. Like, it's when as a society are we gonna accept that? And it's okay that they fuck men. Happy Pride, let's not forget.
And also because I enjoy pain, right? For me personally, that's just like a physical source of enjoyment that I like to explore with my partners who I have that kind of relationship with. So for me, it's really a conscious choice, right? But then we have that word, right? Choice. And that's kind of where I start to go in a different direction. Because of course, we have to talk about whether or not we are consciously making these choices, right? I think that It is very easy in this society to perform submission as a woman and be rewarded for it. There's a lot of things pressuring you to be submissive. You listen to these podcasts and all they're talking about is how women need to be more submissive. And we see the way that our country is going right now, where men are indeed trying to subjugate women. And
It's interesting. I saw, man, I've been getting a lot of T.S. Madison stuff on my TikTok, and Bob, the drag queen, and Bob and T.S. Madison were talking about, you know, what are we facing right now? And T.S. basically says, Madison says, basically we're facing, we're back to the beginning. Like if cops see us, they only see us as F words. And I think that is more true for some marginalized communities than others. And I think because I present so feminine and I have white skin, I get to sort of, in relation to the world, refuse to be put back in the closet in that sense. But that's also because, like, what's the worst they can do? Kill me? That's funny. It's a joke. But no, seriously, what's the worst you could do? Kill me? Like, at the end of the day, that's the fear and the price we pay for existing in a world in which you have to fight for your basic civil rights because you're fighting fascism. Like, and that sounds really reductive, I think, but I'm trying to make it clear that for those of us, there's a part of us that it's kind of how I feel progressive. It feels conservative or centrist to reduce us back to F words, unless we're using it for empowerment. And I don't care if this administration only sees us as, like, you know, gays and the D word, right? That's like what she was saying, the F word and the D word. Like, no. Like, no. Like, I don't like it. And part of me doesn't like it because I think we're just in a moment where we're in the bad place. And I think if I understand history, we'll boomerang back forward. But I want us to keep moving towards liberation. I think this is the deviation between the left bubbles, which we're going to talk about tomorrow, where all of us are dealing with our own personal shit. But on the mass grand scale of things, we're moving forward. We're just moving very slowly. But, like, I can't engage. I think it's worse for my safety to engage in any reality where we go back in the closet. But I think for other people's safety, they have to go back in the closet, which is valid. I want to just make that very clear. But I think a certain form of leftism isn't, like Chad just said, not people trying to settle for this fascism. I think there is a feeling of settlement that comes in it that I don't want. I don't want to settle into how can we make friends with the Republicans? We can't. You can make friends with your neighbors who are Republican. I'm not making friends with this Republican fascist government. And so I'm not settling. And so the thing is, like, I have the privilege to not settle in a lot of ways. And a big part of that privilege is a willingness to sort of die in a sense. Like, it is sort of a privilege to not have an attachment to life, which is a philosophical lens that I have taken years to deconstruct, my attachment to existence. I used to be so exhausted about existing, I wanted to die. And now I'm so content with my life, I'm ready to die. Does that make sense? This took a long time for me to come to. Like, I've been suicidal since I was 8 years old, but I was suicidal because I was attached to living. And I was attached to wanting the world to be a place that felt safe for me. And once I recognized that the world wasn't going to be safe, it made it easier to be okay to live an authentically good life until the end of it, regardless of how that came. Right. And I mean this in the most, like, respectful way, because I never want to discount people's real fears. Of course, you're afraid to die. Why wouldn't you be? But that fear is what they use to keep you subjugated. Fear is what they use to keep you at the bottom. That fear is what they use to make you double guess everything that you're doing. It's what keeps you in the closet. And so I never want us to be afraid to be ourselves. And had Sabrina come out as an authentic, artist and creative that felt she was coming from her heart, I would have supported this venture. But this just feels like capitalism 101, record labels selling me a picture, and we're all turning we're turning superficial capitalistic art into some think piece when it was never a think piece to begin with. And that's why I think it's interesting to talk about, right? Chet says, what would a world where liberation is achieved look like? Like, you had the assurance that there's no need to fight anymore. What would that look like? Do men even exist in that world? Why would you ask that question? Do men even exist in that world? Why would you ask me that question? Do you understand that that sounds like, why would you ask that question? I'm offended. Like, why would you ask that question? Do men even exist in that world? Men? Like the gender men? Like males? Like, why would you ask that question? I need to know why your brain was like, that's a good question to ask. No. A world with liberation would not look like a world without men. It just wouldn't look like a world that was based around men. It wouldn't look like, yes, the patriarchy wouldn't exist. Like a matriarchy wouldn't exist. It wouldn't be about gender. You know what I mean? So again, the world is perfect as it is because it is what it is. We are having a biological animal experience. We cannot make a perfect world because we are in it. You want a perfect planet? It doesn't exist. A world that is liberated is a world that has a basic understanding of what people's basic civil rights look like. That's what as perfect as we're going to get, is a world that allows people to do what they want within reason, as long as it doesn't come at the cost of a direct, like a certain level of harm, which is subjective, right? So again, like this idea of like a perfect world doesn't exist. We are literally animals evolved on a planet over millions of years. What a perfect world would look like is more or less a world that accepted that we don't know what we're talking about. We don't know if there's a God. We don't know if there are aliens. We don't know what we're doing here. So we might as well make the best of it. But people do think they know what they're doing here, and so they ruin everyone else's life, right? The road to hell is paved in good intentions. The problem isn't men. The problem is that men think they know what they're talking about. The problem isn't humans. It's the problem is humans thinking that they're right. And they're not. Like, there's nothing right about genocide of the Palestinians. There's nothing right about discriminating against LGBTQ people. There's nothing right with hating men. There's nothing right about it. But it feels really good. Feels really justified. Feels really reasonable. But it's not. We are the problem. It's us. So yeah, asking like, would a world that's liberated be a world without men is like, no.
A very real and serious way. They are indeed trying to make it so that women no longer have options to be anything other than a submissive housewife. They are trying to double down on that, and Donald Trump is indeed trying to promise, especially young men, that if they just do the right thing, if they just work with him, they're going to be able to gain access to submissive women who are willing to service them. And I wish I was exaggerating. And you know, the thing is, I think that's kind of why this is such a hard image to register, right? Because on one hand, I do want to celebrate and respect the fact that women can choose to be submissive. Women can indeed engage in this behavior consensually.
And you know what? Submissive is such an interesting word because in BDSM, the role of submissive is different than in a Christian household where the role is a woman is a submissive. Because in BDSM, submissive is genderless. And second of all, in traditional bubbles where women are submissive, they don't get a safe word. You know, in BDSM, they say like the real power is in the the hands of the submissive, right? For a reason. Because the dom doesn't do anything without the consent of the submissive. But in these traditional heterosexual relationships where there's a lot of abuse happening, there's an entitlement to the male partner being the leader and therefore being the final say and therefore not caring about the consent of the submissive. So I'm very specific of even the people who say like, oh yeah, I'm a submissive in BDSM. And I was like, then why is your consent being violated? Oh yeah, we practice BDSM. My partner tells me exactly what to do and I don't have a say. Then what are we doing here? I don't. So when couples come to me and they say, oh, Brittany, we have BDSM, but we don't play with a safe word. Look, I'm all about risk-aware kink, but I don't trust you. Because any relationship in which you are not allowed to use a safe word in some capacity, even if it's just the word no, I'm not interested. Okay? Chat says, wouldn't the safe word just be no in not BDSM? Well, you would think so, right? But the premise of a safe word is to really force you to stop what you're doing. So the reason the safe word is so significant, and I use it in my relationship, I use it even with my friends and family, is because a safe word, unlike the word no, often doesn't get ignored. It triggers something in your brain because that's why the safe word is supposed to be something random, like a red. It's like, what? Like you're supposed to use a word that knocks you out of the conversation you're having. But if you just say no, sometimes the word no is we're so used to saying it in conversation, no, 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 that they're thinking you're continuing the conversation. So I don't use the word no. I use the word red, because that's just a weird word to use. It's like, we're talking about pizza. Why are you saying red right now? Versus if I said no, 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 it doesn't, so the safe word, right? It's supposed to knock you and pause you, right? Chad says a safe word doesn't start a conversation or question. It ends a scenario. Well, not always. A red safe word ends a scenario. A yellow safe word allows you to pause. So if you're in a scene with somebody and you say yellow, then it says yellow, go harder, yellow, stop, yellow, I need a break. It allows you to pause, or you use a pause safe word. You can make it up. You can use whatever you want. But red stops. Yellow pauses. And then you can just say green, I'm ready to keep going. And yeah, and you can use whatever words you want to use. If you want to use different words, some people use all kinds of safe words. The point is it has to be a word you remember. So for me personally, the stoplight system has always worked the best for me because I can't remember any other safe words. Those ones are just ingrained in my brain. So they're easier. And it's great. It works out great in conversations when you're, a little activated, when you're a little dysregulated. You can be like, oh, red, I can't have this conversation right now. Actually, give me 20 minutes to cool down. Or yellow, I need 2 seconds to breathe. I'm feeling overwhelmed with everything. Give me a second. And it just allows you to be like yesterday, I'll give you a casual example. I needed to say something to my partner that was really important, but my partner was ranting about something neurodivergent, who knows? And I was waiting for a pause in the conversation. And then it finally went, yellow, when you're done with this monologue, I really have to tell you something important. I need your full attention. And then they were like, okay. And then they finished their sentence. They're like, okay, yellow, go. And I was like, okay, because it allows them to feel like I'm not just interrupting you. I have something really important. I need your full focus for this conversation, because so many of our conversations we have on a daily basis, I'm not fully focused because we're so neurodivergent. We really rant about everything all day. I can't give everything my full focus, girl. Okay. And they know that, and we know that. And together we kind of laugh about I'm sorry, I'm half listening, go. Versus yellow, I really need you to pay attention to this conversation. It's okay, I'm locked in. I'm really paying it. I'm giving you my 100%. So, anyways, all of this to say is the point of these words is they're supposed to communicate something. And if you don't have a shared communication, it's not going to work. It's not going to work.
With a full understanding of what they're doing, right? On the other hand, like I said earlier, they're trying to sell, right? Sabrina Carpenter is trying to sell, and it's very clear, to me at least, that there are plenty of people who are going to look at this image and they might not immediately get all of the context that I get and think, oh, this is a woman choosing to do this. They're just going to see a woman subjugating herself to a man. In a way, I think it can be read different ways.
I disagree with Kat's assessment that that's objectively what's happening, but I could see why Kat would come to that conclusion, because the insinuation of that statement is saying that Kat is seeing something that other people won't see. And I'm saying, even though I come from BDSM, and even though Kat and I have a lot of overlap, I refuse to engage in a belief that Sabrina Carpenter did any of her fucking research to actually engage in that level of awareness. And I refuse to believe this celebrity with this status gives a fuck about anything but brand and making money. Even though she is anti-Trump, even though she's a liberal, even though she's done fundraising, I don't care. You're a celebrity. And this is why I titled this stream today, the creative versus the celebrity versus the scam. So is Sabrina Carpenter a creative, or is she a brand, right? Is she a celebrity? She's a celebrity first, in my mind. Now, Chappell Roan, I would argue, is a creative who's become a celebrity. And the question is, will Chappell Roan lose herself as a creative to the celebrity? Because not all celebrities lose their creative, but a lot of creatives lose it. Lady Gaga, I think she was a creative who became a celebrity. I think she's lost. I do. I think she's still a creative, but she's not a creative first. I think she's a celebrity first. From her marriage to her connections to the people with money, she's, you know what I mean? Because a creative, after reaching success, doesn't have to subjugate themselves to being on Howard Stern as an example. Like Beyonce is a celebrity before she's a creative at this point. And she always was a celebrity, to be fair. So I think this is the problem I'm having with these conversations is I will never trust a celebrity to be a creative first. But I will be harsher on a creative than a celebrity, because I think celebrities are brands. I'm less critical of Sabrina as a person. But see, if you Chapel Roan, I'll be more critical of Chapel because she's a creative first. And I think this is, you know, about what version or what part of them you're critiquing, right? And we'll get to the scam section of the title later with Hamza and stuff. But just with Sabrina, yeah, she's always going to be that person to me. So again, with the Gaga thing, at what point were you going to be famous enough to not have to shake hands with these loser people? See, if you were creative trying to find liberation, when are you going to stop shaking hands with all of these people? And that's the truth is like they usually don't. They usually get sucked into the celebrity bubble and never come out. You know what I mean? The truth is they don't. They get a taste for fame and medicine and status, and it's very hard to leave it. It's very hard to leave it.
And I actually think that might be by choice. Also, I wanted to look at her Rolling Stone cover, and I think she looks so cute in this cover. She looks so good. But you know, it's one of those things where, okay, I'm looking at this right now. She looks beautiful, right? She looks so beautiful. And there's a way of looking at this, right? There's a way of looking at this where you're saying, okay, this is an empowered woman, right? She's an empowered woman. She's naked because she wants to be. She's got her hookah next to her. You know, she's vibing. She's doing her own thing, her body, her rules, all that. And I think all of that.
I'll be more insidious. I feel like the hookah being in the picture was a play on how Arab culture monetizes and objectifies Western beauty standards and turns women who look like Sabrina into sex workers and sex slaves. It felt very weird. I was like, why is there a hookah in the background? What does what does Middle Eastern culture have to do with this? What does our hookah have to do with this? Like, and there's only one part of like that I know of a stereotype of a hookah bar, men and their pastime, and women. Let's go back to the image.
She's vibing, empowered woman. She's naked.
Who knows what hookah is?
She wants to be.
Who engages in hookah? As a person who grew up my whole life with hookah, either in my uncles and aunties' houses, right? Hookah with my Arab friends, going to hookah lounges. Like, who is doing this? I only know about it from an Arab bubble. I only know about it from a Middle Eastern bubble. So I don't know. Are you guys doing hookah and nobody's telling me? I've never in my life done hookah with anyone who wasn't Arab. Like, I don't know of anyone who isn't doing hookah because you know what I mean? So I don't know why she's doing it. Why is it in her picture? Is there something going on with Gen Z I don't know about? Maybe I'm just speaking from my bubble. Do you know what I mean? Like, is there a different bubble here I'm not getting? Discord said I associate hookah bars with white women from liberal cities in their late 20s and 30s who maybe smoke. Really? Okay, apparently white people like it. Chad says a lot of my stoner friends who smoked the hookah. Yeah, I don't know, none of my white friends smoke hookah. I've never had a white friend who smoked it, ever. But maybe I'm old. It's appealing to old men. It looks appealing to the old men, that lingerie photo. Yeah, I agree with that. White people love hookah. I've never known a white people. This is such a bubble thing. Okay, fine. You guys are proving me wrong. I've never known a white person to smoke hookah. Never. Ever. Nobody, like, interesting. The hookah lounge was owned by white people who had white vibes. Never been in a hookah lounge owned by white people. Only Arabs. I mean, if Arabs are white, then white people. But like, I've never been in a hookah lounge with anyone but white people. I mean, Arab people. Do you know what a hookah bar is? Yeah. Yeah, I've never been to one that wasn't owned by Middle Eastern people, Arabs, brown people. You know? Okay, note to self. Thanks for telling me. So is she appealing to that bubble then? Is that what you're telling me? Maybe an Arab owner owned the hookah bar would have been better vibes. Yeah, maybe. So, okay, can you guys tell me what this is then? Is this like what bubble is this? You know? What is she, who's she appealing to? And by the way, again, if she was a creative doing a photo shoot, I love this photo. But because she's a brand, I have got to look at her through this lens. You will never be able to talk to me about female empowerment as long as you work for a fucking label that is using your body to make money. Can we please be serious? Can we please be serious? You are owned by a label that is utilizing your physical form to make them money by selling your albums. This cannot be about female empowerment. This is the opposite. When does a woman get to actually own. How many artists have to tell you? Taylor Swift, Kesha, how many people have worked their hardest to get their records back from their label, to get the rights to their music back from labels? So I don't even know why we're still arguing about whether or not Sabrina Carpenter, the brand, is making a statement about female empowerment. I'm sorry, is she an independent agent? Does she take funding? Is she like fan funded? Do you know what I'm saying? That's what I want to know. Why are we pretending? I don't get it. Okay, let's go back to the video.
She's got her hookah next to her. You know, she's vibing. She's doing her own thing, her body, her rules, all that. And I think all of that is not an inaccurate read. But also, she is a blonde woman with, you know, well, I think her wig is blonde. I don't think she actually is blonde, but she is a blonde woman with blue eyes in a Trump era. There are a lot of people who are, of course, going to look at this and just see a beautiful naked woman who fits into white beauty standards, right? And that's obviously going to sell. And that's kind of the interesting thing to me about all of this, right? You really can look at stuff like this and have more than one interpretation. I will say that something that I have noticed is we're seeing a lot more advertisement like this.
Chad said, why do record labels think female empowerment is naked women? Because ironically enough, nudity and the power of your body can be female empowerment unless it's directed by a man. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, who is it for? You want to talk about the female gaze, male gaze, whoever? Who is Sabrina's audience and who is she doing it for? I want to know the conversation that happened in that room when they decided the cover. And that will tell me everything we need to know. And the problem is we don't know. The problem is we won't ever know. But that's the only truth to this whole conversation. What was the conversation around this album cover? What was going through people's minds? And what was their hope for it?
I don't know the name of this influencer. I want to say her name, maybe Alex Earl. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But she did a Carl's Jr. commercial. And it was like one of those Carl's Jr. commercials where, you know, the woman is naked and she's eating a burger and it's spilling all over her body and this and this and that. And you could look at that in a similar way. You could look at it and say, wow, she's an empowered woman standing up for her sexuality, embracing herself, being confident and sexy. And also, she's a thin white woman selling burgers, right? Like, you really can look at it two different ways. And that's kind of...
Though I think you can look at it two different ways. I think if you deconstruct enough about the patriarchy and misogyny, I'm not convinced you could ever do a sexy hamburger commercial and it not be degrading. I think you can. This is a Bubbles perspective. You can look at it two ways. But I think, okay, let's bring out the paint, girlies. Okay. So I agree with the premise on the surface. Okay. I think, how do I say this? Hold on. Don't look at chat, Brittany. Don't get distracted by chat. Okay. So, okay. This is like philosophical thought and deconstruction, right? So philosophical thought and deconstruction. Okay. So if you start off here, you're like, hasn't even begun. Okay. If you get about here, you're like, oh my God, Playboy and hamburger commercials, all about liberation. Women just want to express themselves. We're like amazing. Wow. And then you get here and you're like, holy fuck, how did I ever think that was fucking about liberation? Gross. And then you go here, and on this side of it all, everything is up for debate. Now everything is up for debate. Nothing is without criticism because nothing exists in a vacuum, except when you create in a vacuum and then present it to the world without ever considering the world, which is nearly impossible, right? And I will tell you this, as a creative who does test things out, when I don't consider how people will perceive my work and I post it, it does less well with the algorithm. Everyone is so mad about the YouTube algorithm, but y'all create it in a sense. Like every time, and I do experiment every time I post, because I always think about the YouTube algorithm when I'm creating. Like today, I definitely thought about the YouTube algorithm for sure, right? Because I have to pay my bills. But when I do, and I do mix in on top of that content where I don't think about it, and it always does less well, right? Okay, so this is what I mean to say. Kat is right that if you look at it from this lens here, it could be a form of liberation, the hamburger commercials. But this is until you get to a certain side deconstruction and introspection, extrospection. And then you can never go back. You can never go back to thinking a hamburger commercial is liberating. I can never go back to thinking eating a hamburger sexy on a car is liberating. I can never go back to thinking a Playboy bunny is liberating. I remember thinking being a Playboy bunny was liberating. And I can never go back to thinking that's liberating. But it's not about the sex or the context. It's about who likes the commercials. It's about why does that commercial exist? It's about the context in which the demographic being sold the product. It always comes through capitalism. It's not, you cannot be liberated through capitalism. You cannot be liberated as a human while selling things under capitalism, right? So if your liberation is in the form of a Carl's Jr. commercial, that's not liberation, that's capitalism. To me, liberation comes from the realization that you are a living creature on a planet, that you are so much more than politics or the way people view you or the way people label you, that you exist outside of all of these constructs, and yet you have to engage with the constructs because we all exist with each other. This is the difference between knowing you exist and then knowing you exist with others, and then finding a way to show up in the world that is a benefit to both of those parties, right? So again, like if you are creative and you're lucky enough to make money, that's different than when you are creative and you create through the lens of capitalism in order to become a summer chart singer. So somebody there's Fantino is I don't really watch him, but I think he was talking about, if I'm not mistaken, how they're the summer songs of the summer, how they're waiting for other people to join the lineup, and Sabrina just got on it. Right? So Sabrina is trying to get on the summer song list, right? This isn't my bubble. I don't know the right terminology. So she can't exist outside of that construct. I am not trying to go viral on YouTube. I never think about going viral on YouTube. I need you to really understand what that means. Mr. Beast only ever thinks about going viral. Most of the boys on the internet are only ever interested. Ludwig, who we're going to talk about today, only cares about going viral, or at least he did. Now he's kind of, but he's always trying to get 1 million views. He's always trying to make a video hit. I am just happy to be here. And I need you to know there's a difference. It's not exactly like one's better than the other, but I do think one is better than the other if you're about liberation and about like actually people getting better. Chad said, is Ludwig the one dating Cutie Cinderella? Yes, Cutie and Ludwig are in a relationship. So I think it depends on the bubble you're in and what you're playing and what you want, But I really think this matters. I think this matters and like deeply matters. How you're playing the game, Yes, chat said appealing to mass audiences automatically means appealing to oppressive systems. Exactly. Appealing to the general public, appealing to being famous is automatically appealing to oppressive systems. Fucking thank you. Exactly. So when you say Sabrina Carpenter is in any way being possibly liberated, you know what I mean? So again, I'm not saying it's, you're the worst person in the world if you play the game. I'm just saying you might not be as deeply actualized or self-aware maybe as you want to be. And you don't have to be, right? That's the whole premise of my belief system around the levels I'm creating, is I don't believe people have to be 5s to find their joy. But I think we have to accept that people want to be 2s. We have to accept that the world does want to be Sabrina Carpenter. Right? And I think that's important. There's something about it, right? Chet says, Britt, did you see or talk about the Ludwig Mango situation? I saw some of it. I didn't really comment on it. To be fair, I think Ludwig does a pretty good job at keeping the space pretty safe. And Mango was inappropriate, right, from my understanding. And so they removed him from the space. It was the same thing kind of when Ludwig was like, I don't want Destiny hanging out with the group. And Destiny was like, why not? It's like, yeah, you can't sit with us. Like, they have a very strict idea of who can hang out with them. And to be honest with you, I'm going to bring this up tomorrow. It's going to get, I don't know, I think it's going to go well. But I'm going to talk about this tomorrow. there is a reason why. I think anytime YouTubers get together in a group, it's suspicious. That's why I personally am not interested in being in a group, because what I've noticed is like at the end of the day, we are all performers on stream, right? And then there's something behind the closed doors that is different, but I don't know. Chad saying Ludwig was disgusting. He enabled Mango, knew he was an alcoholic. I don't watch The Bubble. I don't know. I don't know the details of the case. All I know is the women felt harassed and Ludwig got rid of Mango. That's what I know. And as long as you know what I mean? That's what I know. Okay. I don't know anything else. I've barely seen anything. So I have no comment, but I know for a fact, I don't trust. The problem is with the internet is I don't trust all those people who covered it to talk shit on Ludwig, because a lot of those people just hate liberals and progressives and they think Ludwig is too progressive. So I don't trust anyone who's anti-Hassan or Ludwig to talk about it, because they tend to use this as an opportunity not to care about Mango, which they pretended to, from my understanding, but to hate on Hassan and Ludwig somehow. So I don't know, girls. Be careful how you preview a story when it's coming from somebody who, quote, hates that person's politics. Be careful. That's all I know. I stopped watching or caring when I realized, like, oh, there's a lot of bullshit happening. All I care about is the people who were harassed and how they felt about it. Okay, let's move on.
Kind of the thing that I think makes some of this hard. I definitely think that it's a sign of where we are that we're seeing more advertisement like this. I think that that's kind of a silly thing to ignore.
It would be incredibly culturally blind and odd for Sabrina Carpenter's team to not have recognized that this is going to be a controversial image, which is probably exactly what they want.
Intentional.
What I find odd, and a lot of other people are finding odd, is that Sabrina Carpenter has never presented herself as being particularly regressive or conservative in her ideas of gender roles. So it's a little odd, unless it's ironic. And of course, that's where a lot of people have jumped to. Well, it must be ironic. But if you look at Sabrina Carpenter's music, most of it is about being pretty for a man and the effect that prettiness has on the man, how she thinks the man reflects on her in public, how much the man misses her when she's gone, how she's better than his last woman.
Pause. Chat, you're saying, oh, Ludwig did this horrible thing, like Mango is sick, and, you know, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I saw an Abba and Preach video. Remember that I stopped talking to Abba for a reason. Remember that Abba and Preach have a lot of fucking bad takes, and they had bad takes even when I was friendly with Abba. So if you're watching me, remember that I don't agree with Abba and Preach. I only gave them leeway and openness because I thought they would become more liberal, as they seem to have been becoming, but they have made tons of really bad content over the years. And so remember that they hate that bubble. Remember that ABBA participated in donating $5,000 up to $10,000 for the police so FD Signifier would be upset. So you know what I'm saying? Remember that, like, ABBA and Preach, though I wanted to see them get better, ABBA, when I gave him the opportunity, right, chose to pick Destiny instead of not, and only came out against Destiny when it got too uncomfortable for his brand. So just a reminder, and I want you to keep this in mind, be careful who you hear things from, because this is the point. Be careful who you hear advice from, because you don't know where they're coming from principally. They think they're principled until it's one of their friends. Oh, they'll say to other people, I can't believe you're still friends with so-and-so, but he's still friends with so-and-so. Okay? So again, okay? Just think about it from that perspective. And again, I know I've been open-minded to a lot of people. I know I talk good about these people because I was really hoping they'd be better. But obviously, when push came to shove, they made their decisions, right? So if you want to know anything about the Ludwig situation, go find out from the people involved. Read Mango's statement, listen to the fact that his sponsors pulled away, listen to the fact that he, you know what I mean? That's all I'm trying to say to you is like, and this again is because, and this is tomorrow's stream is going to be about this. We overestimate the intelligence of streamers and content creators. We say we don't, but then we do. And you can be just as critical of me because I've certainly made enough mistakes that you should be. Okay? I've certainly made a lot of bad decisions, a lot of unwise decisions. Okay, so you can be critical of me as well, but we've got to stop at looking at content creators like they're anything more than high schoolers with money, myself included. We give ourselves way too much credit, And it shows with the way that they're all you know what I'm saying? Like, it shows.
Honestly, that's pretty standard for pop music, but when you pair it with an image of a woman being totally
And this goes for any, honestly, philosopher. Any philosopher who's ever existed, all of them have problems. Every church leader, every person, every politician, same with Trump, high school with money.
subservient to a man, it doesn't come across as ironic. It comes across as taking it one more step further.
I did watch Anthony Fantano's coverage of this, and apparently some of her lyrics speak quite frequently about her attempting to get into relationships like this that fail. And that's something that is really interesting to me because that is also my experience, right? Like, I personally, as an aside, will go over this real quick. As you guys know, I'm polyamorous. My longest standing partner, Nathan, is the one who introduced me to BDSM. And when I came to Los Angeles, I came out here with the expectation that I would easily be able to find a dominant man who was good at the thing and respected women and all this other shit. And I have had the hardest time finding a well-adjusted, respectful, not transphobic, not racist dom. I mean, it is comical, honestly, how hard it's been to find like a decent dude out here. It is so common for women who want to be submissive to desire dominant men who have no understanding of what to do with that power. And in some scenarios, some submissives basically end up servicing themselves because they have this expectation of the way that that relationship is supposed to go in their heads. But
I mean, just think about how complicated it is that men in the vanilla sphere haven't deconstructed misogyny or patriarchy enough to be a good person to their female partners, let alone being in the BDSM scene. Now, the thing the BDSM scene gives you is if it's progressive plus BDSM, it is more likely deconstructed than a vanilla bubble. But you still, and I still definitely had an issue of running into very misogynistic doms or men in the scene, but I did find them generally in Seattle to be much more progressive than not. But there is the default, and that's why I say, this theme tomorrow, this theme for the next 2 days is going to be so good, girls. This is exactly what I want to describe to you tomorrow about mental health, only today it's about BDSM. So on one trajectory, right, we exist on this like, this vanilla line in which we're battling society and misogyny and how we exist in it. And we're always having like an up and down relationship with it. Let's say the men, right? And then these same men exist also in the BDSM scene in which they have like a better relationship, but are still up and down with like their relationship with the deconstruction and the misogyny of it all. But see how they exist on both lines? They exist as vanillas because they go to work, and they exist as kinksters because they exist in BDSM dungeons. Okay, same thing. And then on top of that, right, as that's all happening, they have their own personal mental health, relationship structures with their families, their own relationship with their bodies and everything else, right? So there is this thing that I think people forget, like as people, we're dealing with all of this at the same time, and all of it interacts with the other. So then you have to deconstruct all of these different colors, pull them all apart, put them in their own categories so you can clearly see them without getting confused about which is which and what's happening, right? But that takes a lot of time. And then sometimes, even though you individually have figured out how to like process the colors, now you have to like maybe yellow, process the colors. You still have to figure out, okay, now how do these colors go back to like this little graph here? And this is why it is so difficult, because yes, chat, you have to untangle. You have to untangle, and then you have to make sense of it. And then you have to keep it in mind with everything you do and how you show up in the world. And then you burn out because you're like, fuck, I don't want to do this anymore. It's hard. And then you settle for whatever version of the detanglement you stopped at. And I say this as a person who plans to deconstruct until the day she dies. I will always be working on detangling it. I will always be working on like pulling it apart and deconstructing it and understanding where it is, and understanding that I'm going to get exhausted some days, and I'm going to be like, I don't know, girl, it's going to be a mess today. I can't figure it out today. And then tomorrow I'm like, okay, back to it. But people eventually stop. And this is the framework of the levels, right? Is like twos do eventually, and usually eventually either don't engage with it at all. They look at this and they go, I'm not even gonna touch it. And then they go, I'm good. 2C. Okay. 2Bs go, okay, hold on. Let me detangle some of it. And maybe they figure out, okay, the color blue. I can see the color blue. I got it. Okay. And then maybe like 2As go, okay, I can see the colors, but I'm not going to actually do anything about it. I'm just going to, since it's too messy and it's too exhausting, I'm just going to fuck everybody else over so I can become rich or something like that. I'm just going to fucking play to some larger game. Cause like, this is, now that I know that it's there, I'm not actually going to work on it. I'm just going to kind of be the top dog. Okay. At the expense of everybody else. And then like 3s and 4s go, okay, but what if there's something more? What if there's something after I deconstruct all of this? Then 4s have the realization that this is perfect, that it's beautiful, and it's always going to be this way. This is how all of life will be forever. Isn't it beautiful? Look how colorful and diverse and unique and overlapping it is. Oh, look how great that is. You know, or 4s are no. Sorry. 4s are like, oh no, this is it, right? This is forever. I can't actually get away from this. Like, I'm never actually going to deconstruct enough for this not to be the reality, right? Right. And then 5s go, okay, we're good with that. 5s go, it's okay that I'll never be done deconstructing. It's okay. And that's okay that the world is a reflection of that as a whole. The world as a whole will never deconstruct enough for it to feel like it matters. But it matters. But it will never, ever feel like it's enough. You will always feel tired. You will always feel like there's more to do. You will always feel like there's always a protest or a genocide or something horrible happening. And it will never feel like enough. But I promise you, it's meaningful for you to show up. And it is enough. And you need to show up. And it does make a difference. Okay? It makes a difference. Even if I promise you the world doesn't feel like it's listening. You're the world. Like, you are a part of the world and you're listening. So you know you're not special. And if you're not special, that means other people can listen too. And if other people can listen, then that's the point. Because if you start to think you're so special that you're the only one paying attention and nobody else is paying attention, then that's just ego, girls. That's just you not actually accepting that you are also a part of the planet. That's you actually thinking you're smarter than everybody else. And that's not true. It's impossible for you to be smarter than everybody else. All right? Okay. Let's go back to the video.
You run into people who are just patriarchal misogynists who are hiding their abuse behind BDSM. That's something I talk a lot about in my Shannon Sharp video. And in a lot of videos I've talked about with BDSM, that's kind of been a central issue because that's been my observation. My observation is that while there are a lot of men who are interested in BDSM, while there are a lot of dominant men who want submissive women, there are also a lot of men who don't quite know what they're doing. And so it is fairly common for women to come out and really, really want a positive BDSM dynamic that actually doesn't end up going anywhere because of just how shitty these dudes are. She has just released Man-Child, and in the music video, you very clearly get the sense that what she's talking about is desiring this type of relationship, jumping from relationship to relationship, falling into certain patterns, recognizing that it's not working out, but always sort of attracting the same sort of man and repeating a cycle that is unhelpful to her. And honestly, I think that is a great representation of the folly of being a woman who wants to be in a submissive relationship. A lot of times when you're a woman, you're kind of raised with this idea of men, right? You're sort of primed to believe a lot of fantastical, mythological things about men and about how if you just play these roles or have these relationships, certain types of things will happen.
Ugh, I said that the other day on stream where I was like, oh, heterosexuality is so gross to me right now. And people were like, wow, Brittany, can you imagine if someone said that about gay people? I'm not saying it in the same way you're saying it about gay people, you freaking homophobes. I'm literally saying I hate the patriarchal dynamics that requires a woman to be a piece of property for the benefit of the man. And it's pushed as romantic. That's what that means. Okay. I'm sick of seeing the displays of heterosexual, like sexual, I don't know, the sexual interact, like this whole scene is just like, I'm so over this. Gross.
But then, you know, you get into these relationships and it doesn't go that way. And as it turns out, one of the side effects of misogyny is that there's an incredible amount of propaganda about men and what these relationships actually look like. So my interpretation, though I could be reaching, is that that's just part of what this is all about. It's all supposed to be...
Wait, Chad said the performativity, the objectivity, right? It's like, we're not actually here together. We're here in the fantasy together. I knew a guy who told me that he was dating younger girls in LA and the girls mid-sex would be like, slap me. And he'd be like, what? I'm not going to slap you. I was like, no. I was like, you can't don't slap a woman because she asks for it. not in middle of sex. You need to sit down and do a consent sheet, and you need to make sure that's what they want. And you would ask how hard and how to do it. I would never trust a sexual partner that in middle of sex was like, slap me, and I just met her off Tinder. Like, hell no, I ain't gonna slap nobody. Like, don't be slapping random women off Tinder, guys. And the guy was smart. He was like, yeah, it just felt like so not how I was raised, but also like, it just felt like unsafe. And then they called him a pussy. One of the girls goes, pussy, for not doing it. And I was like, let her think you're a pussy, dude. Better than her calling the cops on you because you slapped her. What if you slapped her too hard? What if it was the wrong way? What if you gave her, like, hello? Also, slapping is a skill, bro. You had to slap correctly. So, you know what I mean? It's like all this stuff, like, stop. You know, I want to, and I understand this because I lived out my 20s and I had enough sexual partners to know when I was there, and when I was kind of there for the fun of it. You think I didn't have performative sex when I was young? You think I've never been in bed with somebody and I was performing? I don't want anyone to have to do that. I don't want you to have to do that. And I certainly don't do it now. If I'm not feeling it, I'm not feeling it. You know, I don't fake no orgasms, though I have once, twice, maybe once. I distinctly remember one time I faked an orgasm. And I just remember thinking, like, this can't be my life, right? I can't live a life where I'm faking orgasms. That's not a good life. And I just remember thinking, like, I'm not doing it anymore. No, ma'am. You know, I don't want to do this anymore. And it was because I was performing sex in a way that I wasn't even turned on by. I wasn't even in the moment. But I felt like I should be in the moment because all of this thing was being done and all of the situation was happening and everybody else was into it. And I was just like, I don't know, I guess. Like, I guess, like, you know what I mean? I just don't want any of that to be your reality anymore. But I think when you're in it, it feels like the right decision. Or there were even situations, I remember I was with this girl one time, we were having kind of like a threesome, and she kept like, it was weird. It was like, she said she wanted to be there. She said she like wanted to have sex. And I was like, okay. And then we were there. And then she was kind of like putting her hands over her eyes and like shielding her body like this. And I was like, I'm confused. Do you want me to like force you into the vibrator sex? Like, what's happening? And then she'd be like, yeah, like, I kind of want you to like, you know, force me. And I was like, okay. And then we were like trying to play this game, but then it got so bad that I was like, hey, I'm going to be real. I kind of feel like you're not in this. And she was like, I don't know, I am, but I can't just give it up. And I was like, yeah, but it's getting to the point where I can't tell if you're actually consenting. So I'm going to stop and I'm going to get up, but I'm turned off. Like, I feel scared that like you're not properly communicating with me. And it was a really weird like learning moment for me where I realized like we have to remember we are taking our trauma to bed. Like, we are traumatized. And she was a very traumatized person, right? Very passive aggressive. She and I were not well matched, but our communication styles weren't well matched because she would refuse to advocate for herself. And it took a lot of teeth pulling for me to feel like, are you sure you want to do this? And we were sober, by the way. This is sober sex, right? So we were like, okay, I was like, I don't want to do this because I feel very unsafe. I need my partner to be enthusiastic, but it doesn't have to be like literally enthusiastic. Like, I don't need you to be literally cheering. I just need you to be very confident about your yes. And I think that's because I was trying to be in it. If I was just performing, we wouldn't have talked. We wouldn't have communicated. We would have been like, I'm reading the room. You know what I mean? Like, all of that stuff. It's like, and it's not about like being falsely accused of anything. It's about acknowledging that human beings are imperfect, that we're traumatized, that we want something we're not ready for. It's okay. You know what I mean? It's like when we talk about showing up for intimacy, I think sometimes we're trained to think we're into something we're not. Like spitters or quitters. You guys ever heard that? How many of you feel like your sexual experience was informed by this idea that spitters were quitters? I internalized that idea so hard. Now, to be fair, I don't mind swallowing, but the idea that I even thought to myself, spitters or quitters, where does that even come from? Why did we even bring that into our bedroom? Why did we even talk about it? Why did we even internalize that there was a wrong way to do a blowjob? Or in a wrong way? Why did it even feel like a requirement to swallow? You know? You know what I mean? Wait, chat, what are you talking to me right now? You said this is not what Kat is also talking about. You said, I think this is a little bit of projection. Sometimes women have these self-sacrificing fantasies before fighting their strength. Are you saying I'm projecting? Or are you saying what? Because I'm just trying to have a larger conversation about what the work inspired me to think about. I already forgot what Kat said. Now I'm just having my own conversation, obviously. Right? Like I took the word performance and I was like, oh, performance. Ooh, showing up. Ooh, the imagery Kat showed. So I don't know if you guys are talking to me right now, but let me know. I can clarify. You know? So again, I think it's interesting the way we want to show up in the world, but we're not deconstructing how we show up in the world. You know? It doesn't, the point I'm trying to say is I want you to make the choice for you and what works for you. And I want you to not care what people think about it. And it's really difficult because the world's going to have opinions. The world's going to care. I mean, I make content caring about what people do. Usually, because that's the point. It's like you can exist in a world that has opinions about you and never pay attention to them for a healthy reason or an unhealthy reason, right?
Paradoxical and reflective of just how hard it is to be in these relationships because they aren't often relationships that work with a lot of especially modern men. Let's look at the lyrics really quickly. You said your phone was broken, just forgot to charge it. Your whole outfit you're wearing, God, I hope it's ironic. Did you just say you're finished? Didn't even know we started. It's all just so familiar, baby. What do you call it? She's describing these
Wait, I want to read that again. Did you just say that you're finished? Didn't even know we started. It's all just feels so familiar, baby. What do you call it? Oh, fun fact. I've never really had much of an experience with like shaming people for like finishing quickly because I don't want to shame people for ever doing that. I always thought it was cruel to shame people for having small penises, for finishing quickly. Men usually is the traditional stereotype. I think it's cruel to shame people for those reasons. And I think like we should talk about the mental health perspective of that. So the lyrics of saying, did you just finish? Did you just say you're finished? Didn't even know we started. It's also familiar. She's like mocking people. It's mean. And it's mean in a way that felt empowering when I was a young person. Do you know what I mean? But like, I feel like if you finish too quickly, we have to go to the doctor. You have like a medical problem, right? Or like, if you like, I don't care what your genitals look like, but I feel like if you're finishing too quickly, it can seriously damage your self-esteem. There's a whole Sex and the City episode about this, how she dated a guy who had such sexually repressed feelings that he kept coming too quickly and could never enjoy intimacy. It's the same thing as not coming at all. I dated a guy who had a really hard time orgasming because his surgery that was done on his penis when he was a child made it, he had a normal, what's it called? Shing. What's it called? When the Jews cut off the tip of your penis. What is it? Guys, help me. I can't believe I'm forgetting words. Anyways, he said it damaged his penis. So he kind of like lost all sensation. And so it really made him feel bad. Foreskin, circumcision. Thank you, Jesus. Fuck. Oh, what is it called? Circumcision. He felt really bad. And we had to move through it. Like, okay, how do we work with this? You know, and eventually it became not a problem. But there are a lot of medical problems, a lot of trauma that goes into sex. So when we sit there and we mock people like, I can't believe you just finished, or I can't believe you can't get hard, or I can't believe you're not coming. We have to remember that like so much of this is truly like trauma and growing up as a biological creature, not understanding our bodies. And so I just want us to be incredibly open to the fact that we don't know all of the details of these things, but I've grown past making fun of people for finishing too quickly. Or I'm sorry, I've matured past making fun of people's genitals because like, yeah, calling people like, what do you got, a small dick? Like, I'm over it. It's just not necessary. Chat says, Brittany, do you have any thoughts on sex while being on the autism spectrum? I find I'm way too in my head and get weird physical reactions, but maybe it's trauma as well. You know, I'll be real. So much of my initial sexual experience when I was young, because I was 22 when I had sex for the first time, 21 when I started like going down on people and experimenting. But I would say that penetrative vaginal sex happened at 22. I would say that for me, a lot of this, again, a lot of the way I showed up in the world was performative. I was masking so fucking hard, guys. I was masking during sex. I was masking at work. I was masking alone. I was masking on YouTube. I was masking. I am just starting after this recent diagnosis to deconstruct my whole existence again and be like, fuck, here we go again. When was Brittany real? How did I actually feel about the situation? I had sex with a boy and then made a YouTube video saying I was a lesbian and I actually didn't even enjoy it and that I was thinking about a girl while I was having sex with him. None of that was true. But I felt like I needed to say that to prove that I was gay. True story. I was like 22 years old and none of that was true. I enjoyed the sex. I'm pansexual. I wish I knew pansexual was a word when I was young, so I could have just used it. I wish I could have just used that word. We create a society that forces us to lie and show up as a lie because we're not given the right tools to be honest about what we want. If you want to be dominated by a man, can you be honest about why you want it? And can you accept that you maybe want it for unhealthy reasons? And then can you accept that there's a moment where you could want it for healthy reasons? Okay? I wish there was so much of my life I could have done over in a more authentic way, but I can't because that was my life. And I just don't want you to go through that because the world doesn't give you the tools to know what to call yourself. But I want you to know what you call yourself today. You don't have to be tomorrow. You know, you don't, even if you pick a label today and you change it in 5 years, do it. Change it. Fuck yeah. Change that label. Change that fucking label. Okay. Remember when Francesca Ramsey, not a Ramsey anymore, married a man and then came out as a lesbian? Do it. Just make sure it's within your joy and make sure it's true. Make sure it's real. Make sure it's real. You know? Okay. I feel like I saw a comment. Chad says you're too in the clouds to understand the common person's perspective. You are intellectualizing this too much, and the media analysis is not it. Why do you watch my content, bro? Like with peace and love, like why are you watching my content? Is that a joke? Are you literally joking right now? Like, that's kind of like the thing that I do. Like, I don't know why you're here right now. It's like the people who come to my comment sections are like, Brittany, don't cover this topic from a philosophical lens. You're going to make people mad. Cover it in a month when everyone's less mad. What are you on about, girl? Get out my chat, girl.
It's all just so familiar, baby. What do you call it? She's describing these relationships where she's buying into what men are saying, but consistently it turns out not to work out the way that it was presented to her. What is this pattern? Why is it so familiar? And that's the thing. Like, sometimes you end up connecting with men where you're just really repeating patterns, right? And that's
repeating patterns, girls. Chad said, honest question, how long does sex typically last for the typical person? What is normal? Whatever is your normal. Ask your doctor otherwise, but genuinely, we have no reason to think that there's a typical standard of normal. It depends on how satisfied you feel, how good you feel, and all of that other stuff, right? Chad says, this chatter has been here. Yeah, they have been here, which is why I'm always shook at how long you can watch my content and still not get it. How long do you have to watch my content before you understand what I'm doing here? Yeah, I do recognize that Chatter's username. That's even more of a disappointment that you have been watching me this long and you still don't get it, girl. Maybe it's not for you. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. How can you watch somebody so much and not understand their perspective? How much of their content do you have to get, girl? How much do you have to see a person to get them? You know what I'm saying? Anyways, listen. Sex is between you and your body and your relationship with self. You have to decide what's healthy and what's good. Right? That's the point. And then sometimes if you feel like something's wrong, that's when we ask the professionals. Okay.
something that I had to realize in myself, being used to dating very conservative men, frankly. I had to recognize at a certain point that there were patterns I was falling into because there were parts of those relationships that I didn't really let go of, negative things that I had bought into about what relationships were supposed to look like that I hadn't really let go of. And I think that that's sort of what a lot of women go through. You get this propaganda about marriage and about relationships and about weddings and children and da-da-da-da. It just never goes the way that it's sold to you, right? Stupid, or maybe it's slow, maybe it's useless, but there's a cute word for it, I know. Man-child, why do you always come running to me? Fuck my life. Won't you let an innocent woman be? Never heard of self-care?
Won't you let an innocent woman be? See, this sounds good, like good lyrics. Like lyrics are good, but is the meaning there? And that's the other thing, like, if I was an artist and I was trying to be meaningful with my lyrics, why would I call myself an innocent woman? Are any of us innocent? Right? Like, so I obviously think she's kind of being like a little tongue in cheek in a sense, which means like she's being more fun, which means like the lyrics are fun. They're not a statement. So again, I'm looking her as a brand once again. I'm saying like, oh, okay, it's like vibey. It's like vibey music because I like the song, right? I'm vibing with the song. But again, my argument is that Sabrina Carpenter can't be about liberation because she's a brand. I don't think brands can ever be about liberation.
Half your brain just ain't there. Man-child, why you always come a-running, taking all of my lovin' from me, right? And yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like a lot of times you're in relationships with men and they're taking, and you're there playing the role that you think you're supposed to play, but it's not really feeding you. Going back to the first section, right? Oh, you're finished? I didn't even know we started. Her pleasure is not centered. She's here, she's compliant, she wants to be in these relationships, but they're not satisfactory. In all reality, they're not satisfactory. And I don't know if anyone else goes through this, but I've definitely been in relationships where one of the ways I coped with getting less than what I wanted was saying, oh, okay, you know, he's just stupid. You know, he's just stupid. He doesn't know no better. You know, that sort of like way you end up coping with these relationships not working well, because believing that maybe something you're doing or a pattern that you're falling into might be maladaptive would be, you know, too much. Why so sexy if so dumb? And how survive the earth so long? If I'm not there, I won't get done. I choose to blame your mom. Oof, da. Oof.
I mean, I also choose to blame your mom. Just kidding, because at the end of the day, we're not blaming women for men's bad attitudes. So, okay, how do you hold parents accountable for the failure of their children while still holding the children accountable? Because I don't want to blame no women for the way their sons turned out, but also as a parent, what are we doing here? And yeah, what about blaming the dads? And what about blaming the dads? Isn't that interesting how we blame the moms? Do you know what I'm saying? It's a funny thing, like, oh, the women who raised their sons. But even saying that is playing into the patriarchy of it all, right?
Da. I dated a mommy's boy. Oh my God, I dated a mommy's boy.
I've never dated a mommy's boy, but I have dated boys who have tough relationships with their mothers. For good and bad reasons. But yeah, I haven't dated a mama's boy in like a traditional. A mama's boy to me is a boy who's pampered by his mother and protected by his mother at all costs. I haven't dated one of those boys. But I've dated boys who never fit a masculine stereotype enough to be considered a real man and struggled because their fathers weren't exactly the greatest role models to some extent, or didn't even exist at all. But yeah, isn't that interesting? Yeah.
Guy where I would cook dinner and he would pretty regularly come home with a pot of pasta that his mom made. Oh. And mind you, back then, this was like me trying to be what I thought I was supposed to be in a relationship. And, you know, at the end of the day, he was just so connected to that, you know, he was so connected to his mom and stuff. And yeah, she really spoiled him and he was a mama's boy, and that was probably one of the things that ruined our relationship, I'm being honest. Oh, I like my boys playing hard to get, and I like my men incompetent. And I swear they choose me, I'm not choosing them. Amen, amen. Oh, I like my boys playing hard to get, play hard to get. And I like my men all incompetent.
Okay, wait, Chet says your comment about the fact that Lizzie Bennett being a rebel made me go into a big thought spiral about why I never saw her as a rebel, but rather non-conforming to expectation based on situation. Yeah, I guess it's a form of rebelliousness, but maybe on a spectrum. And I will say this about Elizabeth Bennet, that as a young person, I internalize Elizabeth's storyline as you get to be rebellious and still get the prize. So the way all books are written for girls, think Twilight, you get to still be the rebellious girl or the girl that's like different from everybody else, and you still get the rich hot guy. I think media like that is made for girls because we want to be ourselves, but we want to be picked by the guy who everybody wants. And that's why I realized, like, why did I internalize this as positive? Getting that guy or wanting that structure. And a part of it was just everything that I read, right? And then I started to grow out of that. When did I grow out of that? Somewhere in my 20s, obviously. I started to integrate myself more into progressive circles and still coped pretty hard with the how to be a strong woman isn't the same as being like a strong man. And then gender all within itself got deconstructed. And the idea of like, there is no prize. Now, I will say this, and I really struggle to communicate this, but you know how it feels in your body, autists, I'm talking to you. You know how it feels in our bodies to read a fantasy book and we're like, oh my God, the main character and her main character life. And I'm like, oh, this love, like their relationships feel more powerful and significant. And it's kind of like what you want. I like, okay, the Elizabeth and the Darcys, I feel like I found my Darcy, except he's not like a millionaire. He's not really even a he, you know what I mean? Like he's not Darcy. I feel like maybe I'm the Darcy to his Elizabeth, but you know what I mean? I feel like I found that relationship that I was like, I don't want it unless it's Elizabeth and Darcy. Yeah, you want the feeling, not the reality. Exactly. I wanted the feeling, but not the reality. I didn't want the vampire with the glowing skin. I didn't want the rich guy. I wanted the thing that those books made me feel. And so now I know why people think it's magical. Because we joke about that all the time. Like, oh, it kind of feels like magic. But it's not magic, bro. It's just like the person that you're the most joyful with. And so now I get it. But I thought, okay, so then in my stupid toxic life, I kept dating guys that felt like what it would really be like to end up with Edward. I dated guys who would be the more like the main character, who's main character for all the wrong reasons. Now, keep in mind, in Pride and Prejudice, Wickham is the charismatic guy everybody wants to be with, but he's the scammer. And Darcy is kind of the abrasive autistic guy that like nobody pays attention to, but actually is the gentleman. But don't mistake an asshole for a gentleman. Oh, he's just an asshole, but he's actually a secret gentleman. No. But Wickham was the story that we were supposed to learn from, that Wickham was that trope to stay away from. The charismatic guy, right? That charismatic guy. But how, talk about a one. I always thought Wickham was a one. Always thought Wickham was a one. Always. And I was like, that's a one, baby. That's a one. All of this opportunity and none of the ability to make anything of yourself. That man was given so much access and privilege because he was basically adopted by Darcy's dad. And what did he do with it? Nothing. Nothing. Chad said, is Wickham Gaston? No. Gaston was accomplished. No offense. Like, offense intended, I guess, to Wickham. But like, no, Wickham failed. No, Chad said Wickham plays the social rules and Darcy restricts himself. Wickham plays the charismatic rules, but he doesn't actually play the rules. Remember that he allowed an unmarried woman, talk about the social rules, to possibly be what was her name? I can't think right now. He took the youngest sister, Lydia. He took the youngest sister. You know what I mean? And he threatened to basically ruin her reputation unless someone paid off all his debts, Darcy, and then he got married to her. So, oh yeah, okay, I see you, chat. You're saying he plays with the rules. Yes. Okay, pause. I agree, you were right. Wickham plays with the rules for his benefit at the expense of everybody else. Cruel, bro. But not a 2A. Too fucked up. Nah. You're right. Okay. Let's go back to the video.
And I swear they choose me. I'm not choosing them. Amen. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too, is like, a lot of times you feel like you're supposed to be chosen. And sometimes when you get chosen, you lose all sense, right? At least that's what it was like for me in my relationship with my ex, right? Like, I was, for the longest time, so tickled by the fact that he chose me that I allowed myself to ignore what I wanted, what I needed, what I was interested in. It was all about satisfying him. I was in that relationship for 6 years. And when I left that relationship, I left a completely different person than the person I was when I met him. Mm-hmm. I'm now a little bit more back to my form. But when I started dating him, I changed so much because I was so enthralled by the idea that he chose me. And at the end of the day, that only really carries but so much weight, right? If you're not happy, if you're not satisfied, that should be something that you address. But you're incentivized not to. You're incentivized to be submissive, to be agreeable, to accept it, and not quite speak up for yourself. And I kind of get that that's kind of what this is about a little bit. Okay, I'm looking at the man's best friend vinyl art, and it is her on the bed with an older man. It looks like an older man because he's got a little bit of gray in his hair at her feet. And that's an interesting one because there's actually a couple of different ways to look at this image, right? In this image, he almost looks a little subservient, right? He almost looks a little bit like he is doting on her. But at the same time, that also doesn't mean that he's not the dom.
Okay, pause. I resent all gender play at this point in my life as anything that could be healthy. If you're a woman who's like, oh, I love treating men as an object. I love, I'm not about it. Mbasa from Arcane does this with her little boy toys. I think it's bad. I don't like it. I refuse to engage in a reality where liberation for women is turning men into submissives. I don't like it. So I will just say if it's gendered, I don't like it. But if it's energy based, I'm into it. So if you want to be a bottom because you feel like if it fills you as a consciousness, I'm here for it. If you want to be a bottom because it's a part of your gender, I'm not into it. If you want to deconstruct your gender and through BDSM accomplish that, I'm here for it. So if you're like, hey, I want to challenge myself as a man who feels very dominant in my masculinity, I want to wear a dress and high heels and get on my knees and deconstruct gender that way, I'm about it. Okay. So if you say, because I'm a man, I want you as a woman to put me in my place and it's out and you don't know why you're doing your fantasy. Listen, I really believe you should deconstruct your kinks. I'm not here to kink shame. I'm here to kink explore. Just like anything else. Why are you choosing the job you have? Why are you choosing to wear the clothes you are? Why do you exist? Why do you even stay alive? You should question all of it. Why do you even exist in the first place? Because maybe it would help us in the way that we decide to bring babies into the universe or the way we show up in our communities. But also going back to that graph, it's all happening at the same time for all of us. The same time I'm figuring out my career, I'm figuring out my mental health. I'm figuring out my relationship to kink in my body. I'm figuring out my relationship with my parents. I'm figuring out my relationship with my friends. All of it is happening at the same time, always. All of it is happening all over the world, always. And so we have to be very radical accepting that the world is exactly the way it is because it's exactly a reflection of us. All of us. All of us. And then yes, some people are worse than others in a sense. In a philosophical sense, more people are maybe not quite having the right conversations to move themselves along. And so it is impacting the rest of us. But focusing on them is also not helpful. It's why you still have to live out your values regardless of the people who are receiving the benefit of your values. I want to be a good person no matter who benefits from it. I don't want to be a bad person because bad people are benefiting from my goodness. I just want to be a good person because it makes sense, right? Discord said exploration through energy versus exploration because of gender, ? Again, everything about everything we do is an opportunity for us to explore deeper within ourselves, or it's an opportunity to distract ourselves from digging deeper. So you can join a BDSM dungeon and use it to escape any sense of responsibility or intimacy with self. Or you can join the BDSM community and use it as a tool to know yourself deeper. Okay, you can do drugs and use it to escape and cope from your life, or you can do drugs that will help you learn more about who you are as a person. You can read books to escape your life, or you can read books to learn more about who you are as a person. Or sometimes you can do both, or sometimes you can do one and not the other. And sometimes you know what I mean? But you should know which one you're doing so you can have a better relationship with yourself. It's not about, I only read books to know more about myself. It's more like I do both. I play Mario. I've been playing Mario on the 64 and the Switch. I've been playing Super Mario, and I'm learning so much about myself. I was trying to use it to shut off my brain, literally, and I'm just learning so much about myself playing this game. And I'm like, why do people play video games? Like, I'm so angry playing video games. And then I can't help myself because now I got to finish the game. And I'm like, and I'm learning so much about myself. Okay. And that's the point. the point is that even when I tried to do, maybe that's the problem with my brain, is even when I tried to do things just to relax, I learned so much about myself. And that's why I chose philosophy as my niche. Go watch the new podcast, because I never stopped thinking about it. You know, I never stopped thinking about it. I never stopped thinking about like, wow, I'm learning so much about like, you know, how am I comfortable playing video games? When I play Smash with my partner, how do I feel about it? How do I engage with like, you know, I always think about work when I'm playing video games. I'm thinking about the physicality of it all. Like there's so much here. And I'm just saying, use this all as a tool, but understand that I just don't want you to fall into that bubble where you're like, I'm so smart and everything I do is like smart people stuff. And I never just do anything for fun. I mean, do it for fun, girl. Like do it for fun. You know, like do it for fun. But if you're a person like me who, even when I'm doing it for fun, I'm like, oh, what does this mean about me existing in the universe? You know what I mean? That's okay too. Okay. Chat said, Brittany, maybe try Animal Crossing. It's extorting an island, but relaxing. I don't know if you guys know about this about me. I really don't like video games. I only like Nintendo. That's what I've discovered about myself. I really just discovered this like, oh, I don't like anything but Nintendo because I have all of this nostalgia built into it. I think that's why I play it. That's it. I always wondered, why don't I like video games? I've tried so many video games. Why do I get bored of all of them? The only games I don't get bored of is Nintendo games. And I really think it's just because I grew up with them playing with my family. I'm telling you, I'm learning so much about myself. I always wondered I'd be perfect for video games, but yet I hate it. Chet says Animal Crossing is Nintendo. Yeah, but I'm sorry, let me rephrase. Nintendo circa 1993. You know what I mean? Like old Nintendo games. Maybe I'd like Animal Crossing, but why am I playing it? So I'm not here to criticize video game players, but literally, why am I playing it? I know what you're thinking, to relax. But that's not why I'm playing Mario because I like the music and the way he jumps and the thoughts I have and the way it makes me think of my family. Why would I play Animal Crossing? Do you know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, without judgment, I'm learning so much about my brain, right? Okay. Chet says, what do you think about Zelda? Love Zelda. Fucking love Zelda. Why? Because I remember being like 9 years old and hearing the music and panicking and freaking out and gagging about how much I loved it. Right? Like I remember my uncle playing it and all of us sitting in the living room playing, like watching him play Zelda for hours and my parents saying, wow, the way you've captured our kids with the sound of music. Like, I don't care about the new Zelda. I don't want to play it at all. Like the new one, the whatever it's called, but the old Zelda, all nostalgia. All nostalgia. And I love it. I play it so I can remember what it was like to be a kid again. But I have no memory built in. This might be the autistic brain too. Same with music. Most of the music I love and listen to is music that is associated with a memory I've built. And if I don't have a memory to the music, I'm probably not going to listen to it. Which is why I don't listen to a lot of new bands past the radio or like when they come out on TikTok. Because like, I don't know them. Anyways, this was a whole, I didn't mean to deviate this hard. Let's go back to Cat Black.
Right? There's a lot of different types of doms. There's a lot of different ways that men express domination. And one of the ways that men can express domination is by being more of a nurturing dom. I tend to like this kind of dominant, honestly. And that's kind of what I get from this image, right? He's looking at her. She's putting her hands up on the bedpost, but she's not actually tied there. She's not actually tied there. She's not actually kept there. She's there, but she's not kept there, right? She's putting her hands up intentionally by choice. Now, I'm someone who loves to be tied up. I am someone who loves to be tied up. And rope, if done right, is more of a game of tension than it is actually bonding you into place. Rope, if done correctly, is not actually trapping you. It's maybe giving you the sensation of being trapped, but it's not actually trapping you. And that's something that I had to realize, that a lot of times this stuff, it's more about feeling like you're there than actually being held back there, right? And so I think it's really interesting that in this picture, she's not actually kept there. She's there consensually because she wants to be. Again, that's kind of the interpretation that I get. So it looks like the picture, the vinyl, is a reference to Lolita.
Ooh, pause. Discord Great Point says this is the only tangentially related, but the gendered aspects of SW are what turned me off from a lot of the SW content. Girl boss, get the bag, put the men in their place. I was in a group recently And the main woman talking was discussing about navigating your audience. Men this, because men, we're dealing with men. And I was like, oh, this is the difference between trying to appeal to men and not. So much of SW space is focused towards men, and I need more like queer deconstructed SW content. Listen to me when I say this. I make SW content that does not think about the audience. If I made SW content that was focused on men and for men, it would look very different. It would look very different. Now, I have an okay audience on OF. It's my part-time job. I do not have a lot of followers there. I make a pretty good monthly paycheck, but it's nothing extravagant at all. Okay. It's like very bare minimum. Right. And I'm good with that. And a big part of that is because it's not full-time. Now, I did consider, and this coincides with the podcast I just posted, I did consider for a time in my life if I should be SW full-time, because I think I could have killed it. If I did cosplay full-time, I think I could have killed it. If I did like fashion shoots full time, I think I could have literally killed it. I think I could have done an amazing job. I actually think, like, in some ways, if I had the spoons to pivot, I would, but I don't. I don't actually have the spoons to do it. I literally am not, like, it's not my calling. It's just something I really like to do. And if it's not my calling, I'm going to burn out and want to die. So I will just say that if I did do SW full time, I would cater to a larger male included audience, but also make it focused on the girlies and the gays. So it could be all three communities: the girls, the gays that love fashion and queerness, and the guys who want to see your boobies out. That's my recommendation for queer S workers that want a space. Do hit all three communities in a way that makes sense, and you'll be fine. But if you do straight male gays, I'll work on this. You have got to see this in real life. I will show you SWs that focus straight on male gaze and the ones who don't, and you will see the difference. It is mind-blowing how different it is. Like, it's night and day, the content, and I want to show you because I think it'd be really educational. Okay, well, that's for another day. I'll make notes.
Yeah, the Lolita stuff, not great.
And usually, can I just say from a girl perspective, I love the what the girls produce, but I hate the audience they produce it for. I'll go into it. I'll take notes.
Great, not great, not great. Gotta say, not great.
As a counter to this,
Wait, I missed that. What is that? Shoot, hold on.
Great, not great.
Hold on.
To Lolita. Yeah, the Lolita stuff, not great.
My 30-year-old fans trying to talk to my 12-year-old fans. My 30-year-old fans trying to talk to my 12-year-old fans.
Not great, not great.
The same night.
Gotta say, not great.
As a counter to this, if she had wanted to do an ironic cover, okay, if she had wanted to sort of complain about the male gaze and about how she feels sometimes that her art and her person is subservient to male consumption. Let's take the song Espresso. That is the thing that you consume, right? She could have so easily riffed on this theme. Like, that's already been done before, but she is serving him coffee. Like, you could have done an espresso riff on this so easily. Like, I don't know, spitballing. She could have been handing him down the coffee from the bed while he's on the floor. If she wanted to get really edgy with it, there is a very famous, incredibly controversial cover to a men's magazine that came out, I want to say, in the late 70s. And it featured a pair of women's legs sticking out of a meat grinder. If you know, you know. This is an incredibly controversial cover. But the idea was, you know, like that women are for consumption in some way. She could have put herself in the espresso cup while a man is drinking it if she wanted to, like, make some kind of commentary about how men consume women.
Now, there's an interesting conversation.
Chat says, has anyone read or seen Lolita? Yeah, no. I have both, and I highly recommend the book from a literature perspective. I think I also recommend people know what they're reading. I think a lot of literature isn't meant to be consumed without criticism. Like, it's a literature that's it's literature. I kind of think it's for adults. I just think if you're not old enough to be critical of what you're engaging with, you won't know the difference. And I've seen this in like a lot of the content that's been happening in certain spaces. Like, there is I'm realizing that young people run the same risk as boomers, that y'all are forgetting to talk about how bad humans are. You guys are forgetting that humans are pretty bad. And so you run this risk of never talking about stuff because you think, like, this isn't normal. It shouldn't be happening. Whether you like it or not, it's happening. And we should be talking about it. And we should be fixing it. And we should be preventing it. And I think I've noticed that a lot of young people get really grossed out about how ugly the world is. So they're like, we shouldn't talk about this. I see this with Lena Dunham. We're going to talk about Lena because I read her book too. And a lot of young people really struggle with her book because of her sister situation. And I've noticed something where people, I'm like, do you not know that it's a problem, but also like kids experiment with each other? Like you guys don't like, it's like when boomers are like, no, I don't have to pay attention to my kids being in the same room together. Yeah, I don't know how to tell you guys this. You might want to make sure you raise your kids not to touch each other because kids touch each other. You think they don't, but they are. And that's the problem. We're not talking about it. And that's the problem. You guys don't understand people are doing it. And so like, again, all of us are living in a world where we're not paying attention to like, we're animals. You have got to train your children. And you got to talk about it. You got to talk about why we don't engage and why we have conversations. Okay. Anyways, I probably forget too that Chet says kids replicate behavior, but kids are also biological creatures who are curious. Don't forget that kids aren't just mimicking behavior. Though that's true, they also are just curious. So it doesn't have to be malicious. Some kids aren't touching each other because they're malicious, and some are. Some are just lost because of the way they've been raised. But remember that children are like, you know, when a dog goes and sniffs your butt, I don't assume he's trying to molest me. Okay, but he is. You know what I mean? Don't hit the dog. But you know what I mean? Same with kids. Just because kids are like experimenting, you know, I'm keep swatting them away, but you know what I mean? It's like, hey, no, you gotta, you know what I'm saying? Not all kids are trying to out here, you know, but some kids are mimicking, are watching movies, are seeing porn. And so again, I think same thing with Lolita, same thing with the conversations we're having. We are not doing our job of deconstructing if we're not actually admitting out loud that humans are doing suspicious shit with each other because we genuinely don't know better. We're corrupted by society and we're not having the right conversations at home. It doesn't matter how well you raise your kids if you neglect to inform them about consent. Okay? You gotta talk about consent. You gotta talk about it. Informed consent. Not just saying yes. Oh, you want to talk about choice feminism that correlates with this conversation? Just because you said yes doesn't mean it's consent. I said what I said. Just because you say yes does not mean it's consent. You gotta have informed consent. Now, to be fair, this is a privileged position. I'll explain that with my paint, okay? Informed consent is a privileged position because informed consent exists in a bubble that actually talks, okay? That actually talks, okay? Most people live in this bubble. Or no, most people live somewhere between consent bubble and no consent bubble. Okay, this is an N. This is a very bad N. So there's the traditional no consent needed. I know what she wants. She's looking at me funny. Consent means, hey, can I kiss you right now? And informed consent means, hey, I want to kiss you right now, but I just had a herpes outbreak last week. Are you good if I still kiss you? One doesn't even ask, just kisses you right away. Second one goes, hey, can I kiss you? Sure. 3 goes, wait, before you kiss me, just so you know, I had a cold sore in my lip a week ago. Might still be contagious. Are you sure you want to kiss me? Informed consent. This is the one we want to go for. This is the money, baby. This is the money. This is the one I want you to do. This one is better than this one, but this is the one I want you to do. Okay? This is the ideal winner here. Okay? But most people think this, I'm going to change color. Most people think this one is good enough. I think that's good enough if you're coming from this bubble, but it's not good enough if you're aiming for the actual goal. Okay? And that's the thing. My work, in case that's not clear, I want to get you to the ideal, girlies. I want to get you to the best possible outcome. I want to get you to the best possible relationship with all of these things. And it probably sounds like Brittany's unhappy with choice feminism, or Brittany's unhappy with liberals, or Brittany's, I'm happy, but I could be happier. You know, I could be more excited. I could be more enthusiastic. If we could get more to the ideal, I accept that you might be just at the consent bubble, which is better than the non-consent bubble. But can we get to the informed consent bubble, please? And that's why people do get exhausted, I think, with my work, because they're like, ugh, when is it good enough? Wait, oh, I'm trying to get us over. Okay?
To be had here, because a lot of people were bringing up Madonna in this debate about whether or not this was degrading towards women.
See, Madonna, Madonna exists, okay, in that same construct. Madonna came from a no consent bubble. Madonna came through on the consent bubble, felt like liberation. And now Madonna is not good enough because I don't know how much informed consent she's working off of. If this is the spectrum, Madonna, you have to remember, came from this generation. So everything she did felt like liberation, which it was, because eventually it paved the road for us to get here. And then the question is, and this is what I'm interested to know if you guys realize, because this is the funny part about life. Hold on. This is the funny part of life. Wait until we find out what's over here. Okay, we don't even know yet. Because we're always hopefully working to move forward, right? And so when people say like, when's enough enough? Like, when is it good enough? It's always good enough. But is it as deep and meaningful as we could go? Is it the end of our deconstruction? Is there really an end? There's always an opportunity to be better. Now, you don't have to kill yourself because you haven't got there yet. You have to accept it's a journey and it's going to take time and you have to go through a lot of hard and bad decisions. Look at Kat saying she was in a bad relationship for 6 years. I was infamously in my bad relationship for 5 years. We get it. We've been there. We learned. We're getting better. But I hope this isn't the end. I hope we don't think we've arrived. I hope that we know this is just the beginning of the next step of the informed consent reality, or on another spectrum, the next part of the introspection, right? Chat says, so you mean informing them of stuff you know about yourself, not trying to go in depth to see if seemingly competent enough adults aren't naive? Wait, not trying to go in depth to see if seemingly competent adults aren't naive? Well, both. Right? Well, kind of both would be a requirement of your informed consent too. So like, it depends on the situation because consent is cultural and it's a spectrum. Do you remember when I slapped Destiny on stream and that one YouTuber who claimed to be BDSM but is a conservative, so boo, was like, I violated Destiny's consent because I pressured him into the slap? Do you guys know about this? Okay, we did a fun little vanilla BDSM thing on stream, me, Abba, and Destiny. And it was like fun and spur of the moment. And it was like really stupid. Okay, but it was like really funny. Okay, and I asked him, are you okay with this? I checked in after. I did all this stuff. It wasn't even real BDSM. Okay, and this one YouTuber got on the internet and she goes, yeah, Tree of Logic, who's a conservative, so we don't like her. Okay, and she goes, I'm a Dom. Brittany's not a Dom. Okay, first of all, I never said I was a Dom. So weird take, girly. She gets on the internet and goes, Brittany violated Destiny's consent. And I was like, what? It was a room full of people. I asked consent. I checked in after, and it wasn't even BDSM. Why are you calling? Abba and I branded it as BDSM because how else are you going to explain it to vanillas? And that's like funny, but it's not true. It's not actual BDSM. And that's the problem. It's like for vanilla communities, that's BDSM. But for real BDSMers, that's not BDSM. So when Tree of Logic said it was BDSM, and I was like, you're not a real BDSMer. How could you as a BDSMer think that was BDSM? Chet said, no, he slapped you? No. I slapped him. And then Abba slapped me. So I slapped Destiny because he's a bottom. And Abba slapped me because Abba's a top. Okay? And then it was like funny and it was just like for a goof. It was for the fucking video, okay? It was a goof. It was just supposed to be like funny. I thought I was being funny. Again, me running into a situation that I think is autistic and funny. And then people make a big deal out of it. Like, and so Tree of Logic came on stream and she was like, she violated Destiny's consent because she didn't give him informed BDSM consent. It wasn't BDSM. If it was an actual BDSM scene, we would have gotten tested, done checklists. We wouldn't have been on camera. Like, we wouldn't have been on camera. Like, obviously, it was obviously like, yeah, theater. Thank you. It was literally like theater. But it was a bit. Thank you. It was obviously a bit. So that's the irony of that's why I say Sabrina Carpenter isn't doing BDSM, and I would never judge her through a BDSM lens because I know real BDSM when I see it. So why are you, Street of Logic, judging me through BDSM when it wasn't BDSM? It's not BDSM, obviously. Judge me through putting on a bit as a YouTuber. Judge me as a group of adults being silly. Judge me as a professional, but you can't judge me as a BDSMer. It's not BDSM. So like, that's why I see Sabrina Carpenter and I refuse to judge her through a BDSM lens because she's not BDSM. And now I know somebody in chat asked me, hey Britt, how do you know Sabrina's BDSM or not? The same way I know a BDSMer when I see them and I go, oh, you in the community? You in the lifestyle? Remember when Goop owned by Gwyneth Paltrow, came out with a BDSM kit and they were selling it for like $1,500? I reviewed it. The video is private now, but I reviewed it with another BDSMer. And we were like, this isn't a BDSM kit. This is like cheap BDSM kit sold to rich people under the guise of like rich people BDSM. You could buy authentic BDSM gear made by local BDSMers for $1,500 that will last you 10 years. This kit by Gwyneth Paltrow is going to last you no time at all. It's going to break. And I could tell that, okay, this is capitalism trying to co-opt BDSM as a way to sell to rich people. Fine. Okay, whatever. But that's why when I look at people and I interact with them, it's like, am I interacting with you as a BDSMer or as a vanilla? Am I calling it BDSM for the bit, but it's actually not BDSM? Like in the same, I think that's the problem is like, if two guys kiss on stream and it's queer baiting, you're not really gay. But if people think it's gay and they like it because it's queer baiting, it's still just queer baiting. It's not gay. Same thing. Just because I slap you on stream doesn't make it BDSM. It's a bit. And that's what people have to understand with Sabrina Carpenter. She's selling you it's a brand, and the brand, there's a group of people in a room putting this album together. It's not like Sabrina gets to come up with all the ideas herself and shows up and says, this was really meaningful to me. I want to be on a bed like this while a man is at my feet. You think her label is going to let her do whatever she wants? When are we going to learn from like Kesha and all these other people? Like, when are we going to learn? I don't understand why people don't get that. But I like that Kat is trying to bring the different perspective. I just disagree that there's a reality where we could ever truly view Sabrina Carpenter's work through BDSM. But I think it's a good conversation to have about the differences between BDSM and a vanilla brand.
A lot of people were saying that Madonna would never degrade herself this way. And a lot of that has to do with the popular images that came from Madonna's coffee table book forever ago, where a lot of those images were of her in a position where she was indeed the dominant woman in control. But while there are plenty of images that portray her as dominant, there are also several that portray her as quite submissive. And I think it's worth pointing out that these are presented side by side. They're presented next to each other within the same book because
I love the art of it all. But I think queer art, too, allows for a safer space about gender dynamics than I think heterosexual spaces allow. I think queer spaces, not gay spaces, hear me out, not gay spaces, queer spaces. I think queer spaces that challenge the status quo are a much safer space to talk about gender dynamics and to have those kind of dynamics much more than one that's already adhering to the establishment. You know what I mean? So I don't think Sabrina is doing something anti-establishment. I think she's just doing something that works within it. But queer fashion and queer aesthetic and queer everything. Okay, I'll give an example. Does Sabrina Carpenter exist if she buzzes her head? Does she get to exist if she buzzes her head? Does Sabrina Carpenter get to exist at the height of fame she's in right now if she buzzes her head and tattoos her face? If the answer is no, then Sabrina Carpenter doesn't exist. She only exists as a brand. And that's the point. She only is liked as a brand. She's consumed as a brand. She's loved because of the way she shows up. She's even talked about the wig she wears, how people keep thinking it's her hair. She's like, this isn't my hair. This isn't my hair. Okay? So that's the point, is that she is a brand first and a person second. She's a celebrity first and a creative second. And that's kind of the point. You know, Chet says, just look at the way they spoke about Doja Cat when she cut her hair, which is crazy because Doja looks so good with her hair. Do you know what I mean? Chet says Madonna could have survived with a bald head at their peak. Well, Madonna could have survived because Madonna was anti-establishment culture. For the time, Madonna was very scandalous. I mean, Catholics were so mad at Madonna. My mom to this day says, I can't believe the way Madonna treated the church. To this day, which is why when Gaga in Alejandro was like eating the rosaries, my mom was like, oh, this is just like Madonna. And I was like, oh, it's just like Madonna. Oh my God. It was so offensive, you know, to the typical culture. Nothing about Sabrina Carpenter is in any way pissing off the Catholic Church, except that one time she did a music video in the church, which even I was like, Sabrina, you can't go into a mosque and twerk, you know, it's offensive. You can, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't be doing these things, okay? Anyways.
That is, for a lot of people, the duality of their BDSM. Like, a lot of people are switchy. A lot of people like to be on both ends of the spectrum. I'm not one of those people personally, but I know that there are people who enjoy both. And yeah,
wait.
people personally, switchy. A lot of people like to be on both ends of
So I was wondering if Kat's just submissive then.
the spectrum. I'm not one of those people personally, but I know that there are people who enjoy both. And yeah, I guess for a lot of women, being in the dominant role is more overtly powerful, right? It is more overtly powerful to be portrayed as the dominant one in the relationship. But I think for a lot of people who understand these things in this way, they are definitely having a little bit of an outsider perspective. And I don't mean to say any of that in a condescending way or in a way that makes, you know, oh my God, I'm so kinky and you're not. But what I mean is that just because a woman is dominant does not mean that the man who she's doing a scene with is not in control or the one who is in charge, right? Usually a dom is only going as far as the submissive is allowing, right? So while a woman wearing leather can look to the outside, this is a powerful woman subverting patriarchy and taking on the role of dominance. I think in all reality, a lot of people don't often understand that quite frequently that is at the direction of the submissive who wants to experience something like that. So in so many ways, this dom, though the outside image is that she is the one dominating and being serviced, is actually the one doing the servicing. And that's kind of the interesting layer of BDSM that people don't often understand.
I am a mother of 4 girls. 2 of them are teenagers, young teenagers. And I just can't help but feel a bit sad for what is happening in the world right now for women, with the likes of Bonnie Blue, with this sort of imagery.
We'll talk about Bonnie Blue too. I'll make a stream dedicated to sex work, and we'll talk about Bonnie Blue too, and we'll talk about it because I have so much to say about it. But I will say these are all different categories too. Look, there are sex workers in the world that work just like Andrew Tate did when he was a sex worker. Take everyone for every penny they have and leave them without a life savings. And then there's sex workers that are like, hey, we just want to work at like a job and we don't want it to be like this weird underground thing. And then there's sex workers that are like, hey, we want to run this like a business and we don't want to take all of our customers' money, but we're also not your therapist. So like, it's not our job to like pay attention to how much money you're spending on us. And then there's the other type where it's like more personal and in-person sex work. And maybe you get to know your clients really well. And then you get to care for them in different ways. And then there's a whole part of sex work in which your sex worker is kind of like your therapist, like your hairdresser is. And then it's like a whole other dynamic that comes into question. And then there's a sex worker. There's all kinds of sex workers and ways to exist in the world. Sexy. But even sexy is specific and subjective, like to the bubble you're in. So you got to think about that. BDSM sexy is not straight or vanilla sexy. They're different. BDSM, listen, my partner always says, like, you're very autistic femme. Yeah. Look at me. This is autistic femme. Typical, like Sabrina Carpenter would never. And mostly because I also look the way that I look. My nose and my features and my dominance and the way that I talk makes it autistic. Because I am autistic, but I don't mask that. I yell. Hi, let me practice. Hold on. I yell and Sabrina doesn't. So when we exist in a world in which I come off presenting as loud or maybe aggressive or masculine, it sets a standard of, it sets an expectation for how people consume my work and me and what how they're supposed to interact with me, because that's also a big part of it. Am I doing it? I hate it. It feels really bad, but I maybe I could do it. Maybe I could go to like a voice coach and learn not to yell, because I know it's fucking me up. I know there are so many more people who would watch me if I stopped yelling. And honestly, could make a lot more money. Okay. Thank you. Chat says that Brittany, I love your personality. You're the only YouTuber I give my money to. Well, you know, you got good taste. You know what I'm saying? You got good taste. Even the yelling, oh my God, when my sister was here, it was like the volume just went from the and we would get so loud. And then it was like, and we'd have to be like, we'd have to tell each other, like, you're yelling. I love you. You're yelling. And like, we just do it naturally. And then if you remind ourselves, we're yelling. You know what I mean? Oh my gosh. Chet says, what do you think about Findom? I don't want you to get in trouble, but I want this stream. Findom, like financial domination. I think a lot of Findom activity is unethical. I think you have to be very skilled to be an ethical Findom. And I think there are ways to do it, but I think like, oh, and by the way, you know how we're girls? Oh, you want to talk about gender? Look at, because most Findom submissives are men, because men have capital. So most of the Findom relationships I've seen, even the men that I've known that give, I know men who give $4,000 to $10,000 a month to their doms, their financial doms. And those men need to deconstruct their trauma. Those men make a lot of money. They make like $200,000 to $300,000 a year. So they are not sweating for the cash, okay? But they need to deconstruct their traumas. And then I think if they did, they probably wouldn't have a Findom to that extent anymore, because the kink is rooted in their lack of control. Like that's why I say deconstruct your kinks, and it's okay that you have the kink until it's dry. But if it's keeping you unhealthy, you got to think about it. Right. And then there are some people that give money to a Findom when they don't have it. You know what I mean? So I think you need to be healthy, and whatever the result of your healthy version is, that's the right result. I think sometimes we ask ourselves like, oh, is this healthy? Is this healthy? I don't know. You have to be healthy, and then whatever comes out of that is the healthy. So, you know, I don't know if, you know, I'm sure there are some Findoms that are healthy, some relationships that are healthy, right? But you have to be a healthy person to even be in that situation in the first place. So again, it's not about the sex or the BDSM. Can you be healthy and do BDSM? Yes. Can you be healthy and do drugs? Yes. But so when we ask the questions like, are drugs healthy? That's the wrong way for me to figure out a problem. You know, I don't figure out problems that way, you know? Discord said, I noticed like certain SWs too don't really have the best work ethic. I saw a video and it was a girl joking about faking everything during a role play because you just want money, but really on the inside, you're secretly unenthusiastic and don't get and like it, or don't get and like, I get it, but something seems off about that business practice. Look, thank you, Lady O, for sending in a membership. Congratulations to Just Another Weirdo. Enjoy that membership, guys. I think the chat says that's a job. Well, that's the thing. At the end of the day, like, that's just jobs. That's working for most people. And that's why I say, if you're going to feel shitty working at a job, make sure it's a job you feel the least shitty at. Because you can feel like your soul is being kidnapped from you working for McDonald's, or you can feel that same way doing sex work. But it's just a job. Just make sure, you know. Yeah, I think that's why, okay, watch my latest pod on this. Because whether you're a 9 to 5 or not, you got to figure out what kind of work can you do to meet your bare minimum requirements in a way that facilitates your joy. That's what you're looking for, whether it's a 9 to 5 or a creative. What can I do in the world that doesn't make me feel like I'm selling out to capitalism, but also makes me feel like I'm living within my values, but is also realistic for the state of the world and how it works, right? That's what I would say to that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, work is work, but even a dream job is just a job. You know? Okay.
And I've seen other people's take on it, saying that this is what Sabrina Carpenter wanted. She wants to spark conversation by releasing this. But I just think for the young girls who are her fans, who are going to be...
Sorry, I just forgot my thought, but Maiden reminded me in chat. So interesting that we tell women to deconstruct all of their kinks, but we forget about men doing the same. Like, why are you here and why do you want to do this? Which coincides with what Kat was saying earlier about why women get into kink, but maybe we don't think about why men get into kink. And I was like, oh, that's so interesting. I remember I met a man at the dungeon who was in his 90s. Okay. I was in the dungeon. My arms were tied up on my head like this, and the rope was going between my butt cheeks and up my lips. And I was completely naked, and I was being leashed around the dungeon. And my partner passed me over to this older man because he said, can you watch her for a second? I got to go get a drink, and a sober drink because, you know, it was a sober dungeon. And this old man is holding my rope. And I'm like, so what are you doing here? I'm like this. I'm like, so what are you doing in the dungeon? And he was like, I just found it. I didn't realize this could have been my life, my whole life. And I feel like I missed out. And I was like, well, never a bad time to start. He's like, how old are you? And I was like, I don't know, in my mid-20s at the time. And he was like, I can't believe you're so young. You get your whole life to experience this. And I said, yeah, but you know, the cool thing about it is like, you're here now. So welcome to the dungeon. And I'm just sitting there literally naked, rope between my legs, wrapped in, you know, keeping me stable. And he's just like, so what do I do now? And I was like, this is it. How do you feel? And he's like, I don't know. I feel weird, but I feel kind of like liberated. I was like, yeah, it does feel liberating in a weird way. Like, it feels like I'm just really testing all of my boundaries. And by the way, that was one of the first scenes we did for me to practice being naked at the dungeon, because I was uncomfortable being fully naked. And then I got to do that scene. So it was an interactive scene. That's what we do. So we did a scene that allowed me to be walked around the dungeon and people could participate by engaging. But I was working on my own relationship with being naked. And then I took different steps along that journey to really feel naked without it being a scene, just being naked in general, just standing around naked, just showing up, just, you know, and I don't know. I thought it was really wholesome. I don't know. It was just like a really wholesome moment where I just watched a man, you know, just realize, like, have a bubble pop, you know. Trisha's question, why the string though? Like, why the rope? Because the scene took away, okay, so I wasn't comfortable at the time choosing to be naked and putting myself out there. But since I was a bottom at the time and my partner said, I, as your top, am going to do this to you. I'm going to put a rope on you and I'm going to walk you around and you're going to have to do it. I said, okay. So it took the responsibility of me making the decision, because at the time I wouldn't have made it, but it allowed me to make the decision by them making the decision, which allowed me to experience the decision without it being my decision. But obviously it's always my decision because I can safe word. Obviously it's my decision. I helped orchestrate the scene. Obviously it's my decision. I agreed to the scene. Obviously it's my decision. We came up with it together. It was collaborative, right? But it allowed me an opportunity to kind of almost like take away the stress of making the decision, you know? And then it was great. And then eventually if you're new to my audience, I'll tell this story too. I also utilized a social situation to start feeling comfortable at the dungeon, where there was a man there who had gone through cancer and had some scars on his body. And he was really embarrassed about them. And he didn't want to be naked. He didn't want to be naked at the dungeon. And I said, well, look, I'm learning to get over nudity in the dungeon. And I'm trying to practice. What if we got naked and walked around the dungeon and we put our clothes back on? He said, hey, great idea. So we got naked. We walked around the dungeon like this. We were like, yeah, yes, good day, sir. And then we walked around and then we came back and put on our clothes. We were like, one step closer, baby. One step closer. And then eventually it got to the point where like him and I would be at the dungeon naked and comfortable, you know, but it takes time, you know, like it takes time to get comfortable, to face your nudity issues, to face yourself, to not feel bad about your labia. I'm a kind of a long labia girly. And even that took me so long to be like, oh yeah, I have long labia. Who cares? Because porn often shows very like clipped or non-existent labia. I mean, I get it, right? And now I'm just like, why did I ever care about this? Why did I ever care that my labia was longer? You know, why did I ever care? And I cared because I wanted to look like, you know, the picture perfect, whatever. And then you realize like, oh, we all come in all shapes and sizes. So anyways, all of this to say, I think I liberated myself from the constructs of body shame and labia discrimination by experiencing the dungeon life. I really freed myself in a lot of ways, you know? And I couldn't have done it without being in that community, because that community was also a group of really autistic, nerdy people who also were looking to free themselves. And a lot of us did. And I'm good with it. You know, I'm good with that being our way of doing it. Look, I'll never be normal. You know, I was thinking about my podcast yesterday, and in the podcast I mentioned suicide. Look, I'm never going to be the girl that's like, how I became a full-time creative without mentioning my suicide story. Sorry. I wish I could sometimes. Like, man, it'd be so nice if I wasn't the suicide girly, if I wasn't the BPD girly, if I wasn't the autistic girly. But the truth is like, that's me. It'd be great if I had a perfect relationship with my parents. It'd be great if my brand was, my life's been actually pretty great and nothing bad has happened. And I don't even know what self-harm is. Mental health, mine's perfect. But that's not me. And so every time I tell my story, you know, and that's why tomorrow when we talk about YouTubers, I want you to know we're coming from a mental health perspective, because trust me when I say this, ain't no content creator in our sphere that doesn't need therapy. Because as much as some of them try to play off like they're not a cluster B, girl, you cluster B so hard, you could have written the book. You could have been the reason we wrote the book. Okay? And that's not bad. You're not a bad person. But the fact that we're all sitting here on this goddamn internet acting like we're not traumatized, would we really be here if we weren't? At least not the sphere I'm in, girlies. It was like ABBA realizing he was ADHD. Of course you were, ABBA. You're hanging out with D&Ders and hanging out with Destiny. Of course you're neurodivergent. Did you think you were just hanging out there for fun? Ain't nobody hanging out with Destiny who isn't neurodivergent. Ain't nobody hanging out with me who isn't neurodivergent. Ain't nobody watching ContraPoints who isn't autistic. Okay, thank you.
Seeing this, they are not going to, I don't think, look deeply into it like that. They're just going to take the image for what it is. It's called Man's Best Friend. She's being led along by her hair. And I don't know about you, but I don't want my daughters seeing this and thinking that this is normal or okay or just an everyday image that they are viewing.
The thing that fascinates me sometimes about this particular conversation, even though it's a conversation that I definitely understand, is that I think parents need to start being more involved in what their children are looking at. Mm-hmm. Because if this was a billboard, and I haven't seen any of these on billboards recently, so if this was on a billboard, okay, maybe I would have a bit more to say. But I think you have to try to find it. First of all, Sabrina Carpenter makes a lot of music about sex. I actually don't understand why parents let their kids listen to Sabrina Carpenter when she makes...
The same reason we listened to everything we did in the 90s. My favorite TikToks are like, I was really 12 years old rocking it out to this song. And it's like the most grown-up song you've ever heard. And I was like, yes, we did. Yes, we did. I don't know why our parents were out here acting like they were paying attention to what we were listening to. And it's probably because at the end of the day, like they were also listening to it. Let me tell you this story. You're going to be shook. My dad, it was a bad year. Honestly, not a good look. Failed as a parent. Broke every one of my CDs that he found that had the F word in it. Ignored every song that was explicitly about sex. Because at the end of the day, we're selective with how we apply ethics and morals. We are selective with how we apply punishment. We are selective with how we try to protect our kids. I'm telling you this right now. My Chemical Romance has a single F word in their first album. I was like, don't you destroy this album. This is my favorite album. And he was just like, I'm telling you this right now. Songs my parents loved growing up, all about older men having sex with kids, but we don't hear it that way because it's Elvis Presley. Oh, we don't hear it that way because it's a classic song. She was just 16 years old. Da-na-na-na. It's like, girl, but we don't hear it. And then when they start to hear it, they don't apply it all the same, which I understand. Some of these songs are really good. And I'm like, and I'm ignoring the fact that it's a song about cheating. And I'm like, these are my confessions. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, sometimes we ignore the words because it's a bop. Because it's a bop, you know?
So much music about sex. To me, that is odd. But again, I was raised very sheltered. So maybe that's where I don't really understand. My parents made a point of making sure for as long as they could that I didn't get into secular media or see sexual things before I was ready to see them. I think that a lot of parents don't want that degree of responsibility. So they expect people like Sabrina Carpenter to remain chaste and to not really be a bad representative. But I think actually you can teach your children to admire people who don't do these things. I think it's actually quite easy to do that. At the same time, one of the thoughts I've been having recently is we're all having these conversations about women's empowerment and women's, ability to choose and things like that. And that's something that we've been having a conversation with for decades, if you're my age, right? If you're younger than that, you're coming into a time where men are more openly misogynistic, women are more objectified than they've probably ever been in recent history.
When we say more, we don't really mean more. What we mean is like differently. I think women were just as objectified in modest clothes as they were in non-modest clothes. I just think we thought it was less because it was modest. I genuinely think that. I've begun to think that because I've been watching a lot of Muslim feministy liberation people, and what I've noticed from them is that they're trying to make people understand strict, like Afghanistan, like strict Islam that like forces you wear the full burqa it's just as sexualized as the people wearing no clothes, because it's claiming that it wants modesty, but they're claiming the sound of a woman's voice, right? And so when we think about it from that perspective, we think that modesty means less sexualized, but if the modesty needs to exist because you simply existing is immodest, I'm saying it really poorly, but do you know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh yeah, I want you to get away from all of that. I want you to get to the point where people could be shopping for their groceries naked and you wouldn't bat an eye. Not because I want us to have nudist grocery stores, but because I want you to know that being naked isn't the problem. It's okay to say, hey, I don't want a nudist grocery store in every area. It's also okay for us to desire to be at a part where being naked isn't the problem. The reason being naked is the problem is because we have a social script that is important to set a standard of expectation to know if something is wrong. But if you exist in a bubble in which everybody's a nudist and there's kids around and adults around, you'll realize that the problem isn't the nudity. There would be a different signal for something being wrong. Maybe somebody going up and smashing all the apples would be an indication, hey, something's wrong, right? It wouldn't be the fact that he's naked or she's naked. It'd be the fact that they're smashing apples. But in a store that's not a nudist store, somebody walking in naked would be an indication of like, hi, do you have dementia? Because that's not the normal, that's not the signal of safety in this bubble, right? So that's why I think we run the risk again of thinking like, oh, the nudity is the problem. The nudity is not the problem. It's what the nudity represents in the context of the bubble. So if your burqa exists as a way to say women are so tempting that men can't even hear the sound of their voice, that's an indication that there's something deeply wrong with the men, right? But what they see is it's something that is deeply the responsibility of the women to help the men, which is something my mom would say growing up. My mom would say, it's a woman's job not to tempt a man. And I'd say it's anyone's job not to tempt somebody. And I take this as an example. We talked about Ludwig and alcoholism and all that other stuff. And people were accusing Ludwig of tempting his friend Mango into drinking, right? If that was the context, and I'm not sure, from my understanding, it's a little bit more complicated than that. But let's say that was the situation. Then yes, tempting your friend to drink is bad. Tempting a man to sin is bad. Tempting a woman to sin, tempting anybody is bad. Don't tempt people. But how you tempt people matters. I think to tempt somebody, you have to have intention. I don't think existing is temptation enough. This is very much the Count Frollo situation of it all, where Esmeralda is tempting him, but she's not. She's just existing and performing. And he, in this moment where she performs near him, decides she's performing for me. And so he gives into the temptation of his entitlement of her flesh to condemn her to either death or being his. Those are Esmeralda's two options: die or be mine. And so when you sit there and look at Count Frollo and think, yeah, women should make sure not to seduce men into becoming insane, you're missing the point of the story. Frollo isn't driven insane by Esmeralda. He's driven insane by his lack of values, shown from scene number 1 where he kills Quasimodo's mother. He sees himself as better. Maria, You know I am a righteous man. Da, 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 da. Like he's putting himself above them. This isn't humility. This isn't humility. Humility allows you an opportunity for wisdom, which gives you the opportunity for discernment, which hopefully results in goodness. Right? We are neither wise nor earning our wisdom, and we certainly aren't humble. There is a deep lack of humility. And to be fair, under capitalism, humility doesn't win. Under capitalism, Andrew Tate wins, and Trump wins, and Destiny wins. Humility has no place under capitalism if you want to win.
There are way more options for if you're a young girl to get into sex work online, and it's kind of expected. Like I talk about this in my video that I made about the Bop House, but people always assume that I am an OnlyFans model. And it's very interesting because yeah, I'm a former sex worker, but like I was a former sex worker when I was 19. What's 35 minus 19? I'm not good at math. It's been a really long time since I've done sex work, right? So it's weird that that's the expectation, but it is such a common thing that it's not terribly uncommon to meet young women who make their money through sex work, right? Now, I personally am not anti-sex work. I don't think that doing sex work is a bad thing, but I do think about how a lot of young girls are seeing what's going on right now. I also kind of think that some of the reactions some people are having is indicative of our more conservative era. This is not the first time that people have.
Yes. Oh, thank you for the lyrics. Chat says, you know, I'm so much purer than the common, vulgar, weak. Okay. Licentious crowd. Vulgar, common, weak. Ooh, those Frollo lyrics hit good, bro. Yes, that's exactly the section I was thinking of. Thank you. It's like he really thinks he's this, you know, it's all ego. Yes, chat. It's all ego. Ugh. And that's why the character's so written so well. He's so evil. You know what I saw on TikTok the other day? I almost gagged. Somebody was like, you know, we were tricked as kids. Ursula was actually like the good guy. And I was like, stop. Don't piss me off today, girls. She literally trapped and scammed mermaids into giving her, she was basically a mafia boss. She was a lending shark. She literally kidnapped people and turned them into little seaweed creatures in her house. Okay? Like, please sit down. Like, I'm so tired of people. They must be trolling me. You must be trolling me.
Taken risque pictures, but I do think it's worth thinking about the times in our society when we do see images like this. I don't think that it can really be discounted that misogyny is returning in big form, that women are indeed being objectified in a way that we weren't quite objectifying them 10 years ago. We had this moment in time where we said, you know what, we're not going to do the Carl's Jr. commercials. And I do not think that it's a coincidence that during a time when we are really starting to have conversations about just how many rights women should have, that we're starting to see an uptick in the objectification of women in a very large and loud way. Yeah, I think there's so many different ways to look at this album cover, and I'm definitely not in full disagreement with people who look at this and say, this is misogynistic, it's a bad representation for women, and it's setting a bad precedent. I do think that right now is an interesting time for this, but I do get the impression, at least from Manchild, that this is definitely more so tongue-in-cheek, ironic, a criticism of these types of relationships, a satirism of these types of relationships. And to me, that's worth talking about, especially if we're entering into an era where we are supposed to admire these dynamics. Unfortunately, the reality of so many women who end up falling into the trad wife thing is that you end up giving your life to a man for many, many years. You submit to him, you give him everything you need, you forgo work, you don't do anything you aren't supposed to do, and he could just up and leave, and you ain't got nothing for yourself. And there's too many women who are in that position where they've spent the past 20 years raising kids, you know, taking care of a man, and then that man could just up and decide one day that he wants nothing to do with you, and you're stuck taking care of it all. And I think that that is something that we should be talking about as we sort of see the more trad wife stuff get pushed on women, because I think at this current point, we've had enough evidence of that not always panning out that it's worth talking about. I've been working on a video about the 4B movement and trad wives for quite some time, and it keeps changing. You know, it just continuously changes the script that I have because things keep changing for women. And I think right now is a really, really terrifying time for women. Adriana Smith was a Black woman who unfortunately went brain dead while she was pregnant, and she recently had her baby, right? And it's chilling. It's very, very chilling to know that we are existing in a time where we are quite literally seeing people utilize women's bodies as incubators for children. And one of the things that's so terrifying to me about this is that it sets a precedent that if you're a woman who goes brain dead, or maybe you're in a coma, maybe someone impregnates you while you're in a coma, right? Your body can now be used as an incubator for a child. And unfortunately, when I listen to men talk about wanting to spread their seed and continue their legacy and things, I know that far too many men would love the idea of keeping a woman completely immobilized from the very beginning of being impregnated to the very end of having the child. And that terrifies me. That terrifies me. And I think that we are in a very scary time right now for women. At the end of the day, Sabrina Carpenter had to strike while the iron was hot. And it doesn't really matter if what she is doing is out of step or feels off to women. At the end of the day, she has to jump on the wave and capitalize on her popularity right now. That's why she released an album right after the last one did so well. I think at the end of the day, the things that are optimized to thrive under capitalism will always be out of step with things like feminism, always going to be out of step with the current political climate, or it's going to use the current political climate in order to make a lot of money. And to some degree, I think that that's what she's doing, right? She's a beautiful, white, blonde woman singing about sex. And as I said, that can be interpreted in many, 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 many ways. But what I want to know is how you interpret it. How do you guys feel about Sabrina Carpenter's new album cover? I am so curious to know how you feel, what your thoughts are. So please give me your thoughts in the comment box below. I would love to hear what you guys have to say. Do you think that it would be more empowering for her to be in the dominant role? I don't necessarily think so, but that's because I know of how bossy and shitty some submissive men can be. So I definitely don't necessarily read that as more empowered, even if superficially it is. Personally, for me, it will always feel very powerful for me to give my power to someone else, because it's not something I give for everyone, and it's something that is very personal and very important to me. So I definitely feel empowered when I'm able to give it to someone who respects my consent. But I know that everyone feels differently, and I would love to know how you feel. So please let me know in the comment box below. On that note, I will talk to you guys next time. I want to thank the last 3 people who joined me on Patreon. Shout out to Patrick Sykes Craig.
Okay, love that. I'm gonna link the video in chat, of course. I think it's important to know that when we're introspecting, we're asking ourselves how we feel about something, and when we're extrospecting, we're asking how this way we feel is related to how the world is also interpreting how we feel. Like when we're introspecting, we're thinking about our relationship with ourselves, and extrospection is the way we interact with the world. So if Sabrina, like, I don't know how Sabrina feels. I know how I don't even know how much of Sabrina the consciousness is in this conversation. And I'm convinced it's not much, right? So, and that's because she's a brand. So the theme of today's stream is about the difference between the creative, the celebrity, and the scammer, or the scam. So I'm going to say Sabrina's a celebrity who has a brand first. And I know little to nothing about Sabrina. And I know people are like, oh my God, watch her interviews. No, because that's kind of the point I'm trying to make. I can watch a YouTuber and usually know if I'm watching a brand or a person. Like, you know what? Mr. Beast is obviously a brand and now a celebrity. Like, Hamza is a scam. I can watch Hamza and be like, yeah, there's something about this boy who comes off like a person. He's wearing like a robe. He looks like he's chilling, but he's obviously, and we'll get into this. Okay, Ludwig is a person, but he's a person who's a brand first. From everything I know about Lud, like, I don't have to watch an interview with Hassan. I learn more about Hassan by the content he puts out than the interviews he does with people, because his work tells me more about him than his interviews. But since Sabrina is such a brand, it requires me to watch her interviews to even have an idea, as if the interviews aren't also part of the brand. Chat says Sabrina is pinup, basically. And that's the thing about pinup. I love pinup. I used to own so many books on pinup. Half of my inspirations for my OnlyFans comes from pinup art. I love pinup. Pinup is for the male gaze. Pinup does have a queer gaze, a female gaze, but the work looks different. And that's what I'm saying. One little deviation in the work changes the audience it's for. Okay, you can all be you can do a cheerleading photo shoot, and I can make a cheerleading photo shoot for 5 different audiences, but they're all still cheerleaders, right? So who you're watching, how you're being consumed, it's all dependent on how you show up. And I think that is my favorite part about the world is we're all different categories. The question is, do you know your category? The question is, do we know the category? You know, Chess says, do we not like Hassan? I mean, I don't know what you're asking, right? Do I like Hassan as a person? I don't know him. Do I like Hassan as a content creator? Sometimes. Do I like Hassan as a man? I mean, he is a man after all. What are you asking? Do we not like Hassan? Hassan who? Hassan the content creator? Sometimes I like his work. Sometimes I disagree with his ideas. Do I watch him like a fan? No. Do I know him? Never met him. Do I want to meet him? No. Not because of any other reason than like why? Professionally? Sure. Personally? No. And that's the thing we're going to talk about tomorrow. Because let me tell you, I've been in some of these people's houses. Okay? I've been in some of these content creators' houses. And let me tell you, always a disappointment. I don't think I've ever been in a YouTuber's house where I wasn't disappointed. If I know anything from anything, it's don't ever meet them, you know? Because that's the thing is like everyone's just coming to work at the end of the day. It's like going to someone's house. You know what I mean? Like girls, sometimes I'm shook that every time I meet a person, it's like, girl, I don't know about that. Chess says FD feels like a normal person. Look, I love FD Signifier. Fundamentally, hardcore disagree with his decision to collaborate with Not So Erudite. Disagree with CJ the X's desire to build a bridge with Erudite because her bridge with Destiny is still intact. Not a fan. Not a fan. And I think that's interesting. But FD says it. He says he's not as progressive as everybody else. And I think we should believe him. And that's why I respect it. Because he said, I'm not as progressive as like a Noah Samson. And I feel like I'm a little bit more progressive than that. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So, right. Chet says, but isn't that conclusion drawn from trauma needs deconstruction? Which one? Which topic? We've been covering a lot. Do you think they can save her? I can save her. I think they're playing the political game, which they've been. Listen, I don't mean this as a big criticism because JREG, CJ the X, FD have been very clear that a big part of their goal is to play a more political game, right? Chess is going to content creators' houses. Wait, let me go back to your original question, but isn't that conclusion drawn from trauma needs deconstruction? Well, first of all, I'm a content creator. So I was going to their house to collab or work with them. And then you learn more about them in private and you're like, oh, we don't agree on the same things. So no, it's not trauma. It's a realization that people are more progressive online than they are in their real lives. Or it's a realization that everyone's traumatized in their own way. Or it's their idea that nobody's perfect and they don't have to be, right? I like FD Signifier. Nothing, it just means I need to process him in that category and that's okay, right? Right? Just because I've been to a content creator's house, but yeah, am I disappointed that I show up thinking you're more progressive and then I hear you and I'm like, I thought you guys were about consent. I thought you guys cared about consent. When I tell you, most of these progressive YouTubers believe in consent, but not informed consent. Believe me when I say this. Consent is better than nothing, but I'd prefer informed consent. And that's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say like, look, I can write them off and we'll talk about it tomorrow. I'll tell you, I'll talk about it. But I feel like what I've learned over time is that most people, even the most progressive ones, still need to deconstruct. Why do I say Hassan is going to be considered conservative one day if he doesn't keep deconstructing? Because that's how life works. Kelvernackle, to give you guys an example of what we're talking about tomorrow, made a great video, right, about this. Just because BreadTube was good for the time doesn't mean it's not useful now. It's done. We're over it. And I was over it 8 years ago when I was interacting with them and I realized like, oh, you guys are fucked up, but you're fucked up in a way that isn't like jail worthy, but it definitely, you should not be pedestaled. And then because they're people and they're traumatized and they're human and they're going through it. And my empathy is there for that. But it was difficult being a person who was always there, but never a main character because I was like, oh, you guys are not healthy. But everyone keeps pedestaling you because you make good video essays. But there's some fucked up shit here. And I went to therapy. I don't know what the rest of them did. But now that I'm after therapy, I realize a lot of those people are just people. And that's okay. That's okay to be a person. That's what I want to talk about. You're still just a person, guys. It doesn't matter if you're famous. It doesn't matter if you're rich. It doesn't matter if you make good video essays. You're still just a person who has to come home and deal with your own problems. So I want you to come home and deal with them because we all have to. Myself included. You can see my work over the years. You can see me in real time dealing with my problems. Okay? And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm not about to say I'm not traumatized. I'm about to say stop pedestaling YouTubers because we're all just traumatized theater kids on the internet. We're all just people who exist. Stop pedestaling your parents. Stop pedestaling your celebrities, your politicians. We're all just traumatized people that are working on it. It's the idea of the pedestal that doesn't allow us to grow because God forbid we say something about your favorites. God forbid we say something about your favorites. If you are more concerned with defending your favorite YouTuber than noticing that they're no longer fighting the fight, that's on you. Okay? And I'm kind of sick of it. I'm sick of everybody not paying attention to the fact that eventually your favorites will stop deconstructing. Okay? Not only will they stop deconstructing, but eventually their politics will stop and they'll just become conservatives. Because as the pendulum swings more progressive, that's going to require everybody else to get on top of it, right? Right? And that's the point. Okay? Yeah. Okay. Now, with that said, give me 2 seconds to take a break and then we'll get back into it. Okay. I'm so excited. I'll be right back. Listen to some Samantha Dragonaughty. I'll be right back. right, girls. 1, 2, 3, and pause music. Okay. So this was Kat's video. Great video. Fucking loved it. Okay. Great video. Dun, dun. You know, another problem with people growing or not is, you know, is what they said years ago true? You know how like with Destiny, you think, oh, he's changed. It's been 10 years since that crazy video, but then you realize he hasn't and he's still a piece of shit. You know, I know so many YouTubers and I always wonder, like, should I tell this story? And if I tell this story, does it matter? And if I tell this story, is it wrong because they've changed now and they dealt with it in private? Or if I tell this story, is it necessary to protect my community? I struggle with this all of the time. And that's why I hate knowing anybody. Don't talk to me. Don't tell me your secrets. I don't want to know. But then you get those opportunities and I never know what is the good decision to make, right? What is the right decision to make? I struggle with this all the time. Even tomorrow's stream, I'm like, what should I say? Should I tell the real story, the story I've never told? The story I've always kind of like subtweeted, but never told? Because honestly, it was a life-changing experience. In a sense. Or do I just let it go and say, it was 10 years ago. What are you going to do? Like, it was 10 years ago. Or maybe I should say, like, hey, like, I expected you to change after all this time and I haven't seen any growth. So in a way, I'm protecting you. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? It's not even that big of a deal, but it was a big deal. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, nobody's going to jail. You know what I'm saying? It's not about jail. You know, nobody's done anything criminal. But it sets into motion the reality of how I feel about these people, like content creators, not these individuals, but like the whole idea around these content creators being better than these celebrities we're talking about today. Okay, I want you guys to understand Ludwig. I don't know if anyone's in that bubble, but I need you to understand Lud to understand everything else. Ludwig isn't just a content creator. Okay, he's a brand. And Lud is really interesting because he's dating Cutie Cinderella, who we like. I actually like her specifically on Fear and, right? Because I like Austin and I like the energy between everybody. But, you know, the thing about this bubble is like, it's pretty normie online people. Ludwig and Cutie Cinderella feel very normie to me, but yet they're not normie because they're friends with Hassan at the end of the day. And Hassan's definitely normie, but he's still a streamer, right? So they're normie kids who have channels. Like I remember Ludwig was giving advice to streamers and content creators. And he said, if you can't share your content with your parents, then you don't believe in your work. And I said, that's the most normie shit I've ever heard. Because I obviously couldn't send my content to my parents because I don't come from that kind of a family. My family is not going to support my content. You have to be pretty fucking normie or on the same page as your parents values wise for your parents to be proud of your work. Do you know what I'm saying? But when you come from an immigrant background, which Lud does, and then you deal with parents who are different than you because they're religious, you don't have that relationship with them. And I always thought that's so cute. And I say this with like warmth. That's the cutest thing I've ever heard. I think that's like really sweet that Ludwig is so good with his parents that he can share that. You know, I think that's really nice. So I have nothing against Lud or Cutie on the surface, but I don't watch them like as fans. I don't really watch Cutie's channel, and I watch Lud on occasion if it's like interesting to me, but I don't like know much about them, right? Like I don't like deeply know about them. I mean, same with Hassan. I learned stuff about him every day I didn't know. And same with Destiny. I learned stuff about him every day I didn't know because I don't really like, and that's probably actually part of my problem. Part of my problem is that I don't really look into people. That's actually what got me in trouble with Destiny in the first place, is that I didn't research him because I don't know. I'm just here. But then that's kind of in my favor because I'm not like obsessively I don't want to be like a crazy person that's always like, I know everything about them. Like, I don't want to be that person either. But then, you know, you don't want to be ignorant to, you know, the bad people have done either. So it's a weird place to go in. But I want you to understand. So this video came up on my feed. It says the curse of building something too big, Ludwig's story. And then Ludwig commented on the video. And he says, I think the video was very good and I'm flattered you thought to make one on me. I don't always know what I'm doing and I mess up a lot, but I hope that I can continue to be worthy of effortful video essays like this in the future. And I was like, oh, Luddy. Lud. He plays a very interesting game on YouTube, Ludwig. And I want us to understand it because if you've never been in the bubble, then this will be really interesting, I think, for you. So video essayist, give them a shout out. This is Golf Cart smaller-ish content creator, but his video is killing it. Okay. Already doing great. I'll link it in the chat, of course. Give it a like because I'm watching it, and we'll go ahead and check it out.
For a kid who grew up dreaming of the spotlight, becoming the top streamer in the world, #1 by every metric, wasn't just a win, it felt like destiny. Like the internet gods reached down and said, yeah, you. Ludwig broke records, reinvented formats, and for a moment, it felt like he was untouchable.
Thank you for this award.
In just 30 days, he became the internet's golden boy, stacking achievement upon achievement, building an empire that seemed destined to rise forever.
I thought from then on, I was going to be the biggest streamer in the world.
But there was just one problem. The game of social media is broken. Think of it like Jenga, where every success, every viral hit, every milestone adds another block to the tower. And the higher you go, the closer you are to collapse. You see, Ludwig wasn't just chasing the views. His entire self-worth was measured by them. And that's the trap you see over and over. Creators climb to the top, crown themselves kings, and then burn out trying to reverse the fall. But Ludwig realized something that most don't. If you don't like the game you're playing, change the rules. Okay, so just a quick note here. We started working on this video about a month ago, and we were almost done editing it right around the same time as the Mario Kart stream. What happened there and how certain things were handled was definitely disappointing. But with that being said, this video isn't about that. We made this video before any of that happened, and after a lot of debate, we decided to not shelve it. Because we still believe in the story that it tells, and we think it's worth sharing. But if you are looking for videos that address the Mario Kart situation directly, I'll leave it for you linked down below in the description. But this video really just focuses on Ludwig's story before any of that, so we hope you can still enjoy it.
What is that in reference to? Is it the mango situation? What is that? Barrio Mart? Is that Mart? Because Ludwig does so much stuff I can't keep up. He does like Mario Kart, Nintendo stuff. What is that? I don't even know what that's in reference to.
The story of Ludwig really begins in 2005, and during a 5th grade class presentation, he debuted a parody of the novel My Brother Sam is Dead, in which he cleverly retitled My Brother Slam is Dead. When he read one of his favorite jokes aloud, the classroom burst into laughter, and right there in that moment, the spotlight turned on. The dopamine.
P.S. I want you to put this in context. Ludwig has shared so much about his life that someone can make a little docu video about him. His parents, his family. Like, you can do this for somebody like me because I'm not on the internet like that. Think about it. Celebrities share so much about their life because they want their life to be a product. I am not interested in being a celebrity, and that's okay. But the fact is, my family will never be on my stream. Like, my parents are never going to be a part of my content. I'm never going to be on Stephen Colbert, and my mom's going to be sitting next to me. My parents are very shy, okay? Like, in a lot of ways, they're very shy. I was thinking about MasterChef, and I was like, if I was on MasterChef, I don't think my parents would show up to support me. Because, like, they'd be like, we don't want to be on TV. They're like, what do we want to be on TV for? Like, you know what I mean? And I even asked my partner, I was like, what if I was in a, because my partner is also very private. And I said, what if I was on MasterChef? Would you support me? And he was like, for you, I'd do it, but I would do it. Yeah, I would do it. If you really wanted to do it, I would do it. And I was like, thank you. And I was like, what if it's a YouTube thing? What if I'm getting like an award or something? Because like, we're so private that it would make sense for me to go to an event my partner didn't go to. Because like then he would be pictured and then people would know what he looked like. And then it would become like a whole part of the content. My sister, my brothers, my family, my cousins, like I'm just here alone. I don't want to be associated with my family. I want to be the thing you're coming for. But some brands like, oh my God, I just had a realization I've met Shay Carl and I forgot. I found an old picture of me and I was like, why am I standing there with Shay Carl? And I was like, and I was because I forgot that I went to a YouTube VidCon and he was there and I met him. But like, keep in mind, I forgot because like, you just go through life, like forgetting who you've met. I don't know. So I saw that picture and I thought about how he put his kids there and his family was involved and the grandparents and the filming and the vlogging. And it was like the family, do you know what I'm saying? Like my family would never do this. And that's the difference too. Are you coming to work or is your family coming with you? Is your family the work? And again, none of this is a criticism. I just want you to observe it, categorize it, and realize what category you're in. Realize the category you're in.
And he was hooked. From that point on, Ludwig was everywhere he could be, singing in a choir, co-starring in plays, leading pep rallies, and hosting school events like it was late-night TV.
All right, up next we have the interview portion, where all contestants will be lined up and at random.
I didn't know any of this about Lud. I didn't know any of this.
Selected with the spotlight to answer the questions.
Wow. Very interesting. Wow. What is so... I'm seeing a pattern. I'm seeing a bit of a pattern.
Hey, Ben. How's it going? Good. Ben, I'm going to throw you one tonight. Just hope it doesn't go south. What is your favorite website? We are in school, right? Shouldn't start with a P.
As video sharing platforms gained momentum, Ludwig brought his passion online. He launched a YouTube channel under the alias The Zany Sidekick, experimenting with Call of Duty gameplay and commentary.
Let's get a little revenge. Suck it, Max. You just got owned.
When Vine exploded in popularity in 2013, he quickly adapted, crafting 7-second skits that perfectly showcased his sharp wit and impeccable comedic timing.
Straight out of a stripper's butt crack.
After high school, Ludwig left New Hampshire behind and headed west to Arizona State University. It was a new state with new faces, but the mindset
Arizona State University, party school, known in some circles as a sexual assault school. Cool.
stayed the same. Try everything.
Allegedly.
He was rejected from fraternities, passed over by clubs, comedy groups, a cappella groups. He kept showing up, but they kept saying no. For the first time, the stage felt far away. So he built his own.
Hey guys, welcome to Tempe Late Night. I'm your host, Ludwig.
A bunch of misfits, all turned out from that same ASU comedy group, got together and formed a rival. They called it Tempe Late Night, a scrappy little comedy group with an audience of 0.
Sex is like Bob Ross. It's not premature ejaculation. It's just a happy little accident.
Chad said, I told my sister if they ever become famous not to drag me in it. I'll support you as a private person. I think for a lot of people that feels like rejection. See, I get it. Like, I get it. But I can see a Ludwig thinking, wow, your family doesn't support you? Like, I don't get it. And there is something about that that's difficult, is that not all of us can support people the way, because I think a lot of families want to be famous. I mean, think about, oh, I'm blanking so hard. What are those 2 girls who are TikTok dancers? And their family got in on it. Think of the Paul brothers, Logan and Jake. Their family wants to become famous because of it too. Like, a lot of families become famous. Charlie D'Amelio, thank you, chat. Exactly. I think for some kids, their families also want to be on it. But like, my parents are not like that. They're like, I'm happy you're successful, but like, we want to stay private. And I think about this all the time, the different kinds of families we're born into and how that sets us up for success or failure in many ways. Yeah, the Kardashians are the archetype of that. Exactly. Talk about the Kardashians. Talk about mothers.
The build was slow, but by the end of the year, Tempe Late Night began selling out shows, packing out seats. It had far transcended what the rival comedy show had ever achieved, taking the throne of the top comedy group on campus.
Wow, his group of people around him are very... And you know what I'm saying? They're very...
Now, throughout all of this, Ludwig's dream was always the same. Late nights, a live audience, and his name in the lights. Think Fallon, Kimmel, or Letterman. The career of his dreams was to host a talk show. But somewhere in the middle of his junior year, fate threw a wrench in his Hollywood blueprint. It came in the form of a plastic relic from 2001, a Nintendo GameCube disc titled Super Smash Bros. Melee.
I knew a boy who could play it with his feet and never lost.
What started as a casual hobby turned into a full-blown obsession. He'd spend infinite hours learning the mains, learning how to ledge lash. He discovered competitive Melee tournaments streamed on this little platform called Twitch, and he started watching, then studying. He got better than his friends and decided that wasn't enough. He wanted in, so he hit the road. Local tournaments, hotel bar rooms, folding chairs, and CRTs.
Wow.
This was the minor leagues of competitive Smash. And here's how it worked. Once you got knocked out, you had 2 choices. Pack it up or pick up a mic. And Ludwig didn't win much, but damn could he commentate.
Just waiting for Axe to get this 3-1.
It really started at Runback 2017. He called matches with an infectious energy, cracked jokes that actually landed, and filled every silence like it owed him money.
The quiz is a quizzical. What's a test?
See, what an interesting bubble. I am so fascinated by this bubble. Like this is so fascinating to me. Like, you went out and did stuff. Like, okay, just to put it into context, I asked my partner to get a Switch so we could play Smash together. Or maybe he had a Switch before, I don't remember. But I asked him to get Smash so we could Smash. And we play Smash as like our couples game. And my partner literally spends time like researching, learning the hitbox ratio. Like, hey, do you know Samus has this many moves and you could do it this way? And I just look at them and I'm like, that's nice, baby. You know what I mean? And they're like, yeah, but do you know that you're not improving? And I was like, do you know that I'm about to kick your butt? And then you know what I mean? Like, I don't care. Don't care. Like, my brain does not care about getting better at Smash or like improving by watching videos about Smash. I am never going to research how to be better at Smash. Never. But my partner's the kind of thinker that wants to research how to be good at stuff, but also enjoy it and to see if they're interested in it. And they, you know what I mean? But when it comes to like philosophy, I could literally read like, I don't even know. You know what I mean? Like, I'll read a whole book on a weekend if I think it will benefit me. Because I'm like, I got to read this book this weekend. And that's easy. I'm like, I could do that easy. Give it to me. I'll read it this weekend so I can know what I'm talking about. Easy. You know what I mean? But like, for some people, they're like, what? And I'm like, it's like a 500-page book. How hard is that? Just like, you could do it. you know, or a 300-page book. You could do it easy, but not really easy, right? Like for some people, it's easy, and for some people, it's not. You know? Josh says, for me, you're not worth anything in Smash if you can't adapt to the random items. To me, if you play Smash with items, are you even playing Smash? See, when we play Smash, no items, no specials. Straight Smash, 3 platforms or no platforms. That's how I play Smash with my brothers. No items, straight Smash. That's how we do it. Anyways, the point is, learning your strength is important, and Ludwig, this is his. That's the thing about Luddy. Can't be upset with how successful Lud is. He was made for it. I think Hassan was made for it. I think certain things people do, they're made for it. I think I'm made for YouTube, but I'm not made to be Lud status. I'm not made to be Mr. Beast. That's not the kind of YouTuber I am. Just like we're all artists, but we're not meant to be certain kinds of artists, pay attention to who you are in the story.
And somewhere between the losers bracket and the after parties, Ludwig began to grow a name for himself in the Melee community. As his presence grew, so did his circle. He started running with some of the big names in the Melee world, guys who were already super well known in the scene, people like Slime. And that mattered, because for a while, Ludwig wasn't the guy. He was friends with the guy.
Oh, Slime. Have you met Slime? I've met Slime. I'm a big fan of Slime. Okay, yeah, he's a legend.
Now, remember Slime because he's going to be important later. But meanwhile, Ludwig had graduated college and made the leap, fully moved to LA, ready to start his first big boy job, running the website for a wine and spirits magazine. For a few glorious days, things were great. He wore button-ups, he showed up early, he felt important. But just weeks later, he was fired. Something about screwing up the site and maybe lying on his resume.
Oh, I moved to LA for this job. I don't have anything.
This would become a recurring theme over the next few years. A weird, wobbly balancing act between this Melee thing and paying rent.
How do we finesse this guy to get jobs at NBC? Yeah, we're both writers. We need jobs.
Slime and Ludwig had quickly became a fan-favorite duo in the Melee scene. Their chemistry on commentary was electric, and after a guest spot on Slime's Bad Melee podcast, Ludwig caught the bug. He figured, hell, why not try out this streaming thing on his own?
Alright, 160.
And honestly, his first few streams went surprisingly well. A dozen or so loyal Melee heads would tune in, keep the chat alive, and hang out for a few hours. Not bad for a guy figuring it out on the fly, but Twitch remained on the back burner. Every time Ludwig landed a new job, Snapchat, Best Buy, or wherever, streaming took a backseat, because dreams are cool, but rent's due on the first. Still, the itch never left, so he made a deal with himself. Stacked $10,000 in savings, enough to float a few months of full-time streaming. That was the goal. And after landing a head of marketing gig at a vaping startup called IQ Vapes, Ludwig started shoveling cash into that fund. But late 2018 changed everything. There was a Melee event in Las Vegas, Scar versus Fendi. Big names, high stakes.
Bet on it right now.
Ludwig was on the mic and it was lightning in a bottle. The stream popped off, the YouTube VODs went viral, and the entire Melee community took notice.
No, he did. Oh my God!
Then came the Hotels.com commercial that featured Ludwig, which was like kind of random, but whatever.
What's up, gamers?
Ludwig's a gamer.
No, I'm a professional gamer.
Then came the roast of Hugo Gonzalez, another Melee legend. Ludwig took the stage, mic in hand, zero hesitation, and he murdered. Again, viral.
But I have a theory that it's not just about like going viral, it's about being consistent. Because I always thought, because you'd hear from YouTubers like, oh, I was in one video and viral. I was in a couple of videos, they went viral. But it's not that. It's that Lud was consistent in some way. He showed up. He covered stories. He even said on one of his channels that he was covering trending topics because the views are there, but he was getting burnt out on always covering negative stories because like there's just so much negativity. He's like, guys, I'm getting burnt out. And like, that's the thing that I find fascinating is like, he wanted to be the guy who played video games with his friends. That's what he does. His normal streams don't get that many viewers as much as like Speed was just in Croatia. And I thought that was like really funny. And Speed is like, I'm sorry, this is my special interest, like brands and marketing and like how people get famous. Like Speed is one of the most interesting, like somebody joked when Speed shows up to a country, like the government literally goes all out for them sometimes. And like, that's amazing to think about. And I was like, yeah, like Speed will go into a country and like politicians will get involved. And I'm like, who is this kid? And Speed had somewhat of a pretty good come up, but a little controversial too. But like, it's interesting to think about, like, I don't think people understand the numbers these people are doing, right? But it is kind of amazing. Like, it is kind of, I find it fascinating how much you can exist in the world in such an unorthodox way. And yet, in order for these streamers to become this famous, they have to play into the establishment. Remember, Speed got the most famous going into sports stuff, specifically football, global football, not American football, okay? And Ludwig went into gaming, which is a huge industry, but he specifically appealed to what I call is the normie nerds. So Hassan is a normie nerd. He's a normie, non-normie, but he's still primarily a normie. His pretty privilege is just outrageous, which is not, I'm not saying this with judgment. I'm saying it with, I think it's an accurate categorization. And I think it's a reminder too, for you to remember, like, the people who become what they become They're playing to their strengths, yes, but they also exist in the world. And the world has an expectation of you. And you have to, in some ways, like Lud says, if Lud is saying send your content to your parents and everybody you know in your life so it goes viral, he's saying his bubble approves of what he's doing and makes a safe space for him to do that in the first place. He has a network of a community that's willing to share his videos versus I don't have that network, right? Because I'm not normie enough in the bubbles. If I was normie enough, yeah, I could send my content to my mom and be like, hey, share this. I made a video on like history or something. But I don't make that kind of content. I don't make that. And that's okay. I'm still a full-time content creator. I make money. I'm stable. So I'm saying it doesn't matter, but I'm saying you'll never be, right? I have a video coming up. Oh my God, you guys are going to eat this shit up. I'm reading a book right now to do it. And I just need you to know, never mind, I won't give it away. But oh my God, like, no wonder the self-help bubble is so fucked. You know, no wonder it is such a fucked bubble and I've never liked it. No wonder. And I'll tell you about it. I'm going to wait until I'm finished. Oh, I can't wait to tell you about it. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. But it's like, who else is going to, like, you know what I mean? Like such a specific bubble sitting here, like reading a fucking huge book in order to talk about the bubble and that alone. So anyways, Lud is special because Lud has the thing. Like Asmin has the thing. Like Hassan has the thing. There's a thing people have. And the thing that people have is dependent on how well their bubble receives them. Because I have the thing, but it's on a very small scale. And that thing is doing it anyways. See, my skill, my thing is in brandability. It's doing it anyways. Okay, Chaz says, what about luck or luck? Luck is very important. Luck is very, very big. Okay? Like luck is very big. Inconsistency. Again, I want to talk about this in relation to tomorrow too, guys. I have collabed with huge YouTubers, gotten millions of views on videos. I've never passed 100,000 subscribers. Why? Because I do not play into a brand, period. I deviate. I do different things. I talk loudly. I share autistic opinions. I'm literally autistic. There are just so many things about my brain that are like, I'm not going to do that. And even tomorrow, I tell myself, why am I doing this tomorrow? But I'm going to do it. Because like my brain's like, nah, we're going to do this. It's within my values. I want to do it. But it means that I'll never be packaged in a way that coincides with the brand. Like if you told me, Brittany, if you do this formula on your videos every week, you'll get virality and you'll be successful. I would have to make a decision in that moment if I was about to take a step away from being myself on stream more. And if I was going to turn this into a less of a creative job, if I wanted to become a brand, I would have to make the decision and sit with my partner and say, does this work for our family for me to become a brand? I would have to show up dressed a specific way, stream a specific way, brand a specific way, like really become a brand more than a person. Because at first I'm a creative, then I'm a brand, but I'm a creative with a job. So there's still something being played here, right? I still think about the algorithm, but to be a brand, and that's why Lud is interesting to me because Lud seeks out successful content, right? Chet says, isn't doing it anyways part of the brand in a sense? Yes, but the brand I'm talking about is a construct with no fluidity. So Ludwig has a brand and it's perfectly packaged, okay? Nothing can fuck up the brand because he doesn't allow it to. Him even taking a stance against ways that people socialize in shared spaces is a part of the brand, okay? And he makes it so there's only an allowance for maybe some deviation in the brand versus my brand is more like this. Like some things, you know, are stable, but I do everything. I talk about everything. If I was really smart, I would change my whole brand and only talk about like philosophy centered around women or philosophy in relation to being gay or philosophy in relation to being a sex worker or philosophy in relation to being, but instead I do philosophy in relation to all of the things. And so because I do all of the things, it confuses people. And I'm okay with this, but it's something I need you to know exists. It's not about being upset about it existing. It's just about it being like, oh, Now I know why all of these communities find me and get confused about who I am. Because all of these years, I've always wondered, like, why does no one understand what I'm doing? And it's because they aren't used to packaging that's like too many. What are Skittles? Skittles are multiple colored candy that all taste the same. What are Starbursts? Right? Like, what? Starbursts have different tastes, but you know what I mean? Like, what? You know what I mean? Like, I remember, okay. People don't know what I'm doing. Chat says Skittles have different tastes though. Well, not to some of us, they don't. Okay, they all taste the same to me. But okay, nerds, whatever. The point is that there is, yes. Penguin Zero is a brand, but it's such a lazy white boy brand. He doesn't dress up. He always wears the same attire, but that's man gets millions of views. Men get the luxury of they've done studies on this. Do you remember the news reporter who showed up to work every day wearing the same suit? And he said, what the heck? I didn't get one message from the audience saying, I can't believe you're wearing the same clothes every day. But if my female coworker wears the same dress 2 days in the same week, you guys get mad at her. I'm telling you, okay? I'm telling you. There is, so you can't just exist. I can't just be a girl who shows up in the same clothes every day. What did Ethan say to Denims? What was Ethan's criticism of Denims? Get new clothes, Denims. You wear the same clothes every week. And then Denims got a little complex. I don't know if it was real or not, but I saw a clip where she was like, oh, damn, I am wearing the same shirt again. Don't think about it, queen. Don't let these men, okay, convince you that you got to show up looking different unless you want to. But the fact that he went for her in a way that he could never do that with a man. Because men do get to show up every day looking the same. You know? Chet says it worked for Jenna Marbles. Jenna Marble plays into...
And suddenly, Ludwig stopped caring about the 9 to 5, started prepping his stream work during work hours. He showed up late and clocked in mentally somewhere else. Eventually, in early February 2019, he was fired. The savings account was still shy of the target, and the timing, a disaster like always. But the walls were closing in. The gun was pressed against the back of his head. If Ludwig wanted to become an entertainer, it was now or never.
So starting today, I have left my job, and I will now be streaming full-time on twitch.tv/Ludwig Augur.
In his first full month as a streamer, Ludwig really just stuck with what he knew: Super Mario, Pokemon, and other closely related games. Day after day he went live and began to build a bit of a following. By the end of the month, the stats were honestly pretty solid. He streamed for a total of 145 hours, averaged 251 viewers, and made a little over $2,800. A great start at his new job. Now from this point forward, I'd say there were 3 big booms that really skyrocketed Ludwig's online career. And the first was in June of 2019.
We have 2 off-limit things you guys aren't allowed to talk about. 1, chest hole. 2, the pimple, okay? That's it.
Oh, here's Cutie.
I heard you have a chest hole.
What the f, chat?
Cutie Cinderella was a fellow Twitch streamer who at the time was actually
Wait, they weren't dating at some point? I don't know the lore. I know nothing about their relationship, but I'm so excited to learn the lore.
a bit more well-known than Ludwig. And as you longtime fans may already know, they to this day...
Is that Cutie? Oh my god, I would never know that was her. She looks so beautiful. Wait, Cutie has to go back to whatever this is. That's Cutie?
...ever streamer who at the time was...
She literally is so... Yo, that hair is her color. Is it not? It looks so good on her.
Actually a bit more...
Yeah, she looks like Megan Fox. I was literally just thinking she looks like Megan Fox. Like, oh my god.
...known than Ludwig. And as you longtime fans may already know, they to this day have remained close friends. Now, let's be clear. This...
Is that a joke? He just said until this day they've remained close friends. They're literally dating.
...stream wasn't a viral explosion moment, but to this day have remained close friends. At the time was actually a bit more well-known than Ludwig. And as you longtime fans may already know, they to this day have remained close friends.
Are they not literally in a relationship? Why did he say that?
Now, let's be clear. This stream wasn't a viral explosion moment, but it was the spark, the start of a pivot. Ludwig began shifting away from...
Oh, probably a joke. I'm autistic. It is probably a joke. Chat said Cutie made Ludwig, no doubt.
...early Melee-centric content, and leaning into a wider range of ideas that showed off his personality and charisma. Story times, over-the-top reactions, and monumental series like letting chat spend my money and try not to laugh.
I can never wear this in public.
The summer of 2019 was a huge swing in momentum, and by December, Ludwig had cracked over 3,000 average viewers. And
see, this is... Okay, first of all, love the trans flag in the background. Love that. The thing about... Ludwig. Okay, so you know the other day, I put out a pod where I talked about like you couldn't pay me enough to be a mukbang streamer. Like, you could literally not pay me enough. You know how people say, and this is why I think at this point, Ludwig is a creative brand. He's like a brand, but he's creative because he doesn't know what he's doing yet. So this is why I think he's like pretty likable, because he's just kind of doing everything and trying to figure it out, but he's doing everything that he thinks the audience would want to participate in. So he's not a creative coming from himself, but he knows what he wants to do, but he also knows what the audience wants. So like, he does like challenges. He's like, I'll do X thing for X hours to prove something. That's very different, right? That's like a very different relationship with the content, right? But I kind of like it, but I like to watch it, but I don't like to do it. And you know how people say like, content creation is so easy. You guys get paid millions to do nothing. Okay, well then you do it. And also, we don't get paid millions. Some people make millions, but we don't. You know, I think Hassan makes, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Hassan makes between like $1 million a year or something like that. I think Ludwig said, this is an old video, but I think he said the most he's ever made is like 4 million and together, which is still life-changing money, right? And I think a lot of people also made life-changing money because they were lucky. Pokimane, Iman talked about this, how she was really lucky that Amazon was giving out those partnerships because she was one of the few content creators who was lucky enough to be chosen to make millions of dollars or whatever she was getting, because that wasn't an option for people. And it isn't an option now. That's the problem, right? It's not an option now. They stopped doing those deals. I think Lud was the last one on a contract, if I'm not mistaken. So I want you to think about that, right? Chat says, would you say you're a creative who makes content for you and whatever audience resonates is the right audience? No. I used to be that, and it never worked for me. I actually talked about this on the pod I just posted. It never worked for me to be that kind of a content creator. I am a creative who picked a niche that coincides with an audience I can capture that works for them and me. It's a win-win situation. I want to talk about pop culture and philosophy, and people on the internet, mostly girlies, love talking about pop culture. So I found an audience that likes to talk about what I like to talk about, but allows me the freedom of also exploring it in the way that I want, like through the levels, right? I had to create a situation that the audience allowed in some ways for me to even share the levels, right? But it never worked for me just to show up as that creative. So like we covered Sabrina Carpenter. I probably wouldn't have covered that topic necessarily, but I covered it because it was trending. You guys wanted to talk about it, and it worked because I wanted to talk about philosophy. Win-win. Win-win, girlies. I am not an artist that is able to just create what she wants. I'm an artist that wants to talk about philosophy. So I will create whatever you guys want to see as long as it's something I want to talk about in a way that I want to talk about it. You know? So win-win. I'm really happy. Please, hear me when I say this. I'm very happy with how everything worked out. I would not change it. I am stoked. I love it. I love being here. I love covering this stuff. So I really feel, yes, it's the way psychology in Seattle operates. Exactly. Dr. Kirk Honda takes requests. He covers shows for the audience. I love his format. Exactly. It's a great fucking format, you know? A great fucking format. Discord said, I don't know if this is appropriate for today's stream, but can you talk about making your life content versus not making your life content? So there's a spectrum to it. So Ludwig, right, talks a lot about his mom. Do you guys know Ludwig is interesting. He sings opera. He did it for a stream or a video. He speaks French, if I'm not mistaken. His mom is Italian, French, Canadian. Guys, what is his parents? Tell me. His parents are immigrants. Okay, he grew up with like a really interesting family dynamic where but his parents, French, thank you. And as far as I know, there's like an allowance into his family life along with his content, but he doesn't daily stream. He's not really like in it like that. So some of his life is content. Then you have like a Destiny who's like, his life is content, but it's fake. His life is content. All of his life is content, but none of his real life is content. See, the thing with Destiny, when Destiny comes on stream and he goes, I don't know why Brittany would say this. My whole life's public. Why is she saying that I'm hiding stuff? Because Destiny pretends that his whole life is content, but he's not really sharing anything with you. It's the facade of sharing something with you while sharing way too much with you. He overshares, and yet none of his real life is content because his real life doesn't even exist. He doesn't know what it is. He doesn't even know what his real life is. Okay? I might share about my life, but my life isn't content. I don't have couple streams. I'm not taking you I'm not telling you guys where I live. I don't, make travel content about my life or eating locally with me in Croatia. I don't make that kind. So it's always a spectrum. It's all of us are sharing a part of our life and none of us are sharing our life. But then some people like family vloggers, like the Frankie I shared with you, she overshared. Her life was content. She didn't have a life outside of content. In a sense, it's like like FouseyTube. What was FouseyTube without content, right? Chet says, can we ever get to see a couple stream from you, Brittany? Is that ever possible? Why would you want to see it? Let's say you're at work. Do you ever ask your boss, hey, are you going to bring your partner to work? I'd love to see them. Think about it like that. Think about it like that. If you're at work, would you want your coworker to bring their partner to work? Why would their partner come to work with you? Why do you as an audience ever want to see somebody's partner? I know why I would want to see someone's partner, so I'm not saying it's a bad question. I'm saying, do you know why you would want to see it? So I think we want to see people's partners because we think it would tell them something about it, right? Chet said, yeah, I might for a special occasion. Sure, but I don't have that kind of a work event. I don't have work events where I have to bring my partner with me, right? Chet says you talk about them all the time. Yeah, and which way do you mean that? I talk about them all the time, but they're not the content, right? I talk about them all the time, but in the same way people talk about their kids all the time, but do you need to meet their kids? Yeah, Chad says we also don't know you in person or personally. Yeah, it's I think some people want their life, I don't wake up okay, to answer Discord's question, because I think it's a good question. I turn off my computer and I go to my life. When I come on stream, I'm at work. So my life isn't content. I allow parts of my life to be used within the content to make context. But Discord asked a really good question. If I didn't have a boundary between those two things, then I would say my life is content. But I don't do that. Who I think struggles with this is kind of Hassan. I really wish Hassan would go on a vacation where he didn't have to stream. I don't know if he does it, but I always see that man on vacation streaming. He was in Croatia with his family and he was still working. And I'm like, Hassan, go on vacation. This man cannot get off the internet, And then same with certain people, go on vacation. And I just want to make sure that there's a separation. So sometimes I think there's a spectrum. It's not a clear answer, but I hope it answered your question. It's a spectrum of how much of your life is really the content. Or if I woke up every day and I was like, hey, can you make your coffee again? I want to get it for YouTube. That's fine. But also, I don't want that life. Does that make sense? I don't want that life. Yeah, Chet says he didn't stream his vacation itself in France or Croatia, but he did work because as in he did the news. That's a great point, actually. Hassan didn't turn his vacation into content, but he worked while he was on vacation. That's actually a great difference. That's a great category difference, actually. Hold on. That's really good, actually. Yeah, it's the people that are always streaming. Maybe that's more on the extreme side. Who's a good example of somebody who always has the camera on? Even if they're just eating dinner at a restaurant. I'm trying to think of who's a good example. Probably a daily streamer I don't watch really. But yeah, that's actually a great example of him having a little bit of a not turning his life into content. Either way, I'm not criticizing it. I'm just trying to use to answer the question for Discord. Okay, let's go back to Lud, because I'm sure this question will be answered through this as well, right?
Amassed more than 125,000 Twitch followers.
I've literally gone up 100 viewers saying nothing, just sitting in the just chatting section looking all cute as hell.
Okay, wait. Chat says, I don't know if it's maybe just my Indian ass, but we constantly are asking each other for special occasions like, hey, bring your wife or your husband. We really like to see them. Is that the same in other cultures? Yes, but not for streamers. Not for stream. Like asking, can someone come on your stream is not the same thing as saying, hey, bring your partner to this event. Because it's just a completely different context. That's all I'm saying. I think it is similar in America. I mean, at least in the parts I grew up in, like, yeah, you take your partner to certain events. But like for stream is like, it's like saying like, hey, does your partner ever show up in your OF content? Like, no. Because they don't, that's my job. Like, that's my job and I'm there to produce for that job. Like, my partner is not involved in any of my work anywhere. Because it's not their job, it's my job. And my job, if I had a YouTube example to your point, Chatter, if YouTube had a big event and I was invited and it was like the Streamies or some shit or YouTube something, and they were like, hey, bring your partners, maybe my partner would come with me. Or maybe not, because again, I'd be going for work and I don't know why I'd bring my partner. Right? Like, it depends on the situation, right?
2020 kicked off with an unexpected boom, not just for Ludwig, but for content creators across the board.
The breaking news, stay at home. That is the order tonight from 4.
And by the way, I don't have a safe space on the internet. If my partner showed up on stream, people would tear them apart, right? I don't exist on a safe space on the internet. Your partner can't show up without somebody tearing them apart in this space because people think your partners are here to be objectified, right? Like, I live in a space on the internet where your partner is a reason to like weaponize it against you, right? So gotta be careful.
State governors as the coronavirus pandemic spreads.
COVID sucked, there's no doubt about it. But while the world shut down, the internet lit up. Twitch didn't just grow, it exploded, practically tripling overnight. And Ludwig, he was strapped in and ready to ride the wave. His breakout moment came with PogChamps, an online chess tournament hosted by chess.com that turned Twitch into the world's nerdiest coliseum. 16 streamers, names like XQC, Moist Critical, and of course Ludwig, duking it out for a $10,000 prize pool and digital bragging rights. PogChamps caught fire. Overnight, it became the event on the internet. Ludwig got knocked out of the top bracket early, sure, but the real show started in the loser's bracket.
Want to do a little side wager? I'll give the 100 subs if you beat me. Easy money.
He clawed his way to the semifinals, where he took down XQC and then hit the grand finale, a face-off with Moist Critical. Over 72,000 viewers tuned in live. It was by far Ludwig's most watched stream ever, smashing his previous peak by over 56,000. He lost the final in Game 3, but it didn't matter, because Ludwig was becoming a household name.
I am Ludwig, Knight of the Moguls, fighter for the free. What do we stand for? Love, life, and subscribing to my YouTube channel at youtube.com/LudwigAugren.
From there, he latched on to breakout trends like Among Us, kept the content.
I also think one of the coolest parts too is how much boy focused this is. Like, remember, a lot of these streamer guys have male audiences and boys spend more time on the internet than girls generally, though that's shifting. And so you have to think about the two. The fact that I have over 70% women who watch me, thank you girls, like, big deal. Very big deal that I'm a full-time content creator with a girl audience that isn't fashion or makeup. Very big deal. And proves that girls are interested in philosophy, even though everybody keeps thinking it's a boys' bubble. It's not. Girls like it too, okay? And to the boys in my audience, shout out. Okay, we love you. But like, it's one of those things where like, I don't play Among Us. Oh, when Among Us was happening, people were like, Brittany, play Among Us with us. And I was like, no. And that's the thing. I was given opportunities to do stuff. I didn't want to do it. And the thing is, too, a big part of it was like, I didn't really want to ride the wave of being associated with that group of people. Because I knew from my brother, who's a, actually, he's a fan of these people, Valkyrie and Saikuno and all those people. I have a brother who like likes this bubble, and he was like, "You should try to collab with people." I was like, I don't want to be in the clique." And I already got fucked over being slightly with Destiny, and I was like, "No." And even Sneeko would call me all the time. He'd be like, "Jump on stream, let's collab." I'm like, "No." I would say no because I knew what would happen. I'd get pulled in, I'd be a part of the clique, and then all of a sudden that would be my brand, and I was not about to make that my brand. My brand was open to collaborations at most, but I didn't want to be part of the group. And then when the group did their whole thing, that's why I say, like, the way that went, I got out the easiest, but I think I did that because every time they called, I was like, I don't want to. And the one time I answered a call, do you guys remember? The one time Destiny called me and said, get on stream, Mr. Girl's attacking you. I was like, I don't want to. I'm high. I'm with my brothers. I'm hanging out. He's like, get on stream. Lav is attacking you. And I was like, you're such a clout goblin, bro. I was like, you're always looking for drama. And then I was like, my brothers were like, go, we don't care. Have fun. I was like, okay, I'll go hang out. And then that ended up being like one of the funniest streams. But why was it funny? Because they were stupid. I was high. They were all dramatic. And that shit was fun. But also, like, that's why I say streaming is like high school with money. Politics is high school with money. Listen, I love Elon. We were like best friends. I sucked his toes and everything. And then one day, Elon goes, I don't like Trump. I don't like Donald. What do you mean you don't like me? I'm like the reason you're even a person. Like, here's Trump and Elon fighting it out and being dramatic. Like, you know what I'm saying? You think streamers are any different? Because the president certainly isn't. We hold people to such a high standard. So think about that. Think about the standard we're holding people to when the president of the United States is having a literal fight with Elon Musk because their friendship went sour. Okay?
Flowing with Cutie Cinderella and started rolling out new segments, an original series that turned his channel into a goldmine of viral moments and inside jokes. Every week there was something new.
Oh yeah, chat. Chat says, may I remind chat, these are all white folks. I mean, that's what I meant earlier when I said Ludwig's, everything's looking a little white. Because look, I am shocked at the whiteness of Ludwig's bubble. It is shocking to me. It is so white. It's insane. I didn't want to say it earlier because I thought it was being funny, but actually I think it's important we point it out. You want to talk about a limitation of understanding based off a bubble? Not one brown person in sight. Who is it? Is it Hassan? Is that the token brown person in the group? Austin, because he's Lebanese? Love that. But you know what I'm saying? It is very white. It is white.
Something shareable, memeable, unforgettable.
Yeah, shirtless 10-year-old in my room. Woo!
But it wasn't just the content, it was the grind. From July through December, Ludwig streamed like a machine. Out of the 183 days, he was live for 175. That's only 8 days off in 6 months. And it paid off. By the year's end, he had cracked 1 million followers on Twitch and 1 million subs on YouTube. 2 platforms, 2 huge milestones, and 1 relentless creator. Then came February, and that streak ended. You see, Ludwig had planned a quick vacation, a quick visit with family back home and a ski trip in Maine. Time to chill, relax.
See, the fact that we have a family photo of his friends and family is so different. That's another part of it. He does post videos and like stuff with his family. They're comfortable, right?
Reset. But on the first night, things went sideways. His appendix had nearly burst. Emergency surgery. The whole 9 yards. Everything went fine, thankfully, but he was forced to take a few weeks off. And when he finally returned, something was off. The numbers dipped. Viewership slid. Not catastrophic, but definitely noticeable. Maybe it was the fear of going back to a normal job, or maybe it was ego. But either way, something inside of Ludwig snapped. Because what he did next didn't just bring the viewers back, it made history.
Boys, today, for the first time ever, we are going to do an uncapped subathon.
So for those of you not familiar with Twitch or streaming in general, a subathon is a special kind of marathon live stream on Twitch, where the length of the stream increases every time someone subscribes to the channel. On Twitch, a subscription, or sub, is a paid monthly support tier, generally costing about $5, but it gives viewers perks like ad-free viewing, exclusive emotes, and badges, plus it directly supports the streamer financially. Now, typically streamers put a cap on their subathon, meaning no matter how many subs roll in, the stream ends at a set time. But Ludwig, he didn't bother with the cap. His stream would keep going for as long as chat kept feeding the timer. Here's how it worked. Every new sub added 30 seconds to the stream, and when he first hit go live, the clock was set at 30 minutes. That's it, half an hour. Just a few minutes later, the timer had already climbed to 2 hours, 12 minutes, and 35 seconds. Quick math for you, that translates to 193 subs and roughly $965 in just minutes. For the next 31 days, Ludwig lived on camera. Every moment, every mundane detail of his life was shared with tens of thousands of viewers.
I am fascinated at subathons because the way I would crash out, the way I would say stuff on stream, I didn't mean to say because I was so low on spoons, I had no filter. Could you imagine spoonless, unmasked, autistic Britney on stream for that many hours, showing you my life? It works. They're great streams. People usually benefit from doing them. The way I would, do you know what I'm saying? I can barely, you know what I mean? Girls.
Gamed, he cooked, he worked out, he showered in shorts, thank God, and he slept. But even when he slept,
he showered.
The stream didn't stop. Every time Ludwig went to bed, he'd wake up finding the timer even longer than before. 30 hours, 40, 50.
Noah did this to raise money for Palestine, which was beautiful. And he was like, I don't know how you guys do this. This is so hard. He was like, I am exhausted. This is so difficult. Like, he had to eventually stop sleeping on stream because he couldn't get a good night's sleep to save his life. This is what I mean. I would literally kill myself doing this. I would die if I was even trying to sleep on stream. Like, I can't, you know, but ooh, the money, the clout, the status. It's interesting. Kai Cenat just did this crazy 30-day one, right? Where he was live streaming everything 24/7. There's something crazy about it. And a part of me, I'm going to be real with you. A part of me thinks it's really cool. A part of me really likes it. A part of me thinks it's so interesting. And a part of me probably thinks it's interesting because I know I couldn't do it to save my life. I just know I couldn't do it to save my life. I'm not about to film all my autistic meltdowns for the internet. You know what I mean? Like, these people don't have problems. These people don't have problems. my autistic ass would have a fucking meltdown and then I'd go viral for YouTuber has meltdown on stream. No. Do you know what I mean? No. But that's the point. That's what I think is funny. I'm like, do you not have any health problems? Do you not have any like medical problems? I have fibromyalgia. You know what I mean? Like, I'd be so tired. Wouldn't you, like, hello? Now, there was that one guy who tried not sleeping and eventually the cops had to get called in because he actually was like damaging his health. And that's crazy. Do you know what I mean? But I find this stuff fascinating because I literally physically couldn't do it. I think my biological experience wouldn't let me.
The thing says 60 hours, which seems a little high.
By day 10, Ludwig wasn't just streaming. He was dominating the internet, the most watched man on Twitch, and all he was doing was living his life. After 2 weeks, the subathon had outgrown its humble beginnings, and with no end in sight, Ludwig and the team decided to cut the time added per sub in half, from 20 seconds down to just 10. And yet, the timer would not die. Even when Ludwig stepped away, leaving the stream in the hands of his friend Slime, the audience only grew. Slime hosted chaotic trucking simulators in full Bass Pro cosplay. The boys riffed for hours, and it was so stupidly fun that viewers were more hooked than ever. By early April, Ludwig's subathon had crossed into uncharted territories. Donations spiked, viewers rallied, and eventually Ludwig and the team decided to hard cap the stream at 31 days, and because of that, a new goal emerged: to break the record. On April 13th, with the timer no longer extending and 10
Boys love breaking records. Another thing I love about boy bubbles is they do love trick shots. You guys ever watch trick shot TikToks? This is so exciting because this is the bubble I don't mind about boy bubbles. The next bubble of boy bubbles is so different. The next bubble about boy bubbles is going to crush you. Okay, so this is a boy bubble. That's a lot of fun. Trick shots, competitions, meeting deadlines, being the best at Smash. It's kind of like fun, which is why they tend to be more liberal, not progressive necessarily, but more progressive adjacent, versus the Andrew Tate, Hamza's, self-improvement, self-help bubbles, misogynistic, racist, really violent. This is what's so interesting about bubbles. Very different bubbles. I much more prefer this bubble. And then who's the person in the middle is like the Tectone and the Yasmins. So there's the Ludwigs and the Hassans, the Tectone and the Yasmins, the Hamzas and the Sneekos. Okay, it's a spectrum. Okay, I'm always rooting for the centrist guys to go more left. Okay, but then, okay, these are the threes. And then on the very, very left is like, left bubbles have a hard time getting boys involved. But if they do, it's difficult because like they're not very good at it. I mean, Hassan's like the closest, but damn, I don't even know a good example. I think Noah has like a 60% guy ratio, maybe. But yeah, I can't even think of like who would be left of who would be like, I guess Hassan is the guy. That's interesting. Is Hassan the only boy leftist streamer that gets a large male audience involved at those numbers? Because Asmin's like one of the top guys, right? He is the top political streamer right now, which is a crazy thing to say aloud, since I don't even consider Asmin political. The fact that Asmin's even considered a political streamer makes me want to die. Because I can't even imagine that, like, how is he even political? You know? Chat says, Braid, I'm finding trouble relating to this. Why is this important? So there's this thing that happens online, because I think it's going to coincide more with tomorrow's stream as well. A lot of the boys who show up on the internet are not niche artists, creatives. They're trying to beat an algorithm, which makes them more of a brand. But the brand is showing up as yourself, right? And so is that what you're asking me about? How is Ludwig's video? Because the theme of today's stream is the creative versus celebrity versus the scam. The thing about streamers is they're celebrities as well as the other three categories. So Ludwig is the celebrity brand who plays as a normal person because he kind of is, right? Okay, then we're going to move into Lana Del Rey and then Hamza, because Lana is the celebrity who we thought was a creative but was always a brand. And Hamza is the brand who pretends to be a creative for the sake of helping boys at the expense of boys. So we're just talking about all the different bubbles, right? And how it all follows through. And I'm fascinated by it. This is a special interest I have about celebrity culture and creatives. What does it mean to be a creative in a space where YouTube is supposed to be a place for independent creators? Now, to be fair, Ludwig is a Twitch streamer.
of thousands watching, the number ticked upward. Ludwig had officially become the most subscribed Twitch streamer of all time. And the last few hours were surreal. Tension gave way to nostalgia. The race car bed was destroyed in celebration. Donations poured in, not for time, but for charity. Ludwig pledged over $350,000 to causes like St. Jude's and the Humane Society. Then, as the timer hit 0, Ludwig sat quietly in front of his camera. No grand finale, no gimmicks. Just a salute and a screen fading black for the first time in a month. The subathon pulled over 283,034 active subscribers, generated millions of hours watched, and launched a new format that many would imitate, but few would ever match. It was a once-in-a-lifetime moment, and Ludwig knew it. The thing no one tells you about blowing up online is what comes next. Everyone's ready for the rise, the subscribers, the headlines, the attention, all focused in one direction: you. In the content world, most creators only get one act. You blow up, you ride the high, and eventually you fade. It's nothing personal.
Exactly. But okay, like this girl, Haktua girl, right? Isn't that who that is? I think about this all the time. Like, I think creatives don't sell out, but I think when you sell out, you're a brand. I think brands sell out because they have to. You have to be a really successful brand. Like, I think the Vlogbrothers did a really good job of being a creative before a brand, but still have a good brand, but didn't sell out the way they could have. I think they could have probably sold out pretty big, you know? They probably could have done it. But see, Haktua sold out because she tried to ride the wave of her fame, but it wasn't enough. Even though it got some money and there is some traction, Jake Paul, I think, is the reason she got signed to a podcast label, right? Chad says, where do like the Curtis Connors fall? I don't watch Curtis, so it's hard for me to know exactly. I've never been into Curtis's content. No reason, actually. I can't even remember what they make content about, if I'm going to be honest. I just know what they look like. I think Curtis is more in the Noah Samsen bubble, right? But I think Curtis is also adjacent with, who are the two boys who sit on the couch and they have the microphone? I forget their names. Oh, shoot. I don't watch them either. That's why I can't remember their name very well. But they remind me of the same bubble. There's a soft boy bubble. Sad boys, is that what they're called? There's a liberal leftist. Yeah, Jarvis and Jordan, those boys. There's a certain bubble of boys on the internet that are the soft boys that I don't find myself gravitating towards, but I think it's because they feel young to me in a way that doesn't feel millennial. And I have to remember that's not good or bad. It's just millennial. They're very Gen Z feeling. I'm not even sure if they are literally Gen Z, but I know they have a really good reputation online, but I don't know much about them, if that makes sense. You know? But I think I've only heard good things about the bubble, right? Right? Just as they're like older Gen Z, I guess. Yeah, they have a very hip vibe, you know? Drew Good and sweet. I think Drew is sweet. I watch him on occasion. Same with Danny. I like Danny. I watch him on occasion. You know, they have a very sweet aesthetic, but that's also, they play into that brand so well. They play into their aesthetic so well. Like Danny and Drew, wait, I am Drew, I am Danny, and we are not the same person. They could never be the edgy goth who's like, I used to cut in high school, because that's like not their story. Even if it is secretly what's happening behind closed doors. Okay, example, if Drew or Danny came out and said, guys, I have to tell you something. I've really been suffering actually from depression. I self-harm. I actually tried to commit suicide. People would be like, oh my God, like it would be the biggest deal ever because it's so contrary to the image of their brand. But if Trisha came out and said the same thing, everyone would be like, fuck you, Trisha. We know, attention whore, slut. You know, they demean her. One, because she's a woman, or, you know, but two, perceived a woman. And then two, because we already know that about Trisha. So because we already know it about you, people don't care anymore. But since you never talk about it and now you're bringing it up, now it's like, whoa, I never imagined this person would be struggling with that. But then, and that's the problem with being the cluster B or being BPD on the internet, is like, I could never have the brand where people care that I'm having mental health struggles. Okay? That's why Cutie Cinderella, so valid. People really were hurting for her in Pokimane because I think a lot of people resonate with them as more of a normal bubble, which is true. You know, I struggled to truly understand why Cutie Cinderella was so upset at first. And then I realized it's because I'm so fucked up compared to if my friend, if Cutie Cinderella, the thing she went through with the deep fakes, if that happened to my friend or my sister, I would burn the world for them. Not literally, just emotionally. I would be so upset for them. But when I realized if it happened to me, I would see it as the normalized abuse I expected to handle being a girl on the internet who's a sex worker. Because no one's going to care about it if it happens to me. No one's going to care. It does not matter. Because they're going to say, you already put yourself out there. What does it matter? Even though it should matter. But because my friends don't put themselves out there like that, I would be upset for them. Because that's not how they show up in the world. But I internalized it so much that in the second it came out, I couldn't think about it. And then I was like, Brittany, what the fuck? Why do you even think that? And it's because it's a good little defense mechanism I got built up to keep myself ready. You know? But that's the thing. You know what I mean? Like, people are already making content about, like, quote, Brittany's running a cult. I have to be ready for anything, baby. You know? Like, they don't care about you. And they feel like they don't have to care about you because you're autistic or BPD or whatever, or you're a sex worker. So anyways, shout out to Cutie for doing the work that she's doing, because I think stuff like that should be criminalized. You know, you shouldn't be able to do deep fakes of people. You know, porn deep fakes. That's disgusting. Anyways, let's keep going.
Personal. It's just the nature of the game.
Here's what happened. The subathon ended and I got 283,000 subs. I was the most sub streamer, bunch of media attention around it. I had the highest viewers.
Oh, by the way, subs is paid. Subs are not on Twitch. Subs are people that pay, right, guys? On YouTube, you don't pay to become a subscriber. But if somebody's subbing on Twitch, that means he's getting money for every sub. So 200,000 subs at how much? $5? Is that how it works? So what's 5 times 200,000?
Ever had 200,000 people watching live at one moment. The most subs anyone's ever had ever. I was like, dope. I cried from joy. And obviously, like, for that month, I was like the biggest Twitch streamer. And I thought after that, I was like, I made it. Red carpet, all right, paparazzi. I thought from then on, I was gonna be the biggest streamer in the world. And I wasn't. I fell off drastically. Like, crashed down to almost less than I had before I even did the subathon. I had the biggest fall off anyone's ever had, in fact, on Twitch. I went from 280,000 subs to 0, which no one's ever done.
But Ludwig wasn't interested in being another character in that game. Instead, he decided...
I agree. Chat says, I think generally people are more sympathetic to autistic people rather than BPD people. 100%. Yeah, they blame you for your BPD, but they think autism is what you're born with, so they don't think about it. But yeah, they weaponize BPD against you more than autism, for sure.
To take the controller and make his own.
Post subathon, there was also a moment.
Colin and Samir. I watched Colin and Samir. Very interesting show. They do not discriminate with who they interview, and they try to make friends with everybody, which is why some people don't like them, because they're pretty friendly with Mr. Beast. But also I like them because they interview everybody. But also I tend to raise an eyebrow a bit at the friendliness, because they're very like business focused YouTubers, which is cool, right? They also lost their houses in the LA fires that happened recently, which is devastating. That's pretty sad. But their community rallied. They're okay. But both of them just moved to their homes in LA and it got burned down. How sad is that?
Where your Twitch contract.
And they said something so powerful, which is, you know, for the internet, this is a news story that will last a week. But for us, this will take years to recover from. Remember that every time you hear about a genocide or a tragedy happening around the world or the floods happening in Texas, this is just a news story for you. This is somebody's whole life. And the next few years, up to 10 years of their life to recover.
Ends.
Yeah, the subathon had kind of wrapped up and the contract was ending, and I started to talk to Twitch, and we chatted. It didn't feel like Twitch wanted me as much as I thought. Maybe they should. Maybe self-righteously, I thought like they should want me. I'm the most subbed guy. And I started to rethink if I wanted to be on Twitch.
I would still have...
See, even that conversation that he has in his head, I want you to think about that. Like, does Sabrina Carpenter talk, like, is she thinking like that? Hey, these companies should want her. They should do brand deals. This is a brand thought. I, as a creative, have never thought in my head, YouTube should want me, Twitch should want me. I'm so popular. I never thought about that in my life. 1, because I'm not famous, but 2, even if I was, I don't think that's how my brain works. But that's probably because I'm not famous. I think I would be famous if that's how my brain worked. Or maybe I would be more popular if that's how my brain worked. You remember how we watched Simone B the other day, and Simone was talking about Tyler Perry, and she was just like, I want to be Tyler Perry. I want to be Tyler Perry. Like, yeah, I don't think about that stuff. I used to dream about it when I was like Devil Wears Prada, you know, but I never think about it. And I think that's kind of the thing that does set the difference. But I think he's right to think like that in a sense if he's going for brand. And Simone B too, like if she wants, or B Simone, Simone B, B Simone, B, her name is B Simone? I forget. I think she's right to think of herself as a brand, but also I have a video of hers I want to watch with you guys. I really have had contact with just about everybody. I know for a fact that I'm one of those content creators that other content creators don't know why they know who I am, but somehow they're in my DMs or have talked to me. And I always wonder about this. And I think it's because they are really going for brand and I'm not. And I think I confuse them. And so they think I'm lying to them or something. But I one time had a collaboration option with a girl and we had got connected to it through a friend. And we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. But we had decided to collab. And then when I showed up, she ghosted me. And to this day, I really believe it's because she realized I wouldn't be good for her brand. And I think that's why I've always raised an eyebrow at like brand content creators, because I think that's really smart. But I think it's kind of cruel, the business of it all. I wish she had just said like, I'm not interested in a collab, or never answered the DM instead of ghosting me at the event when I showed up to collab with her. Like, why'd you ghost me? I remember emailing her like, hey, I'm here. Are you ready? And then nothing. And I was like, okay, confused. Right? And that's the problem. Why do YouTubers struggle so bad at this game? And it's because none of us are trained to do it. And it's a dog-eat-dog world. You know what I'm saying? But we don't know what we're doing. And that's why I think it's so interesting with everything we're going to talk about tomorrow. And I'm building this up to it. Okay. Is like, we're not all doing the same thing, but we're all called YouTubers. I think that's the issue with everything happening. I'm not saying it's wrong to be good at business or to be branded. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm saying it's significant to your life or to your life as you view stuff and consume stuff, whether it's on YouTube or in media or Sabrina Carpenter or anything else, right?
Viewers if I was bald.
No, you would not.
Yeah, people like me because I'm witty and I'm bilingual.
Oh, this is interesting. See, Lud did an interesting thing here. Pay attention.
Yeah, so am I.
Oh, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Oh, yeah? What language do you speak?
American Sign Language.
Prove it.
Thank you.
Everyone knows that.
Cat.
That was kind of impressive.
Father. You know what poop is?
This is gay. This is pea brain. That's all my brother-in-law learned. My brother and I learned. My farm brother, we learned pea brain and gay in our ASL classes. So that's the important stuff.
Huh. It's pretty much the same one.
Yeah, it's just like a different color.
Yeah. Just want to take that home?
Let's go.
Yeah.
Ludwig didn't see his YouTube deal as a platform switch.
Well, hold on, pause. Chet says, I feel like brand creators stand for nothing and I see no need to support them or give them any attention. But here's the thing. It's a spectrum, right? The Vlogbrothers stand for stuff, but they're also branded, but they're also creative. Super brand content creators like Mr. Beast stand for nothing, but they pretend they do through their fake philanthropy stuff, right? So I agree with you. The Mr. Beasts don't support, right? But the Vlogbrothers, I'm kind of into. The Brady Simons, kind of into. But what if Brady Simon became a creative that's branded well? Would I still have support? I hope so. Goddamn. But see, it's different. Like, I know the difference between watching like Cavernacle, who we're going to talk about tomorrow. Love him. Obviously not a brand, but has an aesthetic, has an expectation of content, but he's not like a brand. Okay. But that's why I like him. But he only makes like, he shared how much he made on YouTube and he makes like, I think he said 40K, something like that, which yeah, because he's not a brand. Okay. He's a person and he shows up talking about stuff he cares about. But when you talk about stuff you care about and you're creative, you're not making that much money. So it's interesting. Like some people ask about Ludwig. Does Ludwig kick people out of the group because it's bad for the brand or because it's the right thing to do or both? And that's always interesting. Are people not associating with you because it's bad for the brand or because they genuinely don't understand you? I know as an autistic girly, I must have made a lot of people confused over the years. And I don't mean to put that on them. I think we were all confused. I was certainly confused. I was confused how all these people were so outspoken and loud on the internet. But the moment we were in private, sheep, pushovers, I could have blown them over. I'm like, what is happening? The fact that all these people make fights with people on the internet, calling out like leftists and liberals and conservatives, but in private, which is fine. I'm very nice in private, but also I'm pretty strong about my stances. So you know what I'm saying? Interesting. Like
saw it more as a blank canvas. Not the kind you see in a museum where the final painting is already a perfectly crafted Mona Lisa, but the kind you use when you're about to watch a Bob Ross how-to because you don't know the first thing about painting.
YouTube, I mean, they make you feel like you're having drinks with your buds at the table. And so talking with them more and more, I started to feel better about it.
With YouTube backing him, he suddenly had the freedom to try anything, and that's exactly what he did. He wanted a space where he could talk about whatever he wanted. No chat weighing in live, no stress of getting banned on his main channel again, and somewhere he felt comfortable uploading videos that would help him in creating content.
And this is the first time I've ever said this, but the reason that I created this channel in the first place is because I thought that I was going to start uploading videos on a different channel than the channel that I was live streaming from when I started my YouTube contract. And what it started to develop into is this channel became a place where I honed a skill that I was incredibly bad at.
And just remember, the moment he becomes a person who has a YouTube contract, he's on a different level. Okay? Who has a YouTube contract? Because even big YouTubers with a million subscribers, they don't have a YouTube contract. They don't have a contract. They're not special. Some of them are. Some of them have contacts. But the fact that he has a contract, right? That means YouTube was like, hey, we want to poach you from Twitch. We're going to pay you X amount of dollars to come to our platform. He's in a different league than the rest of us that are just full-time content creators, but we're like in our houses, relax. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, this is the thing that I find so fascinating about this space. Do we even know this when we're consuming content creators, who and how they work? Hasan is in an incredibly privileged position. The fact that he had a contract from Amazon puts him on a different caliber than anybody else. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, so when we sit there as viewers and we view these people like they're all the same in terms of all being adults, but we're not playing the same games. We do not have the same contacts or options or privileges. It's a very specific game. And to be honest with you, how ethical would it be for Hasan to take another contract? Because I would argue pretty unethical. I would question Hasan's dedication to anti-capitalism if he was now currently offered an Amazon deal. Because it would be like, why? You've already made it. Again, how rich do you have to be before you start turning down money? Like, how rich do you need to be before you stop? Like, it was one thing to do it in the beginning, the life-changing money in the beginning. That's okay. But to do it now, same thing with like Lady Gaga. How rich do you have to be before you stop going on Howard Stern? Because now I'm just going to think you like him. How famous do you have to be, Beyonce? How rich before you give it up? Like, that's all I'm asking. Because for me and my partner, we talk about this every day. Which money am I supposed to take and which money aren't I supposed to take? We talked about this. If Amazon came to me and offered me money, would I take it? Would it be ethical since I'm currently boycotting Amazon? But then what if I was a Twitch streamer? See, I'm not a Twitch streamer, but what if I was? Is that okay? These are big ethical questions I'm not sure about. You know, we're figuring it out. Right? Chat says, where are the mods? There used to be so many mods. My mods aren't mods like that. I don't even know my mods. Like, my mods are just great people in my audience who volunteer to help. But like, if they're here, but they're not obligated to be here. I mod. Don't worry, girls. I'll catch you. You know what I mean? But like, my mods are not, I don't run. See? Oh, good example. My mods are not special. So you asking like, oh, was there a falling out? They're just people. We don't have that kind of relationship. I don't have that kind of relationship with my mods. There is no falling out. You can't fall out. You can just not want to be a mod or you act up. Do you know what I mean? But like, I don't have that kind of community. I'm just a creative who's sitting here and vibing. And people watch me and I make a living doing it. But I don't have a community of mods. I don't have like a community. Like, that's the brain difference. Remember when Ethan kept going after Frogan, calling her Hasan's mod? Stop calling her Hasan's mod. But see how that moves Frogan into status now? Hasan's mod. And I'm like, you guys are so weird. This is the weirdest community in the world. It's not that deep, but they're making it that deep. Chess says, Brittany loves to ban. I really do. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. Okay?
Which is offline recordings.
Every Mogul Mail upload was a surprise. There was everything from life advice to personal updates to commentary about creator slop.
This is awkward. Because this is 21 Savage, who just released an album with Drake, scamming Aiden Ross out of thousands of dollars when he's worth eight something figures. It's a crazy thing to do even if you're not rich, but it's just extra levels of crazy when you are that rich, that famous, and also in front of 100,000 people.
At the same time, he was giving away pieces of the empire that he'd built throughout the years, and he wasn't handing out pieces in charity, but in loyalty. Earlier that year, Ludwig and his friends Nick, Aiden, and Slime started The Yard.
I had an idea. We get our shit together, and we make a podcast.
So, what about calling it The Yard? Okay.
Well, that's good.
I don't know.
That's good. I like that a lot. That's a good idea.
You like
Put
it
it there.
Okay.
You did great.
How do you do this all the time? Another good idea out of Lovelace.
I don't know.
How do you always do it? How do you always do it?
I like it.
Let's do it. Let's get started.
Yeah,
All right.
right.
The Yard was his way of saying thank you, because for Ludwig, those three guys were more than just friends. They had been there before the spotlight ever found its way to him, and instead of leaving them behind, they sat down in a couple of lawn chairs, turned on the mics, and talked like the cameras didn't exist. And it popped, with every episode getting hundreds of thousands of views and a Patreon with almost 59,000 members. The Yard was printing more money.
A Patreon with 59,000 members. Michael Burns, formerly known as the host of Wisecrack, asked for a goal of 2,000 patrons, okay? And people were mad at him. Even though, like, that could be possible. Okay, like 59,000 patrons. Patrons. And Patreon's kind of dying. Everyone's always talking about Patreon dying. Patreon's not working. Only the biggest creators are doing good on Patreon right now. Patreon's kind of, it's got its tech problems. Sign up for my Patreon, guys. Come join the Discord events every Sunday, you know? But damn.
And Ludwig knew what to do with. So splitting the near $250,000 a month only felt right. It wasn't just
$250,000 a month.
podcast that was profit sharing disguised as a hangout. But Ludwig didn't want to just make things. He wanted to enable others to do the same, to help creators whose ideas were bigger than their budgets.
I started a company called Offbrand with the idea of making events for not just myself, but other creators.
Offbrand Studios was officially launched on September 27th, 2022, with big expectations for the future. Now, event production is no easy task. The logistics, live problem solving, and massive behind-the-scenes efforts make it a constant challenge. Lucky for Ludwig, he had experienced employees lined up at the door. There were multiple people staffed from his own company, Mogul Moves, and even Beyond the Summit, the same production company that he worked with throughout his entire career. Now, for those of you who don't know, Beyond the Summit was a production company that played a huge role in shaping the culture of esports. They held events for games like Dota 2, CSGO, Rocket League, and of course, both of the Super Smash titles. It was known as a community-driven company that cared equally about the fans and the players. But with the esports community taking a tumble...
Now, the thing about Ludwig that's interesting is that he's a community person. So in some ways, he can't be a creative. But then you take a J-Reg who's doing his creative work and physical activism, and then you think about it from that bubble perspective. Do you guys know that bubble? The J-Reg CJ the X bubble is a creative bubble whose artists who are edgy, who are also building activism bubbles. So it's kind of interesting. They're both creatives and not, but they're also building bridges with not so erudites, which is questionable, but also, you know what I mean? Like there's something to be said about the different kinds of the way that people show up so differently, right? Right? Yeah, J-Reg also separates the art from the community somehow. They're very interesting the way they brand. And look, like, there's a third guy too. He came on my chat and he's like, if you're ever in Toronto, hit us up. And I'm like, that's so sweet. I've yet to believe there's a healthy YouTube community that feels safe. And that's because I think we're all just working together. And again, I think I'm too much of a solo creative to value building a brand with people in which I wouldn't, do you know what I mean? Like there's something there that's interesting. Like I would love the interview. I would love the collab. I would love the hangout, but I don't want to be dragged into something. I don't want to be a part of the clique. There's something cliquey about these social groups. And I think it's just my autism noticing the pattern. I don't like it. Like there's something about it where I was like, I don't want to be I don't want to, I appreciate everybody, but I also don't want to be anyone's friend. And I don't think people understand the difference in a sense, you know? Discord said, would you feel weird about small creators taking Amazon big brand deals? I see other new baby creators do it, and I don't judge them, but I do think about the ethics of it. No, I don't think it's my place to... I don't think it's my place to judge how people survive under capitalism, except when it becomes my job. And I try not to judge people because I know how hard it is. I I don't know how I would feel about it, right? Like it depends on the context. I don't judge people right now who still use Amazon. Like I don't think about it that way. I'm not here to judge people in that context, right? I'm here to decide how I feel about it as a person, but it's so subjective, like it's so specific to the individual, right? Chat says, or actually Discord said, how do you as a creator decide whose cash and money to take? Yeah, that's what I do. And I sit down and I have that conversation with my partner. We decide that all the time. Yeah, like I do my best. I'm never asking for perfection for sure, right? Yeah. I try to take it case by case. Chet says, I think as a content creator, your reputation is huge and working with others can be very high risk, though also high reward. 100%. One of the greatest ways to rise to fame on YouTube is collaborative work. That's why the makeup industry did so good. Jeffree Star and James Charles and Tati, and look how that turned out. Yes, huge risk, high reward, but look how it turns out. Look at, it's been kind of disappointing to see Kai Cenat. He does collaborations with some of the worst people, a lot of not great people. I think I saw one of him and Chris Brown and I was like, what is this? Right? I did see that, right? I'm not just saying that. I'm not pulling that out of my ass. Kai Cenat, Chris Brown. He just did one with DDG, Yeah, Kai Cenat and Chris Brown. Gross. No, Kai. No. You know what I mean? No. But yes, collaborations absolutely make things big, right? But I'm also, see how specific I am, right? I'm very specific with, I should have been more specific during my era of collabing, but that's the irony of it. Guys, the reason I got fucked up with Destiny again was because I literally had already gotten fucked over with the Shoe on Head ContraPoints collaborations. And I came back to YouTube saying, okay, I am not collabing with anybody. Then I was like, okay, I'm ready to collab again. And one of my viewers was like, you should talk to Destiny. Progressive, non-binary. Fuck. It's not safe out here in these streets. It's not safe in these streets. I'm telling you, it's not safe in these streets. Okay? The Stevie Bobby stuff, oh my God. Not safe in these streets. Not safe in these streets, bros. And then I'm just like, I fucking A, bro. And so now I'm back at it again, where Noah Samson just did his stream and people were like, Brittany, go on his stream. And I was like, no, I'm telling you, I don't want to be a part of the clip, but I did donate money to Palestine. I don't want to be a part of the clip. I'm telling you, there's something toxic about these fucking group dynamics. And I think it's because we're all traumatized. I think that's what it is. I think we're traumatized and none of us are aware of it and it's keeping us fucked up. I like that FD wanted to reach out to Erudite, but the fact that she on that same collaboration said, I'm so glad FD would talk to me, even though I won't burn the bridge with Destiny. In an ideal world, Destiny and FD would talk again. No. And that's the thing. I can't build a world with people I don't want to build a world with that form of compromise. I don't want to compromise on it. If you support a predator, I can't compromise with you. The only person who needs to sit there and be kind to a predator is their therapist and their mother. But I'm not, you know what I mean? I can be unconditionally love people, but not publicly, not with the way that she's doing it. Do you know what I mean?
They were eventually forced to shut down in early 2023. But Off-Brand wasn't trying to be beyond the summit. Its goal wasn't to just host gaming tournaments.
Oh, and those collaborations are private now, guys, because I don't want to be associated with those people. All my collaborations with YouTubers I've done over the years are basically all privated, unless they're not, because I don't want to be associated. Some collaborations are still up so people can see my work, but my old collaborations are private now because I just don't want... I'm telling you, I had a pretty... I get it now in hindsight, everybody was traumatized. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Everyone's traumatized. So we're going to have bad experiences with one another. But I think for my sense of justice brain, I really struggle with these people in very privileged positions continuing to make decisions where they're the victim. But are you? I don't know. We'll talk about it tomorrow.
was to challenge the norms of live streaming. For example, XQC's gaming show Juiced. Juiced was a game show where contestants would compete in games of wit and athleticism to win the final prize, which was basically to not get juiced. It wasn't a brand new idea, but for streaming, it was. And sure, the actual event was a little scuffed at the beginning, but for it being Off-Brand's first one, it was considered a success. Writing the success of Off-Brand, Ludwig's mindset was to do one thing: take streaming to places that couldn't even be imagined.
What's chess boxing?
The coolest sport ever, dude.
What?
It is one round of chess, and then you switch for one round of
This is such a boy bubble.
boxing, and you alternate until somebody wins by checkmate or knockout.
The internet was split, one half eager with anticipation and the other laughing, but both sides ended up tuning in, with the stream getting 315,000 peak viewers, close to a full 100k more than his month-long subathon. The thought of the event was so far-fetched that it shouldn't have worked, and depending on how you look at it, it didn't. The chess boxing event lost close to $150,000 of Ludwig's own money, but it wasn't about profit, it was about what was possible, and that same thought process persisted through every event.
This was the coolest event I've ever been able to do, and I hope it was worth your time.
From the Streamer Games, a multi-day competition that felt as if the Olympics had a YouTube channel,
We won Ludwig Streamer Games, okay? Everyone's gonna call it rigged. It's not rigged.
to the Creator Dodgeball Tournament, it became evidently clear that everything Ludwig did had to be one thing: different.
Ethan wanted to be a part of this bubble so bad, and they just wouldn't invite him. Ethan, I understand. I have my own friends on the internet, but even they're questionable. Remember when Ethan went for Ludwig and attacked and everything? And that's what I'm saying. Everybody wants to be a part of the clip. Or the click, sorry. Everyone wants to be part of the click until you're not allowed in, and then they get butthurt. Remember when Ludwig told Destiny he couldn't hang out with them anymore? And Destiny's like, why the fuck not? And Ethan's like, why can't I want to be friends. Like, I think there's so much trauma here about abandonment, and y'all are calling me cluster B. Y'all got abandonment issues. You can't hang out with them. Why do you even want to hang out with them? You know what I mean? Like, this is what the boys do on the internet, though. This is what people do. They form cliques, and then they decide, like, who's cool or not. And y'all, like, call me, I'm sorry. Let me be the crow lady in the forest who sticks her head out on occasion. But like, do you know what I'm saying? So when people are like, Brittany, talk to Ethan. Brittany, get through to Ethan. I'm not going to get through to that. Girl, his mother couldn't get through to him. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the time Ethan called Phil. Even with Phil. Remember when Phil and him used to be cool and now they're not? You know what I'm saying? Thank you, chat. You're so right about high school dynamics. Thank you. Thank you. Tell me this isn't high school with money. And I'm just saying, girl, how can I just want to be in this space, but I don't want to be a part of any of your cliques. This exactly feels like my high school experience. Do you know what my 2 years of public high school was like? Everybody coming to me for advice, all the popular kids, the theater kids, but nobody wanting me in their clique because I didn't know how to fit in there, and me just being like, I didn't want to come anyways. I don't know why you keep inviting me, but I'd love to give advice, so keep asking. I still love that. Keep asking me for advice, but like, I don't want to come to your parties. And that's what I call autistic, an autistic experience. Yeah, Erudite also agrees with Ethan. I know, I saw the video. This girl never learns. This girl cannot learn to save her fucking life. The way Not So Erudite was like, Ethan just pulled the smartest thing on YouTube ever. This girl cannot learn to save her life, bro. I get it though, it's hard to learn.
And for a while, that's exactly what Off-Brand was, a successful production company behind multiple events, many of which pulled a substantial viewership. But by late 2024, Off-Brand began to eerily resemble Beyond the Summit in more ways than one. Cracks started to show in a business model that proved nearly impossible to sustain. Production costs exceeded what most creators were willing or able to pay. In the end, the combination of an unstable industry and financial mismanagement led Off-Brand to officially shut down on December 13th, 2024.
Unfortunately, yesterday we had to announce that we're closing down the production side of Off-Brand.
Stop. Discord said, imagine if somebody had convinced you to collab with Vosh. I am so lucky. I really dodged a bullet, bro. I wish I had dodged the Destiny bullet. I wish I had just done some goddamn research. I gotta start doing my research. But look, I've had opportunities to collab with other people too, and I'm like, I don't know. Like, that's the thing. I like people. I wish it was a safe space to collab with people. I want it to be a safe space. I want it to be a safe space to collab with people. Why isn't it though? And I think it's because we're traumatized. Why isn't it a safe space? And I think we got too comfortable with being edgy. Do you know what weirdly, I can't believe we're talking about, we're going to talk about this tomorrow, but what really wore me out in the Destiny space was the unprofessionalism. I was like, look, I like stream because I don't have to be too professional, but this is too far. I was on a debate panel and Lav was like showing her feet on camera and yelling at me and picking on me. And I was like, okay, I don't want to come to work and do this. Like, I'm okay with streamers being a little edgy, but like, I think I do want us to be more professional because like, this isn't what I imagined. The fact that Ethan had Dr. Kirkonda so bullied off the internet that they had to take down his video, like, I don't like it. I don't like it. I think it's like inherently toxic. And so like a part of me is just trying to keep myself safe because everybody feels so fucked up to me. You know, and everyone is so, I mean, the way Ethan is going for these small creators and everything, it's kind of crazy.
In a space obsessed with being bigger, faster, louder, Ludwig's secret weapon is that he's never pretended to be anything that he's not. It's not talent, plenty of people are talented. It's not discipline, he streams maybe 4 hours a day.
My ideal dream is that I stream 4 hours, 6 days a week, right? I have done maybe 4 hours, 6 days this month. Okay? And the month is damn near over.
It's not luck. He's made his fair share of mistakes. What makes him stick out among a crowd is how little he hides. How he not only shares his wins, but also his losses. He made the Yard's Patreon numbers public, helped creators' ideas come to life, and paved the way for others to follow. At the same time, he's admitted to hating his second channel, Mogul Mail.
I don't like talking about these things. It's not like a big mood lifter for my day. In addition,
he's talking about the time he talked about negative trending topics and he was getting exhausted and burnt out.
To not wanting to make stuff that I don't think is good, making stuff that is incredibly heavy, has made it harder.
When his company Off-Brand eventually was forced to close its production branch, he didn't shy away about why.
So the issue was less that events don't make money, but more so that the appetite from creators for events of that scale at the cadence it would need to be would not allow people to be employed full-time.
He's been brutally honest about his fears of parasocial relationships with his fans.
You shouldn't form a relationship with
not even just with fans, with other creators, and the feeling you get when you do collab with people and the audiences love you for it. Like, that's the problem, is like, it's really hard to know who's your friend anywhere in the world, whether you're at a regular job and let alone being a creative. The difference is that we're being broadcasted. And that's why I want you to take all of this into consideration. This also happens with being celebrities. We're going to do Lana Del Rey next. Lana Del Rey is a great example of this because of her associations with all of the people she's dated, Taylor Swift, all the people she's dated, the way they do relationships, the way Lana just got married to this alligator guy, and the way that people feel about it, right? It doesn't matter where you are in life. The difference is that when you're a public figure, a creative, a celebrity, you're being examined and criticized on a multitude of levels, from the work you create, to the people you associate with, to the status you reach, right? That's the thing. Okay, so we're almost done with this video and then we'll move into Lana.
At the end of the day, I'm entertainment. If I stop entertaining, you stop watching. That's it.
A lot of creators lean into parasocial relationships, acting like the chat is just one of the boys, and if they ever met in real life, that they would be the best of friends. But in actuality,
none of your content creators, your favorite ones, including me, are your friends.
He pushed the narrative that you don't really know your favorite creator, and that's okay.
Yeah, I feel like even coming on this show could promote social relationships if I'm being too real.
Yeah.
And then they're like, damn, Ludwig's so real. I actually like him now. And then they give me their money. And they're like, I love you. And then they're my DMs, Dr. K.
Even on stream, he isn't playing up an online character. Some days he shows up with no plan, no prepped content, no setup bits that have to be executed at a certain time. He'll play a random game, react to other creators' videos, or ask chat what they want to do. Now, don't get me wrong, sometimes it can be less than thrilling. Other times it can be hilariously entertaining, but it's always authentic. Because unlike so many creators obsessed with maintaining the illusion of control, Ludwig seems fine admitting that he doesn't always know what the hell he's doing.
So how are you finding fulfillment in other areas of your life then? You said your girlfriend, you said your job, helping out other people. Let's get down.
This is the Iced Coffee Hour podcast. I've watched enough of those episodes to know that they have some of the worst misogynists as guests.
Into like some specifics of what you've seen make a measurable difference on your happiness.
Seeing everybody at the office gives me a lot of joy, and making a cool show and then doing the picture at the end where we all group up. I've become an old man in some ways. Like, the things that make me the most happy in my day-to-day outside of like personal relationships is like getting a coffee, walking and going to watch the sunset. I think that I find peace in those things. At the end of the day, if anything bad happens in life, someone else had it worse. And I think that you can just look at the positives. If I believe that I'll fall off and everyone will fall off, then why have ego in viewership? Why not just ride it out as best you can for however long the ride lasts?
Okay, so you're just assuming that things are going to fall apart at some point. It also sounds like falling apart doesn't really sound like falling apart. Like, things will end, but there's like a connotation with falling apart that you don't really lean into too much.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know how it'll end. It could end very gracefully and beautifully. It could also be a my terabyte hard drive of me saying slurs that gets leaked, whatever it is. Less gracefully, but I think either results, it would work out.
Okay, great video. I really like the way he did that. And just a reminder that Ludwig did comment on this video and said, I think this video is very good and I'm flattered you thought to make one on me. I don't always know what I'm doing and I mess up a lot, but I hope I can continue to be worthy of an effortful video essays like this in the future. Okay, interesting, right? I'm fascinated, right? I'm fascinated. I'm going to go ahead and link the video in the chat again. Great video. I already liked it. And I think what's interesting is that it just gives you sort of an idea of how we all exist in the same space. And I want you to take this when you have a chance, not today, but maybe tomorrow, right? and zoom out and realize that this is all the world. This is different countries interacting with another, world leaders. Are you following the world leaders right now? The drama is insane. Oh, Trump goes after Zelensky, and so France supports Zelensky, and Canada shuts out Zelensky. And it's like clicks, clicks, click, 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 click. When Trump became president and the other presidents were like, we don't like you. And they were all hanging out. And while they're all doing that, your lives are in the balance. Adulthood is high school with money. And we are all stunted, traumatized teenagers. And I'm saying we got to be better than this. But we're probably not going to be en masse, right? So we have to figure that out and radically accept it because it explains so much of how life works. Like, so much of this is just so silly, but that's so silliness. It's what people want. People love it, bro. They love the outrage of it all. And I don't blame them. I like it too. I just wish it wasn't real life. I wish it was not real. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, the movie Mean Girls is so interesting. Chad brings it up because all of them are mean girls, even Lindsay Lohan. All of them are mean girls. That's why even for myself, like, I know I'm no better, but I know I might be healthier, and that's what I'm trying to be. I just want to be healthier, but I'm really no better. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know the difference? I really think there are celebrities that are healthier but no better. YouTubers that are healthier but no better. Because at the end of the day, we're still here. We're still making content. We're still talking about people. We're still only contributing things that are going to be meaningless in the long run, even though I think they're meaningful. All of it is important. None of it is important. But I want to be healthier. That's my only goal. So call me out. Be like, Britt, this isn't it. In 5 years, I'll realize, shit, you're right. That wasn't it. My bad. I'll be healthier. But I'm still just here. I'm still in the ecosystem. I think sometimes when I make videos like this, people think like, oh, you think you're better than us? I think I'm healthier. But I don't think I'm better than you. And I wish you would be. Destiny could have been so great if he wasn't so unhealthy. But his decision to remain unhealthy is why people get hurt. Sneeko could have been so great if he wasn't so healthy, but his decision to stay unhealthy is going to hurt a lot of people. It's all about being healthier. Healthier also allows you to have better ideas, which allows you to show up in the world better. Being healthy also allows you to be open-minded and break down barriers and make better decisions and be less bigoted. Like, it's not about being on YouTube or doing drama stuff. It's just about being healthy. And it's hard to be healthy when the most unhealthy content is the one that gets pushed out. It's the one the algorithm wants to see, right? And so again, I think I'm just trying to do that. So if you want to hold me accountable to any standard, I just want to be healthier. You know? Okay, now, with that said, let's go to Lana Del Rey. This is a video from Swiftologist. Lana Del Rey's stadium tour was a scam. I am fascinated by this conversation, and I think it works because Lana Del Rey was so, oh God, guys, Lana. Who was a Lana girly? Okay? Who was a Lana girly? Chad says, do you think it's inherent to some people, or is it just people failing to navigate healthy decision making? I think the world is traumatized, period. I think we all come out traumatized because we exist within the context of all that came before us, you know, as Harris said on her presidential tour. And I think that that's true, right? Now, I've never seen this content creator, but I'm already seeing fans in the chat, which we love. I'm excited. The thing about Lana, not only did I love Lana, eat up Lana, everything was Lana. Lana was confusing to me growing up because I couldn't figure out, is Lana one of the girlies who came from nothing, or is she kind of a plant? Is Lana an authentic struggling girly who lived in a trailer park like she said, or is she a person who had a record deal before and parents in the industry? Because I grew up listening to her music thinking she was in a trailer park because that's the story she told. And then it came out that she was rich and she had connections and she actually had a lot of things. And she tried doing music under a different name and a brand and it didn't work. And then, you know what I mean? Right? And it's like, oh, damn, okay. So now when I see her work, I see it as a brand. Not a girl doing her best, trying to be somebody, but a brand that found not success and then found success. It was a brand. Now, did I love the imagery of her initial brand? Yes. Okay. Do I love her now? No, I stopped listening to Lana. I fell off. Yeah, I fell off. I think third album. I think the first two I listened to and then I fell off. Same with Melanie Martinez and other things. Like I eventually fell off people. And a part of it was because I learned too much about them. Yeah, Lizzie Grant. Exactly. You know, that's the thing. I love the content as content, but it can get ruined for me if I know too much about the person. It really can get ruined for me, you know? Chat says, no, what I meant was a failure to deconstruct that is not inherently, or is that just a random accident? Some people just fail to get it because of their environments. It's very subjective. I think this kind of coincides with my levels, the philosophy framework I'm working on. I think, and you can watch that video, it's linked in the description. I think it's so dependent on the specific person, the relationship. I think we're all born twos and we all have a life that gives us the opportunity to deconstruct, but whether or not we take that opportunity is up to us. And not all people have the same opportunities. Okay, let's watch this video because I don't know about you, but were you following the whole hologram Lana Del Rey concert thing? This plays into it so perfect.
Lana Del Rey's commitment to not serving.
Okay, hold on. Let me get the volume up here.
Is a feat that should be studied. She is likely the most.
How's the volume? It feels so low to me. Is it high enough for you guys? It's as high as it's going to go for me.
Most influential female lyricist of
Oh, loved this video.
her generation, constantly cited by huge artists like Taylor Swift and Billie Eilish as the blueprint and an artistic genius. And at this point, she also certainly has the catalog to back those assertions up. 9 studio albums, 40 million records sold worldwide, 57.5 million listeners on Spotify, she keeps telling us, and 11 Grammy nominations. And yet, 13 years since her explosive.
Ugh, this video had me gagged. Just don't even get me started.
Groundbreaking debut Born to Die, Lana Del Rey is not operating like a world-class act or an elite performer at the top of her game. Instead, she's stumbling her way through a string of underwhelming UK and Ireland stadium shows that have left fans disappointed, frustrated, and in some cases, downright furious. The backlash centers around 3 main issues. First, the eye-watering ticket prices, which range from £70 for basic seats to over $400 for premium packages. Many fans forked out upwards of $300 for what they assumed would be a career-defining immersive stadium experience. And what they got in return felt to many like a half-hearted appearance. At her Cardiff show, Lana appeared over 20 minutes late, delivered a barely 90-minute set that included only 15 songs, several of which were covers or pre-recorded visual projections rather than live vocals. The performance included long stretches of time spent off stage, and while some people were praising the visuals and her vocal tone, many fans walked away feeling like they just hadn't got their money's worth. Number 2, the set list, largely unchanged from her touring schedule over the past 3 years, only added to the sense of stagnation. There was little energy, no spontaneity, and no attempt to tailor the show to the moment or to the massive venues that.
What are we doing, Lana? Is she just a brand? You know, why are you even doing the concerts? Like when I learned, I don't know how true this is now, but I am under the impression that musical artists make all their money on tour, that they don't make money off their albums, that they have to go on tour. And I always thought if I was a singer, I would hate going on tour. I would just like to sing on the internet, which by the way, I do not sing, but you know what I'm saying? So think about that. Like, think about that process. Like, think about that. Oh my God, wait. Discord said this is such a long stream. Thank you. I did not realize how late it was. I'm just really in this. This is like a very special interest of mine. I did not realize we had been streaming this long. It's almost 9 p.m. my time. Girl, I gotta eat. Okay, we're not even almost done, but like, we're gonna be done eventually. I'm happy to be here. This is keep giving me spoons because I'm really excited about this topic. Okay, so think about that idea, right? Think about that idea of like, does she have to do this? Is there an obligation from the record label? How rich do you gotta be to just do what you want to do? Lana Del Rey, who is forcing you to be here? Hold on, Lana Del Rey net worth. 30 million. How much you gotta make to retire? This is what I'm saying. If you're gonna be a creative, be a creative. Like, isn't that so ironic? Like, how much money you gotta make before you stop acting like you're forced to be somewhere? You know what I'm saying? Ches says the album is traditionally just an advert for the tour. Yeah, see, I feel like that's so interesting. I'm fascinated. You know, Nicki Minaj is infamous for being late to all her concerts or whatever, to the point where people leave. Same thing. How much money you gotta make before you're done putting on this shitty attitude for your fans? I'm shocked. Like, I'm just shocked that this is the best you got, you know?
she was now playing. To some fans, it felt like Lana was going through the motions, aloof, detached, and unwilling to evolve her live presence to match the scale and price of the event. So her energy, that's the third thing. And the end result, a storm of complaints on social media. Viral posts comparing her set to other major stadium tours like Beyonce's Cowboy Carter and Taylor's Eras Tour, and even longtime fans questioning whether Lana even really wants to be a live performer.
See, I'll say this about Beyonce and Taylor. I feel like they really want to be there. But to be fair, I think they're also riding on big reputations. Like, they are both the queens of the industry, right? Like, in a capitalistic sense and a music sense and like a presence sense. Like, I think like they're really there, right? Yeah, I think there's something to be said about the caliber. Like, Lana could never contend with the caliber. I think Gaga's really up there as well. But I think there's something to be said about the standard of expectation. You should expect a good experience when you're up there, right? And I know like Celine Dion, oh, she's a good example of somebody who wants to be there. Like when Celine lost her voice for a bit, did you guys see her comeback? When she lost her voice for a bit, you could just see it crushed her soul. That she lost the connection she had to this thing. I was devastated for her. I'm glad she sang after a while. I know that she's been doing better, you know? Pink is always swinging around at her shows. Pink loves it. Like there's something to be said about the creative, the artist, you know, the performer, the person who feels forced to be there because of a label, right? I think there's something really about this that's so interesting that really sets into, maybe because I am a creative who's on the internet, I think about this so much, but I feel like if somebody sat me down and said, Brittany, you have 30 days to go viral, do it. I feel like a part of me feels like I could do it. But does a part of me feel like I could do it because all I do is consume content about this all day? But then somebody said, well, if you think you could do it, why don't you do it now? Because going viral on the internet in a way that coincides with my values and my artistic expression, I think isn't possible. I don't know how to do it. And I don't know that I'd want to do it because I think even the concept of going viral, I think it might be against my values, but not in the way that you think. Not going accidentally viral. But purposely trying to go viral feels dishonest. And I think that could be something about it. I've been really trying to figure out, why does it feel so dishonest to me? And I think probably because I think it feels like a trick, which I'm not sure if it's that's the way my brain processes information. But it feels slightly, if I organically became viral, I would feel so honored. Like somebody really resonated with a clip, it went viral and people really loved it. I would be so moved. I would cry. That would make me feel so moved. But if I tricked you in order to be obsessed with going viral, oh, Chad says, I honestly think the obsession with personal truth feels neurodivergent for me. I think it is autistic of me. I think it's my autism, right? That's what I think. I think it's my sense of justice is autistic. I think my desire to be like radically honest is my autistic brain. Not that autistic people can't lie, but I think I really struggle. That's why I think like, doesn't Elon kind of feel like an autist who's like just trying to be a cool kid and he wants to be in everyone's group? You remember how like all the streamers were making fun of him for faking his gaming results? That's what happens when an autistic person thinks they're a genius. They think they're special. They think they're better than everybody else, but in their heart of heart, they know they're not. So they're always trying to be in the in group. That's why his breakup with Trump was so hard. That's why Ethan's struggling. That's why Destiny struggles. It's why I probably don't struggle. One, I'm a girl who's a boy. And two, I don't want to be a part of the clique. And three, my validation comes from my values, not my associations. You know, I think Elon and all these hurt boys on the internet, they really want a friend group. And the reason they can't keep them is because they're unhealthy and they're damaged. Right? They're just fucked up. And when you're fucked up and then you form friend groups, you form fucked up friend groups. Actually, and I don't know if you're this kind of autistic person, but I'm the neurodivergent that has really close individual relationships. My relationships are very deep and very profound and very special and decades long. And they're very important to me. but we do not have group dynamics. All of us are single friends who've known each other for many years, and we all have our own friendships. My friends do not know each other. My friends know me, and I know them, and you know what I mean? Like, my friendships are very special to me. So maybe that's why I also don't need some online. Like, I think I don't need friends on the internet because I have friends in real life. But then I love making friends with YouTubers who are respectful and collab with me because I think that's great and professional, right? Like, I love Irene. I love the Thought Spot. Irene has been one of the greatest, most wonderful human beings I've ever met in my whole life. She's progressive, unproblematic, like in many ways, like beautiful, just thoughtful, like philosophical, introspective. She's, you know, she's so wonderful. You know, I just love her. I love her brain. I love getting a message from her. And we're, you know, we have a very good professional and also friendship, but it's not like we're not making plans to meet each other or integrate each other into each other's lives. We're not, you know, if the future holds that, whatever. What we're focused on right now is having a healthy YouTube relationship because it's so rare. It is so rare to have healthy relationships with YouTubers. I feel like she and I are just making sure that that's what we sustain because it's so hard. It's so hard because I think everyone's pretty unhealthy. And I think that's significant. Like, I think that's significant that she is so self-aware that she's like, yeah, let's have a healthy friendship. I'm like, cool. Because I can't find that on the internet. It's been so difficult. I just want a healthy, professional relationship with people. And I don't want it to turn into Ethan or Destiny. I don't want it to be that. So why does it always turn to that sort of, and then, okay, but then stay with me here. I think because it's professional, but intimate, because it's so much of your life, like art, it creates an unnecessary amount of intimacy that isn't regulated. Think about fights between Cardi and Nicki. Think about competition between rivals. Think about Lana associating with Jared Leto. Ugh, I hated that era of Lana. Get away from Jared Leto, right? Get away from it, okay? I think about these things. I think about the fact that she's with this guy now who apparently is MAGA, right? There is like a forced intimacy, but a professionalism. Their reputations are riding on the association. How many people would be so excited to have Lana Del Rey in their DMs? And I'm just like, why? Because I'm like, this sounds like a bad idea. I love these people. I love being far away from them, but I get anxious anytime I think of them in my DMs. I'm like, but why? When everybody else wants them in their DMs. And it's because they would, okay, I'll tell you a story. A guy from the Manosphere, a guy reached out to me. I made a video on him. And he DM'd me. And I looked at the DM and I was like, is this him? And then my partner's like, that's him. And I was like, we did a call together because he said, hey, Britt, I saw you do a video on me. I'd like to do a video with you, a collaboration to explain my story. And I was like, okay, cool. Okay. We had a 30-minute call to see if it would be a good energy, but it was a weird call. Okay. First of all, my internet went out right before he was about to call me. And then it was ridiculous. So anyways, then I called him, or he called me. We're talking. And he goes, if you interview me though, you can't bring up my friends. And I said, oh. He goes, yeah, I don't want this to be like a gotcha about my friends. So if you interview me and I really want to tell my story, you can't ask me about my friendships and associations. And I was like, oh. And I'd like to think that my poker face was good, but I was like, oh, you know, my channel is about philosophy and I do want to hear your story because you're like ADHD and that's interesting. I think it might be hard though, not to bring up the fact that you are in business with and associate with Andrew Tate. And it was like one of those things where I was like, yeah, I didn't say it that bluntly. I didn't say Andrew Tate. I just said like, yeah, I think it might be possible, but you know, and I kept thinking like, I shouldn't know, you know, it was a weird conversation, you know, where it's like, I didn't want to catch him in a gotcha, but I didn't also like the idea of being told that I couldn't talk about things. And I also didn't want to be put in a position where, where I gave him a platform that made him empathetic. Like we could sympathize towards him. And so he's like, I'll reach out to you. We'll make a date. And I was like, sure. He never reached out to me. We never did anything. I think he could tell that I was like, you know what I mean? Like I didn't want to platform him, but I was open to the idea of like, can we talk about certain things in a way that I think would hold you accountable for like your values? Because I wanted to talk to him about his relationships, the way he dates women, the way he talks about women, the way he, the way he treats women. And it was basically like, I don't think he wanted to have that story. I think he wanted to have the conversation where I empathized with his childhood trauma. We talked about his ADHD and we talked about his successes, but I wanted to talk to him about how he talked about women, the misogyny of it all. But I didn't reach out to him. He reached out to me. So I never would have thought about reaching out to him. Do you know what I'm saying? Anyways, it's one of those things where I think people see my content and they reach out to me because they see me being empathetic. But then I understand because I softballed Sneeko so hard when I talked to him. But I think the problem is that I really struggle because I see the humanity in everybody. Lana, I see it, bro. I see the version of the brand she's put out and I worry about her as a woman. As a woman, I see Lana and I see her as somebody that I want to be liberated. But no matter what she does, she goes further and further into the misogyny of it all. Yeah, empathy is not an endorsement, but on the internet, it kind of is. Like, why is Lana so captured by this bubble? Why is Lana, like, the man she married, her associations, like, why isn't she this liberated? But why isn't Taylor Swift either? Why isn't Taylor Swift either? How much privilege do you need before you get it? And it's not about the privilege or the money, is it? That's why when people say, Brittany, introspection is a privilege, 100%. But it's not the kind of privilege you think. Because you would think people with the most amount of privilege would use this to get the most amount of introspection, and they don't. Yeah, conservatism. Taylor Swift has connections. They all have connections. You know? They're stuck in their bubble 100%. And that's what I mean to say when we're looking at it. Yeah, they're so male-centered. They are so capitalism-centered. It's like they've got them by the titties, bro. Get it? By the balls, by the titties. They got them trapped. But you know what's crazy? Is if white women with privilege and status can't get out, then who can? But funny enough, hear me out, I think marginalized communities probably do when they don't seek out fame. You want to know why I don't want to be famous? Talk about a trap. You know why I don't want to be filthy rich? Sounds like a prison. Do I want to make enough money? Yeah. Do I appreciate you guys here liking this stream? Yeah. But there's no way you're going to convince me that all of this money is worth it if they're all still sucking the teats of capitalism and misogyny and patriarchy. You know? Yeah, if you can't go to a restaurant, it's a cage. If I can't walk down my street, it's a cage. You know? God, okay.
Or if she's just doing it to collect a check. Despite this, the shows weren't without some merit. Some fans and critics praised the cinematic.
Oh, hold on. That was a good line.
Carter and Taylor's Eras Tour, and even longtime fans questioning whether Lana even really wants to be a live performer or if she's just doing it to collect a check.
Mm-hmm.
Despite this, the shows weren't without some merit. Some fans and critics praised the cinematic aesthetic, the moments where her voice soared, and the ethereal floating quality of her stage presence. But the wider reaction is undeniable. Lana's transition into stadium-sized touring has been met with skepticism and dissatisfaction, which is a sign that even a lyrical genius and a cult icon can't coast on legacy alone when stepping into the big leagues. It all points to a larger, more uncomfortable truth about Lana Del Rey in 2025. She doesn't seem to want it anymore. Not the touring, not the expectations, maybe not even the artistry. The abrupt disappearance of Lasso, her teased country album, feels like another symptom of the same.
The country album decision. Even Beyonce doing a country album I thought was such a cool idea because Beyonce has always been country. But like, I thought that was such a good idea. But the way people are going country to get conservative votes is kind of crazy. Now, did Beyonce do that? To be honest, it's hard for me because I didn't envision it that way. I didn't consume it that way. I didn't think about Beyonce doing country music as a way to win conservatives over because I feel like she'll never do that because, you know, racism. But I do feel it from other Black male creators, male creators. The men doing it is crazy. The men doing it is all for that. What's that rapper's name? He's black, but he's always trying to appeal to white people and country people now. He's doing country music now. He makes like edgy music. It's like, but he's just, anyways, he drives me crazy. And now he's doing this country album. And I'm just like, what are you doing? No, not Lil Nas X, girl. Don't make me come for you, bro. Lil Nas X is obviously trolling the fuck out of everybody. Love her. Okay. No, what's his name? Oh, I don't know his name. No, what's his name? I see him on my timeline. I think I might have blocked him. He was pissing me off so bad. You know? Chet says, but country music is historically black. It is, girl. But you know when they come back to doing this music now, it's for white country folk, not Jelly Roll. There's a black rapper. What's his name? I can see him in my head. I'll get to it. He kind of makes the kind of music that's like similar to when white rappers yell about like, why do we need to go to school if school's not educating us? He's kind of one of those. You know what I mean? Dax. It is Dax, isn't it? Yeah, it is Dax. Dax rapper. Hold on. It is Dax. Drives me crazy. This man drives me crazy. This man needs to deconstruct. Yeah, so his whole like country twist, I was like, girl, please. Anyways, he drives me nuts. Thank you. Sorry.
Disinterest, a project announced, vaguely promoted, and then seemingly abandoned in favor of what exactly? Thinly veiled trad wife aesthetics, videos of her singing Diet Pepsi in the car, reminding us of Lana Del Rey, who seems to be long gone. We're left with a question that cuts much deeper than just one bad concert or one delayed album. What happens when a genius stops trying? And let me start this off by saying, look at my t-shirt. I love Lana Del Rey. I have loved her since the Born to Die era, when she first whispered sad poems about bad boys and fame into the cracked speakers of my teenage brain. She is one of the most formative artists of my life, a true genius, a blueprint, a once-in-a-generation voice. No one writes like Lana. No one feels like Lana. She single-handedly changed the fabric of pop music and never once asked for permission. But right now,
but I do love Lana's aesthetic. I'm not even gonna play with you. I do love Lana's aesthetic. When I was younger, I was like, could I ever look like Lana? I was obsessed. And you know what's so funny? It's like, it's not even me. It's not even my aesthetic. I just think she pulls it off so well. I do. It's not even what would look good on me. It's not even my aesthetic. Okay. I'm moving into my Dami Mommy era. That's my aesthetic moving into the future, bro. But like, love Lana. She looks so gorgeous. She should have just been a model.
Lana Del Rey's career is in a deeply confusing place. When you look at what she's doing, especially on stage, especially on this 2025 stadium tour, it doesn't feel like the output of a generational great. Ugh. It feels like someone who's slowly backing out of the room. And because I love her, making this video is going to hurt. This is the first episode of my new series, Sentiment Analysis, where I zoom out and look at not just what people are saying about an artist online, but why they're saying it. It's part commentary, part cultural criticism. These videos live in the gray zone between love and frustration, stan and skeptic. I'm not here to cancel anyone. I want to figure out what the public sentiment is saying about an artist and what the artist says about us. So today, we're going to talk about Lana's shows, yes, but also about myth-making, legacy, artistic effort, and the weird tension between brilliance and burnout. It's about how Lana used to transmute sadness into something sacred, and how in 2025, she seems to be replacing that alchemy with vibes and vibes alone. This is—
Pause. Chat says she's married to a cop. Lana's married to an alligator tour guy. Is she married to a cop? Wasn't she married to a cop? But no, she's an alligator tour guide. Right?
Sentiment analysis, let's talk about Lana Del Rey. Let's start with what everyone's talking about and what pisses me off the most about Lana, her set list on this 2025 tour. For an artist with 9 studio albums, Lana Del Rey set lists have remained consistently static over the last couple of years. From the LA to the Moon tour in 2018 to her most recent 2025 stadium shows, the rotation rarely strays from a very predictable core.
But she kind of looks like a girl who dated a cop. I have a whole video, I don't think it's public anymore, about like, would I date a cop? No. No. But she kind of looks like a girl who would date a cop.
Which includes Ride, Born to Die, Video Games, Blue Jeans, Cherry, and Pretty When You Cry. These songs appear again and again, sometimes shortened, sometimes not sung all the way through, sometimes accompanied by a visual, but they are rarely ever reinterpreted, refreshed, or replaced for other songs. And what's most baffling is not just what's there, it's what's missing. She largely ignores entire albums. Her fan favorite and critical darling, Norman Rockwell, is barely represented in full. Even the title track, when it's performed, is either abridged or now on this tour played as a hologram. Chemtrails Over the Country Club makes the occasional appearance, but is rarely given the space to breathe. Blue Banister features an album full of strange, intimate character studies and vocal showcases, is entirely absent from her live shows apart from Arcadia. And even her latest release, Did You Know That There's a Tunnel Under Ocean Boulevard, often feels like an afterthought. Performed in fragments, buried in visuals, or cut short mid-set, it's clear that even her newest material isn't inspiring Lana enough to engage live. Under duress and much backlash, she finally added in one NFR song to actually be sung live, not as a hologram, on her second to last show.
Okay, here's the question though, because Chad brings up a great point, right? The set list is so bad just playing the radio hits. Here's the question. Is that not why you go to the concert? Or no, are concerts for the fans who want to hear all of the music? Because that's the thing about being a content, or a singer, a creative. And do you sing the hits or do you sing, like, which one do you sing? And that's the thing. Like, are you playing for the general public that knows your hits or for the fans that know every song? I always wonder this as a content creator, like as a singer, if I had songs, like which ones do you play?
In Wembley, Venice. Girl, I do not understand her allergy to playing songs that people actually want to hear. The argument that I've seen her fans make before is she's usually playing festivals, so she's got to do the hits, which is an asinine concept when we're dealing with Lana Del Rey, who is essentially one of the biggest hitless artists in the world. And that's not a knock. She doesn't need to have a hit to sell out a stadium. But okay, let's take that as a legitimate reason for her to keep behaving like this. What's the excuse when she's selling out stadiums? It is a rare privilege for an artist to make it big enough to demand this much attention, time, effort, and money from a crowd. It's also incredibly special and unique that Lana Del Rey, despite having pretty much no hits.
Oh, wait, great point. Chet says her newest albums are not built for any kind of arenas she's expected to fill. They're more quiet and intimate and focused on atmosphere. That's okay. That's the question I have with this. Like, is she, when she makes those intimate songs, you're talking about Lana, right? I always imagine Lana would be horrible in concert because I feel like all of her songs are so like, they're so intimate that I feel like you'd need a really good sound, a really good mic, and a really good room. Like a really good room. Like the walls have to allow her voice to sound really good. And so like, I couldn't imagine her being on a stage even. I feel like it's got to be more intimate than that. And then on top of that, I couldn't even imagine taking the way I feel about Lana's music to a public space. Because it just, maybe for me, because I was so fucked up when I listened to that first album, right? And I was so fucked up with the way that it made me feel. And it was such a fucked up album. The whole album is just depressing as fuck, right? Like, it feels like, you know, taking it into a public space doesn't feel like a concert. It feels like something like sad, you know? But yeah, wanting a nice intimate space would make so much sense. So then the question is, and I think, what's this person's pronouns, guys? Do we know the pronouns? When I see this video and I see them say that like, oh, is Lana just selling tours to make the money? Is she there as the creative or the artist? Like, that's what I want to know as well. Like, when you show up in the world, when you breathe something into life, even if it's a kid, why are you breathing it into life? Because you put so much at risk when you show up in the world. You put so much at risk when you have a baby. You put so much at risk when you birth something into existence. And it makes me wonder, why are people taking such risks? And then why don't they seem joyful? What would it take for Lana to be joyful? Some people said that even her marriage to Mr. Alligator Man was a sign that she was in love, or some people said it was a sign that she was in a bad place. Yeah, I think there's something to be said for me, at least as an individual. So maybe just like as a Britney, very personal. When I look at people and I think to myself, man, I just want you to be happy, dude. And it feels like nothing we do will make them happy. And then I have to wonder, like, is that the part of selling out that people have a natural inclination against? Like, yes, people want to, quote, sell out for the money, but I think they're going to be unhappy. Like, I think Sneeko is miserable. I don't care how much he claims he's not. He's miserable. Ye is miserable. Ye thinks he's not selling out right now, but what he sold out of was himself. He sold out of being a creative. He blames the industry. He should hold himself accountable. See how Kanye blames everybody but himself? You cannot be happy and be Kanye, but you also can't be happy and blame everybody else. You gotta take accountability for how you showed up in the world and how you participated in your own destruction. Discord or YouTube chat says she's just another capitalist white girl who thinks success is determined by popularity and wealth and that it's owned her. Yeah. I think about this though when people say, "Oh my God, I would love to be Taylor Swift," or "Oh my God, I love Lana's life," or "Oh my God, I wish I was these people." What part of it do you wish you were? What part of it is even inviting to you? And without becoming an anti-Hollywood conspiracy theorist, even, like, I don't think being famous is the issue within itself, but I think it's what you have to do to be famous under capitalism, because we really do make the wrong people famous. And I think we should remember that. We make the wrong people famous, but maybe we make the wrong people famous because we're suffering. And the work that they create because they're so fucked up is so perfect for our suffering. I can't tell you how cathartic it was to listen to Lana. It was so cathartic to listen to Lana when I was fucked up. But when I stopped being fucked up, I stopped listening to Lana. I stopped. I haven't gone back. Maybe I'll listen to her now that we're talking about her, but you know, it's been a really long time since I've listened to Lana. I used to cry and self-harm and like cope and escape so hard into Lana's music. Yeah. But then maybe that's why we make all these people famous, is because they really help us cope. But then once we're healthy, who could we make famous when we're healthy? That's the problem. I always wonder why Dr. Kirk Honda isn't getting more views. I think he's probably too healthy for the space. I really respect the way he handled the Ethan Klein situation. Like, he admitted, hey, it was too much. He said, I've never gotten so much hate in my life. It emotionally broke me. And he wasn't even wrong. He was right. But he like deleted the videos and took them down because he was like, everywhere I went, there was comments, Instagram, everywhere he went, he said, I was being harassed. Isn't that amazing? Yeah. All right, let's go back to the video. And him. Thank you, chat. Okay, him.
A super eclectic and charismatic catalog can sell out stadiums with her iconoclast artistic sensibility. So why don't we get to see what drew everyone to the stadium in the first place on that stage? Lana's hurdle to clear is, I'm sorry, really not that high. All she has to do is stand there and sing songs that people actually want to hear. The bells and whistles are really not important when it comes to an artist like her. The crowd isn't showing up to see fireworks. They are showing up to experience this very special and unique, almost religious musical connection with an enigmatic and unpredictable artist. Another argument that I've seen her fans making is, well, isn't that what you love about her? That she's wild and free and not like the other girls? Yeah, I like that in the music. But when I'm spending money to see a show, I want her to behave like a professional, which is something she almost never does. She is consistently late, low energy, and the death knell of her laziness is this.
She's been like that since SNL, girl. That's the thing. Why? But what is going through Lana's head? That's what I want to know. What's going through Lana's head that's how she's coming out?
Set list, because
wait, are we gonna get a horrible story in the future about how Lana was on drugs and forced to be on stage just like Britney? Are we gonna get a Britney Spears story out of Lana? And that's the other fear, because we were all judging Britney for what she was doing, and now it all makes sense. But like, that's the thing with Lana and all these people. Are you guys scream if you need help?
A lot of her antics, like being late, could be forgiven if she was showing up and singing what people want to hear. There's also another clapback I've seen of, not everything is the Eras Tour. Not every concert can be 3 hours long. Who asked Lana Del Rey to stand on stage for 3 hours? I sure didn't. Let's pick apart her set list and examine what's wrong with it so I can show you what I mean. Lana's Ted Lasso country album is dead. Okay, so what's with the country LARPing then? We begin the performance with a cover of Stars Fell on Alabama. Then we go into Henry Come On, not exactly a crowd pleaser, and then Stand By Your Man, another cover. Great, so we've begun the show on a low, boring note. Amazing. Then we go into Ultraviolence. This is the only song included on this set that hasn't been performed to death over the last 8 years, so fine. And then we get Ride, where Lana sits on stage and has enough time to watch half of the music video monologue with her back facing the audience, but can't perform another song, and Video Games. Then she goes off stage to do what? We don't know. She's barely been out there for 5 minutes before she's rushing off to, I don't know, hit her vape. A costume change is really not necessary at this point. During that time, she plays holograms of NFR and Arcadia. It is unbelievably insulting that NFR specifically is reduced to this and nothing else from that album is played. Do you hate your own fans, Lana Del Rey? Do you have contempt for your audience?
Does she, or are we having a bad relationship with her? That's what I'm saying. Are we having a bad relationship with her? I can't figure it out with Lana. I can't figure out with a lot of them. Because Gaga feels like she sold out. Beyonce feels like she sold out. A lot of people feel like they sold out, but maybe they did years ago when they started. But with Lana, there's something in her that worries me. Like, there's something about her that like sets me off. But maybe that's because I don't feel like I ever get to see the point of what she's doing. Maybe. And I do worry about it, but maybe that's me being parasocial.
After that, she does a gorgeous rendition of Tunnel, which, to be honest, is carried almost completely by her backing singers. Then Quiet in the South, an unreleased song, Young and Beautiful, Summertime Sadness, Born to Die, 57.5, another unreleased song, and ends the stadium show with a cover of Take Me Home, Country Roads.
Oof.
Walking through the set list literally makes me irate because it's almost like she has, again, contempt for her audience. Nearly a third of this show is for covers and unreleased or obscure material. She picks the most obvious songs from Born to Die and completely neglects Blue Bannister's Honeymoon, Lust for Life.
Isn't it interesting how our brain goes, she must have contempt for her audience? But I'm wondering why we're not thinking like, hey, are you okay? Are you okay?
And NFR. Tunnel, her latest Grammy-nominated record, gets 2 songs. You are lazy. Here's an example of a set list I just created that I think fulfills the need to entertain potentially locals, again, of which I think there are a few at a stadium show, not a festival, and to satisfy the fans and represent her catalog fairly. Keep in mind, this is a short set still. This is still like 90 minutes tops, which again is the bare minimum you should be doing charging stadium prices. Act 1, Without You, American Whore, Dark But Just a Game, West Coast.
Do you remember when Miley Cyrus recently did an interview and people thought they were going to see her perform? They didn't know it wasn't a concert, which is a little strange to me. And they're like, sing, Miley, sing. I think there are 2 types of, I think Dolly Parton's probably really good at this, where Dolly Parton like really likes being social with her fans. I actually think Miley went from brand to midlife crisis to creative. Yeah, I think Miley was brand, midlife crisis, creative. I feel like Miley's more true to herself now. But Dolly's, her godmother, Dolly Parton, is really, really sociable. She's really good. She's very, so bubbly and optimistic and good for her viewer. Like, she's very safe for her fans, right? You know what I mean? Like, she's very, I feel like if they asked her to sing something, she might do it, or she might put down really, like, fun boundaries. But Miley does feel like a really, like, she's trying to still find herself, which is so valid. And Miley's so talented, right? But I wonder if Lana's in that position where she doesn't know who she is anymore, in a sense, because I definitely don't feel like Lana has felt stable for years, but the people she hangs out with is why I've been suspicious. Why are you famous and hanging out with Jared Leto? But that's the thing. Jared Leto is just that guy who shows up. Do you remember when Jared Leto was doing the Batman movie and the Joker movie? He was Joker. And he was doing quote, what's it called, guys? When you're like real acting or whatever. And he sent dead rats to people. Chet said, Brittany, what do you think about Lana's question for the culture? Do you know about it? Do you mean when she wrote that statement about black women? Is that what we're talking about? Because you remember that? Remember when Lana put out a whole fucking post on Instagram? And it was like kind of like attacking black women from my memory. It's been a long time, but that's what I remember. And I remember thinking, Lana, what are you talking about? That's what I'm saying. Like, what? What are you doing? Yeah, method acting. You remember when Jared Leto was method acting and sent dead animals to people and people thought it was so quirky? What? I am not amused. That's not funny. You know? Yeah, Chet says a statement that had Beyonce and a bunch of other stars. Yeah, well, you know, white women, what are you gonna do? Yeah, I think that was when I fell off Lana. Oh, I think it was just about that time I fell off Lana. Because I remember it happening and I remember being involved and I was like, why? Yeah, I think that is probably about the time, maybe right before that I was like, girl. Yeah, my thoughts are like, white women are, I remember because she did the photo cover for the album and there wasn't enough representation. And I remember, it's all coming back to me now. It's all coming back to me now. I remember, it's all coming back. She was doing the album cover, right? And there wasn't enough representation or something. And people were upset. And then she was like, lots of people helped with this cover. And I was like, girl, relax, okay? People think like, and I get it. You think having like, yeah, anyways, it was a whole thing. Yeah, she said, I don't hate black people, I date rappers or something. Listen. And then she ended up with who she ended up with now. I think you get trapped in a bubble. You want to be dead serious? You get trapped in a bubble. You think this is the whole world. It's not. And more than that, you think if this is your whole world, then you got to operate within it. And this girl is suffering. Now, do I feel bad enough to spend spoons on this person? No, she's privileged. She's got access and resources. Do I think it's interesting how the fans are reacting to her hologram concert? Yes. But is it not that similar to the way that people were still willing to show up for Chris Brown concerts? Like, I know this doesn't sound all connected, but I can't tell if my autistic brain is connecting all of it, where I'm like, I feel like, why are you even going to the concert? And I've only been to so many concerts in my life, but to be honest, I only went because my friends were going and it sounded fun and they bought me tickets or I bought tickets or whatever. I couldn't go to a concert now because like I ain't gonna do those crowds. But I think that Lana might never have been a creative. And so since she's always been a brand that was mistaken for a creative, now her audience is mad at her and she's probably mad at herself. But I think because she's not a creative, she doesn't know how to get out. I don't think she knows how to get out of the bubble. And I don't think we know how to treat her. But I don't think it's that far off from anybody else that forgets, are you a creative or a brand? And just wait until we get into the scammy brand of Hosma. Why have I forgotten how to say his name? I'm getting tired, but you know what I mean.
Host, Cinnamon Girl, Cherry. Act 2, Born to Die, Chemtrails, Venice, Say Yes to Heaven, Ride. Act.
Chad said, how is she not creative? Her lyrics and musicality are genuine. Hamza, thank you. I think in the context of this conversation, when I describe what a creative is, I mean creation first, capitalism second. That's what I think I'm trying to communicate. Because a lot of people are creative to make it in capitalism. I think Lady Gaga is an example of that. She's so creative under capitalism. Listen, if you want to be big, if you want to make the charts, you're a capitalist content creator. You're right. Like Sabrina Carpenter is trying to get on the hits. Like if you're trying to beat charts, if you're trying to sell the most albums, you're not a creative for the sake of creation. You're creative who wants to make it in capitalism, you know?
3, Ultraviolence, Summertime Sadness, Radio, Tunnel, Young and Beautiful, and then an encore, we have a surprise song, Video Games, and Norman Rockwell. Why is this a good set list? Because it's got a nice balance of her most popular and live performable albums, Born to Die, NFR, and Tunnel, with some popular tracks from Ultraviolence and Chemtrails, 1 Lust for Life song, and a surprise slot where she could perform a song from Honeymoon or Blue Bannisters each night, and 2 TikTok viral hits with Young and Beautiful and Say Yes to Heaven. Notice how I left everything off from the album she has failed to announce or promote, as well as the unreleased songs from said album. Yeah, there is also not a cover in sight, especially not when you're
I'll be honest with you, I thought this video was going to go in a different direction and now I'm a little confused. Like, we cannot be this upset. I thought this video was going to go in a slightly different direction, but I'm going to keep listening. I might turn around and keep going, but like, because I didn't watch this video on my own, but I feel like this is a little bit like angry fan, and I don't care. I'm not a fan of Lana. I was more interested in the fact that she felt forced to go on this tour. That's what I was focused on.
15 songs. This setlist she's put together is emblematic of Lana's broader disengagement, not from music necessarily, but from performance, from the active labor of shaping her legacy. She's treating the stage like it's a place to
Okay. He's back on it. He's back on it.
Not a place to transform. And for an artist whose entire appeal is based on myth-making, melancholy, and aesthetic world building, this feels like a collapse of intention. But Lana Del Rey, I know, howls at the moon. She picks flowers and mutters incantations to herself. She writes songs while sobbing in the shower at the hotel. Her ancestors whisper sweet nothings in her ear, and she takes them down for us and shares them beautifully through song. She's a dynamic, full-throated, eccentric artiste. That person does not exist on this stage. It's not that Lana can't serve, it's that right now she won't. And that to me,
why can't she though? Don't you think that's weird?
Is unacceptable. So what are the critics, the professional live music reviewers saying about this show? They're actually being kind of positive about it, which I understand, because if you've never seen a Lana Del Rey show before and you're not that plugged into her music, the mere fact that someone like her is playing stadiums is rather astounding. Here's a quote from the Guardian review that I really liked. At the heart of this concert is a remarkable set piece following Quiet in the South. The house starts to burn, its air of Douglas Sirk melodrama and stultifying domesticity tumbling into Hitchcockian mania. Okay, girl, doing too much with the references. A section of Bernard Herrmann's Vertigo score plays and Del Rey answers it with an offstage recitation.
I totally forgot about Lana and COVID. Holy fuck, I forgot about Lana and COVID. Anyone remember how Lana was doing meet and greets? Peak COVID and wearing a mesh mask? I forgot.
dictation from Allen Ginsberg's Howl, which becomes the intro to Young and Beautiful. It's bravura stuff, capped by her gradual rise from a secondary stage as the track ends. Now clad in a cocktail dress, the crowd comes unglued. The review continues. Famously, though, the problem with big swings are the misses. There are a few here, notably a hologram Lana sitting in a window while snippets of NFR and Arcadia ring from the speakers. Aside from wasting 2 killer songs, it creates an unwanted break in the dialogue she maintains between artist and audience elsewhere. There aren't many stadium spectacles driven by the gut-level understanding found in Del Rey's plea to the room during a mesmerizing "Did you know that there's a tunnel under Ocean Boulevard? Don't forget me, not a chance." That last part of the review really gets at the heart of what could make a Lana Del Rey stadium show, combined with all those references he mentioned earlier, so damn special. There aren't many stadium shows driven by that gut-level understanding of Lana's mesmerizing plea in Tunnel of "Don't forget me." That is what makes the potential of these shows so huge. And there are so many more of those moments in Lana Del Rey's catalog that just aren't captured or brought to life in this set list. White Dress would go crazy.
Interesting. Okay, this video isn't what I thought it was going to end up being. I don't care about the music element of this video. So we're going to pause there because I just like, it hit on the points I was trying to make, right? About this idea, because I love the beginning of the video. So I'm a little confused. I think this is like a music review almost. I don't know if I'm just tired, but does it feel that way? Are you guys okay with me? The point I wanted to get across, I feel like I got across. And then I want to wrap it up with this Hamza video because, oh wait, hold on. Let me link the video.
So damn special. There aren't many.
I think like the other parts of it, like I'm not that interested in. I'm focused on the fact that like, why is Lana such a creative brand? And then why is she ultimately just a brand, right? Okay. Next is this is the last video I want to show you. And I think it's going to be, just get ready, girls. Okay. If you don't know about Hamza, so Hamza is a young guy. He's very likable in the boy sphere, but the boy sphere that's Andrew Tate adjacent. Okay. He sells courses and narratives around being a real man. And this video is titled "How to Sell Your Pain to Teenagers," because a lot of boys liked Hamza. Even I was watching him for a second for funsies. And I was like, what is he doing? And I realized like, oh, you're like Sneeko adjacent, Andrew Tate adjacent. Like you're selling a dream to boys about how to interact with girls. But there's nothing healed about it. There's nothing healed about it. It's all just very scammy. So we went from the Ludwig, which is like regular guy, to brand, to Hamza, who claims he's a regular guy, but he's successful and he knows what success is. And all of it is ultimately still just a brand. It's all still just a brand.
I remember I had the phone on me like this and I put it up to the screen and I went, I literally got my heart fucking broken. And now fucking hundreds of girls have been ruined because of that. Thanks, Sophie. This whole section's about cheating and fuck me, man. I'll tell you, I won't say too many. Actually, I'll put more of the detailed stories inside of the program. So if you wanna fucking join, if not, you're gonna get cheated on. So I'd join it if I was you, bro. How much is your relationship worth? And now I want to walk you through how to be more of the bad boy, because Chance just made some money from a sale from the coast, by the way, so you might want to join.
So what the Princess Streetmate formula is it is literally the formula that tells you exactly how to think, how to act, and how to feel like you are the literal it girl. Like you are a celebrity that every single person is obsessed with and puts you in your divine magnetic feminine energy.
Look, if you want to be the literal it girl in 2025, I've literally cracked the code to making every single guy want to marry you.
I know that you guys need my help. That's why I'm here. You have to create another version of yourself. Are you not tired of being overlooked?
Why would being 6'4" make you a top tier man? Why would only over 100K make you a top tier man? That doesn't even make you a mid-range. I will in this video show you how to stop being ugly.
I am here to teach you how to actually become mysterious.
The male loser epidemic has gotten so bad that it's honestly so pathetic at this point. Like, why do you think you're fucking lonely? You're fucking lonely because we don't want to be with you. Because look at how pathetic you are. You are lonely because you're a motherfucking loser. Like, it's fucking embarrassing. I'm so embarrassed for you, and it's like most fucking men too. Like, it's literally most fucking men. Most men are fucking losers.
Guys, you no longer can be a man, an able-bodied man, and have under 6 figures. You're making under 6 figures. Women won't even take you seriously, bro.
This is how you sit like a fucking man. This is the worst text message you can ever send a woman. That is a good morning text. A good morning text is the weakest you can send as a man.
We're here because of them, period.
So at the end of the day, men are just lazy, and the dating scene is too easy for them now.
Are you doing this work to facilitate growth or to become famous? Which is more important, getting or letting go?
Woo! Let's digest that. Let's digest that. Yo, that was good, bro. This is Angelo. Thank you, Angelo. I'm going to link the video in chat. We're not even done yet, girls. That was a good, solid fucking intro, bro. And this is why I say, when I reviewed Liz, I said, look, I can't vibe with this. This is trauma bait. You guys are traumatized. You guys are traumatized. You know what I'm saying? Manifestel and all these people, Shira7, y'all are so traumatized. And you guys are selling your trauma as the answer. And I can't be there with you. I get it. I think I was there before I went to therapy and got better. And I know everyone says they're in therapy, but without philosophical work, it's not very helpful, is it? Because how are you saying you've gone to therapy and you're still talking this way? Your therapist sucks. Get a new one. Okay? Like, get good values. Get a different philosophy. Change. It's not good enough. If this is your conclusion, you're not healed. I refuse to engage in a belief that healed people make this kind of content.
Oh, fuck, I stubbed my toe. Everybody gets hurt in relationships. You either heal and let go, or you become a dating expert. This isn't good. We've got jaded adults turning their pain, resentment, and borderline self-obsession
Why is it that everyone is always obsessed with me?
into marketable content and advice for teenagers. And all too often, their worldview is steeped in the kind of bitterness that resonates.
Wait, that is a crazy title.
And advice for teenagers.
Yeah, I'm 27. If you're younger than me, please watch this. If you're still under 18, please watch this video. That is a ridiculous branding decision. That is a ridiculous to be like, I'm literally going for your kids, bruh. He literally said, give me them kids. That's crazy.
And all too often, their worldview is steeped in the kind of bitterness that resonates with love-stung teens. It resonates because it offers a seductive idea. It's not your fault. It's the fault of whatever gender you're attracted to.
It's like most fucking men, too.
But I'm telling you, most girls are like this.
This type of rhetoric is as old as time. It usually comes as young adults vent to each other about their painful love lives behind closed doors. But now, it's being broadcast to children. You used to have to get hurt before you became jaded. Now all you need is a TikTok algorithm, a Wi-Fi connection, and you can start absorbing somebody else's...
Actually true. Did you see that conversation with parents that were like, oh, my kid was like, women are like this, women are like this. And he's like, name a woman you know in real life who's like that. He goes, I can't. He goes, okay, then why are you basing your relationship with women off of somebody else's relationship with women? And that's why I mean to say, like, I mean, I guess people do it in both ways, right? If you see somebody with a healthy relationship, you like hold out because you feel like they'll be healthy. And maybe that's the point, is like, you should start consuming content of people with healthy relationships so you can believe in healthy relationships. Because if you consume people with bad relationships, you're only going to believe in bad relationships.
Bitterness before the school bus even arrives. It's often said that love is a gamble. So what happens when an entire generation enters the casino already believing that the game is rigged against them? Well, you don't have to look at the data for long to figure it out. They just stop playing. So why is...
Actually, wait, I think I just had an epiphany. Chet says it was a trend in the self-help bubble on YouTube. I think I just had the epiphany. Oh, this sounds so stupid, but now that I've worded it this way, my brain hears it better. I think the problem I've always had with self-help is that it's just so fucking negative and it never actually gets optimistic. It feels like such a big scam. Like all of it is just so fucking negative. And that's why I think I was annoyed when people are like, oh, do you do self-help stuff? I'm like, no, I fucking hate self-help. No. And that's why I get mad when people are like, oh, but Brittany, your work kind of reminds me of so-and-so. So I'm like, oh, no, I don't want to be self-help. I think it's too negative and it gives you no ability to get better. There's no, the only way you get better in self-help is by becoming the key manipulator. It feels like self-help says get better by being better at being a villain than the villains. But you're a good person because you know you're doing it. The villains are just doing it. Like the world sucks, so be the best version of a villain. I feel like self-help is just like 2 A's creating bullshit for 2 C's and people eat it up.
Is this happening? Who is responsible? And can we actually do anything about it?
All of this is so manipulative. This is what I mean. Women are the manipulators and the gaslighters, honestly.
Self-help is a part of what I call the Heartbreak Industrial Complex, a collection of businesses and influencers who would go bankrupt if people stopped getting their hearts broken. And since heartbreak is their primary driver of demand, Business is booming. We got hair dye companies, self-help gurus, fitness influencers, armchair psychologists, fake narcissism experts, political scapegoating commentators, celebrity white label cosmetics companies, and all sorts of men's groups and women's groups alike. All the businesses in this industry owe at least some portion of their profit to the men and women who broke the hearts of their customers.
A week later, she hit me with the classic line, "I think we need a break." Holy shit, Hamza is so damn right in his course. He's mentioning my dating course, which is inside of this program.
And he always wears this robe. See, this robe is part of the brand. Wearing a robe, it's so interesting.
It hits so hard, like he's talking directly to your soul.
But in this video, I want to talk about the latest and perhaps most direct sector of this.
Discord says the overpromising in self-help is crazy. That's the thing. The overpromising in self-help is the scam. In my relationship, what's the rule, girls? You know what the rule is. We do not overpromise. We never, because an overpromise is a lie. We do not overpromise. And that's the thing with self-help. They overpromise. They cannot guarantee an outcome, and yet they claim to. All these courses claim to have a guaranteed outcome, and that's the lie.
Industry. Attraction influence.
Don't you guys remember in marketing, they'd have to say results may vary? Because you can't actually guarantee a product's success. You have to say results may vary. What happened to that with YouTube people? Results may vary. And then they'll say, oh, well, it didn't work for you because you didn't do it right. Yeah, and chat, you and me at the same time. And when you fail self-help, it blames you. And when you fail, they blame you. Yeah, not the product, you. Exactly. Chat says, not the lesbian with rainbow hair. What did she do? Let's see. Actually, I don't know who this content creator is, so he could be a right-winger for all I know. So just FYI, he might go for our favorites in this video and we'll dissect it, but I do not know this content creator.
The thing about attraction influencers is they're almost always under 30, so they're still immature. And they spend a concerning amount of time thinking about what is attractive to the opposite sex. To see how dangerous this combo is, we only have to ask one question. Why? It's because they got hurt. And instead of grieving, processing, and moving through it, they turned it into a project. They didn't see their heart.
Didn't Myron Gaines get cheated on in high school? Wasn't that his whole thing? Isn't that why he became what he is today?
As an experience to feel, they saw it as a problem to solve. But you can't solve heartbreak. You can't optimize your way out of being human and getting hurt. But that doesn't stop them from trying. Their brains get to work constructing a world.
And I think this is true in every facet of life. Hear me here. I think the creative speaks from the spirit of being a human. The brand speaks from the spirit of capitalism. And the scammer speaks from the not the spirit, but the rotten part of the spirit. Yeah, brave. Wow, amazing clap. Do you know what I mean? I think the creative speaks to the consciousness. And I really think the brand speaks to the capitalistic part of our desire to like optimize and get to the top. But the scammer is a cesspool. The scammer is the rotten part of the apple. Like scamming people is so fucked up on every fucking level that it makes you think like it's not good ethically and it's not good morally. It's not good for anybody. It helps zero people to scam. And so when you scam people, when that's the decision you've made, right? It's coming from a rotten place. Can it come from hurt and real trauma? Yes. But it also doesn't change the fact that you've scammed people.
Worldview, not to understand love, but to protect them from it. A worldview that either, one, helps them make sense of why they were hurt.
If you died, they would not give a shit. In fact, they would prefer that you die over them feeling slightly embarrassed. If a woman doesn't respect you, if she's not sucking your dick, like if she doesn't see you as that sort of like godly kind of figure of the guy she's in love with, obsessed with, she would literally rather you die than her just getting a bit of slight.
Oh no. Oh no.
Embarrassment.
Or two, convinces them that they will never get hurt like that again.
I'll put more of the detailed stories inside of the program, so if you want to fucking join. If not, you're gonna get cheated on. So I'll join if I was you, bro. What's your relationship with her?
Now all that's left is to package it, to turn that pain into a framework, turn that framework into content, and turn that content into cash. So
ooh, I really hate that people. Listen, I have a framework. It's called the levels, but it's in motion. It's in progress, okay, bros? But also, I hate that when people heard the levels, they're like, is this self-help? But now I get it because you watch these self-help bubbles and you're like, I'm going to kill myself. I totally understand the association, but I just need you to know that I will murder my own level system just so I don't become self-help. But I hate the self-help bubble, bro. I hate it.
How does this actually work? What's the mechanism behind this? And how do you actually sell your pain and heartbreak to teenagers?
It says a magic trick that fools its performer.
The first step is to misinterpret somebody else's behavior as evidence of a fundamental flaw within yourself. Maybe you get cheated on when you're a teenager and internalize the belief that you're not enough. Maybe you experience unrequited love and figure that must mean you're unlovable. Maybe your ex kills your dog. Whatever it is, make sure you reach the conclusion that if you were different in some way, it wouldn't have happened. Step 2 is to turn your pain into a worldview that helps you deal with the weight of those beliefs. This will usually be a worldview that 1. Diminishes the value of the opposite sex, at least as far as this generation is concerned. 2. Scapegoats a group, system, or past event for your loneliness.
Men, as we know, are delusional. Their ego.
Uh-oh. Oh, this is, we were wondering, like, what did the queer Kiwi do?
Egotistical, selfish, misogynistic, and delusional.
3. Provide.
Hold up.
They're egotistical, selfish.
Give me a second.
Greetings, guys, gals, non-binary pals, and welcome back to another video. Men, as we know, are delusional. They're egotistical, selfish, misogynistic, and delusional, with nothing but the audacity to blame all of their flaws and problems on women. And before I start getting a ton of comments, I am obviously not talking about all men.
Brah! How hard was that, brah? How hard was that? How hard was that, bruh? Are you the man she's talking about, bruh? Oh, why'd you do that to her? Why'd you do that to her? Okay, fine.
Men?
Generation is concerned. 2. Scapegoats a group, system, or past event for your loneliness.
Men, as we know, are delusional. They're egotistical, selfish, misogynistic, and delusional.
3. Provides you with a way to avoid getting hurt like that again by behaving or being different in some way. And 4. Absolves you of any true moral accountability for the failure of your past relationships or lack thereof.
I just knew, I had a feeling, bro, she got fucked over. Chat said, Brittany said she got clip chimped. I had a feeling, because this boy feel young. Look at him, he's like a babino, he's a baby. And I looked at him and I said, bro, no way you did your, like, because you know why? This video is about Hamza and Wizard the Liz, and he puts fucking queer Kiwi? Why are you putting a progressive with these fucking misogynists? That's why I was like, he fucking 30-second Googled, thought they were in the same bubble. They're in completely different bubbles, bro. She opened up the video with high non-binary people. The Wizard Liz and Hamza, they're binary genderists. Like, they don't fucking believe in non-binary people. Do you know what I mean? Like, I had a feeling in my gay heart that I was like, nah, this don't feel right. I hate that shit. I hate that shit so much. This is why it takes me forever to make content, because I watch fucking videos. I hate people. I'm gonna go too ranty on this, but I literally, that's why I tell you, I watch like 5 hours of someone's content. If I'm doing like a video, if I feature a video in one of my podcasts, I need you to know that I've watched at least most of it, if not all of it. Like, if you see me clip away from a TikTok or something, I usually watch it because I don't want to take people out of context. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to take people out of context like that. Chat says he's trying to both sides it. I fear you are correct, chat. I fear that is what he's doing.
This is all fairly common. Everything I've said so far is standard procedure and happens at many bottomless brunches and bench presses. I mean, diminishing the value of the opposite sex is
Bottomless brunches and benches.
an example of sour grapes that has occurred for millennia. Sidebar, if you don't know the sour grapes story, basically a wolf is trying to get down some grapes from a branch, but it's just out of reach. He tries and tries for a few days, but eventually he gives up, and as he's walking away, he mutters to himself, they were probably sour anyway. If you want to understand more about the mechanics of how and why these defensive worldviews are constructed, Jonathan Haidt's The Righteous Mind is a great
The way people love this fucking book, it's centrist and conservative. I'll spoil it for you. Okay. I've read some of it. I got bored. I didn't finish it. Fuck. Okay. I didn't read the whole book, but I bought it and I started reading it. And I was just like, I don't fucking care. It's not deconstructed. It sounds good. People love it. You know, The Righteous Mind, if you guys are asking why good people are divided by politics and religion, Jonathan Haidt, everyone and their mom was reading it. So I bought the book. And I remember one time when somebody on Twitter was like, Brittany, you don't even know anything. Read The Righteous Mind. And I took a picture of myself in the book in like my little notes. And then I sent a picture as a response. I didn't finish the book. I got bored. But, you know, I had the book. I started to read the book. I got bored. I'm sorry. I really have read thousands of books, though. I usually am honest about which ones I don't finish. I didn't finish this one. I didn't finish Jordan Peterson's 12 Steps of whatever. It was fucking boring. It was boring.
Place to start, particularly the social intuitionist model in the first couple of chapters. Anyway, once you have constructed a defensive worldview, you've got to make it profitable. And that is where step 3 comes into play. Start talking about this defense.
I'm sorry, how has Queer Kiwi made this in any way profitable? I highly doubt there's a lot of money being made.
Worldview online, particularly the parts of the worldview that diminish the other gender, provide you with a false sense of control or certainty, and absolve you of moral accountability for the disappointments of your love life. Then all you have to do is post it and let the algorithm work its magic. It will direct this content to primarily vulnerable young teenagers who are trying to make sense of their own painful introductions to the world of love and lust. And if you're really lucky, it will present your content to the victims of tragedies similar to your own. For instance, somebody's girlfriend cheats on him with a bad boy character. So he uploads videos talking about how—
Ooh, I love this. Discord said it's deconstructing gender, getting rid of the idea that men and women and males and females are opposites. Exactly. And look, I think this idea is really important. I loved the concept of this video. I didn't watch it already. Obviously, I'm reacting with you guys. But I love this idea that there is a form of creative on the internet who does content creation. And there's a lot of discussions with Hank Green and all these other people about the word content creator and that we are starving for content. You know, Hank just made a video about it. But I think Discord's so right that ultimately when we're talking about deconstruction, we have to even ask ourselves why we think they're opposites. Why do we even think men or women are opposites? Men are from Mars and women are from Venus. You know, why do we even think they're opposites? Why do we even think, you know what I mean? They're not the same. Why are they even different? Why are they even different? Like, that's the question. Why do we even think they're different? Even though we know that they're different, why are they philosophically different? Right? Why do we think they're philosophically different?
to get jacked and be a—
Sorry, why are they philosophically different outside of the constructs of the typical philosophical bubbles that present through politics in our world?
bad boy.
And now I want to walk you through how to be more of the bad boy, because Chance just made some money from a sale from the course, by the way, so you might want to join.
Which the algorithm then kindly funnels to teenage boys who recently got cheated on or dumped for somebody else. In short, if your defensive worldview is constructed as a plaster to a particular pain in your past, then it will surely be an attractive worldview to those experiencing a similar pain in the present. So there you have it. That's the distribution model of your business. That's how you're going to get advertisement out there.
He's right.
It's a completely organic process. But to be maximally effective, you'll want to take grains of truth and pervert them to apply in cases far beyond their scope by coming up with catchphrases that reframe vices as virtues.
True.
For example, you're not lonely, you're working on yourself. You're not afraid of love, you're prioritizing your peace. You're not bitter, you're finally seeing people—
I agree with all of this.
who they are. You're not treating relationships like brand deals, you just have high standards. And you're not spiteful, you're just done being nice. And once you're done taking the moral insufficiencies of your audience and giving them righteous names, you want to start manufacturing certainty. Teenagers don't want nuance, they want certainty. So give them framework.
I would take it a step further and say adults don't want nuance, they want certainty. The one thing I know about my channel as a creative is that people have told me the number one feedback I've gotten back most of my life is that I'm too gray and too nuanced and they want certainty. So I said, okay, I'm going to start making really strong statements. Age gap relationships are most likely toxic and abusive, and cheaters are bad. And people were mad. Not everybody, just a few men were mad. They're like, well, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. Well, that's not what okay. And I was like, oh, okay, do you want me to go back to being nuanced? And they're just like, well, that's not what I meant. Not about that stuff. I'm like, oh, okay. So yeah, I'm happy to be nuanced, but you know, then I started to be like, you're a bad father, and everyone's like, oh, don't get relationship advice from a cheater, and everyone's like, do you know what I mean? Like the fact that that was so controversial. Do you know what I'm saying?
Rules, facts. Say things like, men only want youth and beauty. Women only value money and status. Never chase, always attract. If they wanted to, they would. Reduce...
I'm gonna pivot. Welcome back to the stream, guys. Here we learn. Never change. Wait, what was it? I forgot already. Damn it. Never chase, always attract. I got it. Hold on. Today, from a philosophical lens, we're going to talk about how we never chase, but we do attract. Through a philosophical lens called the levels, when you reach number 5, you are the ultimate attractor. You don't even have to leave your apartment. They will come knocking at your door. You don't even have to give them the code into your building. They'll just know it. So don't you worry. Once you get to level 5, subscribe for my course. I will guarantee an outcome that the universe, should it bless you, will let happen. If it doesn't happen, it's not your fault. It's the universe's. But I guarantee that if you get my course, the universe will be by your side. Venmo me $1,000 right now. Am I doing it? No, I sound stupid. Hold on. I got this. No, I don't want to play games anymore. Anyway, guys, I'm trying to be funny, but we're not going to do it anymore. But literally, if you want to be a level 5, subscribe to my Patreon, but extra donate $1,000 and I guarantee you it will happen. I guarantee it. Results may vary.
Love to a power game. This will ensure that your audience never wins at it, and then you're clear to move on to step 4. Monetize the fuck out of it. Courses, coaching calls, affiliate links, dropshipped skincare, merch, paid communities. You get the point. Congratulations, you've turned your unresolved pain into a scalable business, and your teenage audience, they've turned their first heartbreak into a personality. And the scariest part...
No, Chat said I'd believe you, to be honest. No.
None of this is some master plan. It just sounds like that in hindsight. Most of these influencers aren't malicious, they're just unhealed. Half the time...
Most of these influencers aren't malicious, they're just unhealed. You know, if my boy didn't take Queer Kiwi out of context, I would have been like, I wish he didn't take Queer Kiwi out of context. That was unnecessary, you know? But okay, I think it's true that some of them aren't malicious. We know Andrew Tate is because he admitted it, right? Andrew Tate admitted that he wanted to scam his audience. Now, is there part of a Hamza that doesn't think he's scamming his audience? I don't think so, but it's possible. But Wizard Liz, I think, is just traumatized. I do. I think Wizard Liz isn't trying to scam her audience. I think she might just be traumatized. I literally watched her after she was cheated on. She raised a bunch of money and she didn't raise a bunch of money. She took, I think, from her own money and donated to single mothers in her audience who asked her for money. And she showed the receipts of her Venmoing $1,000 to $5,000 to these people, right? So I think she took the money from the video she made. I don't remember what it was from. But I was like, I really do think Liz might just be traumatized. She sold her ring. Thank you, chat. She sold her ring and then donated it. I think you're correct. And I think that's great. Like, I think that's really great. But I don't think that's true for Hamza and stuff. I don't know. It could be wrong, but I don't think so. But I don't think Liz is better or okay because she's traumatized. I think it's a little bit better in a sense because I don't think she's malicious. So I think that's better. But I think that's why I'm critical of her work. And I know people might not understand it when they first see me. I genuinely, look, I'll say this out loud, but I need you to know that it's okay. I'll be your auntie in this situation. I know you think, because I've seen the comments people have written me. You're not as pretty as her. You're not as famous. You're not as successful. You're just jealous. You're a pick-me. I hear you. I think it's fair to think that I'm those things. But I tell you this right now, Liz will continue getting engaged to rats as long as she remains in the sewer. And it doesn't matter how many viewers or how beautiful she is or how much money she has. If she has a bad relationship with herself and her place in existence, she will continue to attract rats. And I don't want to see that for her. In the same way that she doesn't want to see you fall for a bad guy, I don't want to see her fall for a bad philosophy system. I want her to have good values, to find good men. You know, actually, can I be honest with you? Yo, you want to hear something crazy? Bubble pop. Yo, ever since I got healthier, I've had less rats in my DMs. My DMs are so healthy right now. Why are my DMs so healthy the last few years? I just realized my DMs got so much healthier after I got healthier. Whoa. So maybe, because I was wondering, okay, because I do think I attracted toxic people into my life because I was toxic. But I never put it together that once I got healthier, toxic people stopped coming around. And a big part of it was because I think they don't know what to do with me. Yeah. Yeah, maybe like attracts like chat, maybe. Yeah, I didn't put it together just now because I thought, well, maybe even if you're healthy, bad people will be attracted to you. But then I go back to you remember what Destiny asked me? I'll never forget it because I think it's so interesting. He said, don't you think you'll get bored if your marriage is that healthy? Since your marriage is so healthy, don't you think you'll get bored? Yeah, why would toxic people be attracted to healthy people unless they want to destroy them? So yeah, so like so toxic people attract each other because they think they're exciting probably, right? I mean, I definitely think Destiny is dopamine seeking, right? He's like dopamine seeking for the excitement. That's why he cheats, because he thinks it's exciting or whatever. Yeah, I think that's probably true. So I think the healthier you become, you attract better people to you. And I think you also just like see the red flags faster, though, as you know, it can be a little harder for some of us because we think too good of people. You know, Chet says, was he being an edgelord or joking, or was he serious? No, he was dead. It was a dead serious question. No, it was a genuine question. He asked me in private, off stream, genuine question.
They truly believe they're just spreading the truth. And since they're completely unaware of how they are also guilty of many of the same crimes of which they convict their chosen scapegoat, be that men, women, feminism, or the manosphere, they really think they are helping their audience. But sometimes they meet their audience.
Fuck the woman! Fuck the woman! What? No, wait. We love women. We love women. We love women.
But not like transgenders.
Yes, sir. We love everybody. No.
I'll get you back.
Yeah, Mark, preach. What have I done?
Anyway, we're going to take a look at the data of how this is all affecting modern relationships in a minute, but I want to spend a little bit more on this point just to hammer it home, because I do think this is the most important point of this video. They say that the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Is this bitch watching my channel? Is this bitch watching my channel? He said a lot of things. He said a lot of things. He's watching the channel. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But, you know,
Many of the worst crimes of history were done with a clear conscience.
Ooh.
So how is it that good intentions so often lead to disastrous actions? For the same reason that you likely want to demonize the influencers from the beginning of this video, because it's easy to find fault in others, even where there is none. It's easy to find fault in yourself where there is none too, but it is indescribably hard to find fault in yourself where there is genuine fault. Humans aren't designed to see our own moral failures. We are wired to justify them.
Proudly insecure, but not a fucking cuck. That's what like my fucking Instagram bio should be. Because everyone else will fucking try and convince you that, oh yeah, guys like me and you are insecure for this kind of values. Everyone will try and convince you. Bro, I'm the one guy who'll look at you in the face and just say, bro, at least we're not cucks.
To build stories that preserve...
At least we're not cooks. How can you sit there and be like, I'm secure, but at least I'm not a cuck? What? Bro!
Our social standing, even if it costs us the truth. To explain away our actions in order to save our lives from the other members of the tribe that may have us hung for our misdeeds. And most of the time, the stories that we build to survive our own guilt become the very thing that harms others.
You do not have to accept her rejection.
What did he say? What?
I mean, even when we genuinely feel like we are taking accountability for something, we're often just scapegoating a decoy fault within ourselves to avoid...
I assume the follow-up to that statement is going to be like, when she rejects you, use another way to get in. A girl says no, and you say, yeah, but what if it's a yes? I think it's a pickup artist TikTok. So I assume he's going to say, don't accept her rejection, offer her another deal, you know, something like that.
Acknowledging the actual issue.
I'm insecure. At least I'm not a fucking cuck like the rest of the fucking guys out here. I'm insecure. At least I'm not a fucking...
Which is gross, by the way. Like, fuck the pickup artist bubble.
Like taking accountability by blaming your romantic failures on being too nice without really ever acknowledging your resentful attitude towards the opposite sex.
I would argue basically all girls have the tendency to be hoes. And I would say probably anywhere from like 80 to 90% use it.
Ha ha ha. So that's why we do it. It's punching up, not punching down. Me making fun of men. That doesn't impact them in any way. They're still men. They're still at the top.
Or blaming that resentful attitude.
That doesn't impact them in any way.
This is 4 years ago. It's just such a bad example. I feel like he was trying to make a point, but the queer Kiwi is the worst person to use as the example because they're coming from such a progressive lens. Like, it's not, he doesn't even understand the bubble difference. Like, he has no idea about the bubble difference. And I don't need to harp on this because we obviously know the bubble difference, but it's not even analogous. Like, it's not the same. So he probably Googled, watched a few videos, had an idea, but didn't have the, if he's recommending The Righteous Mind, he's a centrist. Okay? If you read The Righteous Mind, you think it's a good book, you're a fucking lib centrist, maybe voted for Trump, but I doubt it. I mean, could actually, a lot of people did vote for Trump and read that book, actually. So yeah, he's doing the both sides thing. So, okay, we know, you know, we know what the context of that kind of statement is from. So I'm just going to give this boy some leniency because he doesn't understand the bubble difference, but we know the bubble difference.
They're still men. They're still at the top.
Or blaming that resentful attitude rather than clearly acknowledging your inability to set clear boundaries. I mean, this is something that Jesus, the Buddha, Nietzsche, and Jung all agreed on.
What if your virtue in the end were only a disguise for your vice, Nietzsche? Our shortcomings are the eyes with which we see the ideal. The most dangerous psychological mistake is the projection of the shadow onto others. This is the root of almost all conflicts. Yeah, I think the dilemma is that he's right, but the Kiwi, the queer Kiwi isn't making the argument about men as individuals, but systems of patriarchy that allow men to do exactly this thing. So using them as an example is the wrong example, but I'm going to, in the spirit of good faith, understand the context of the video and agree with the overall message, but disagree with some of the points that we're making here.
When we fail to identify how we ourselves are responsible for the various missteps within our lives, we are forced to find something or someone else to blame in our stead. And once we do find a suitable vessel for that blame, we're justified in committing the worst acts against it without a drop of remorse.
You gotta train men the same way that you would train children, and you need to focus on positive reinforcement. When he does something good, it depends on what it is that he did, okay? If he bought you flowers, oh my gosh, thank you so much, that's so sweet, they're lovely. You don't make a big deal out of it, this is normal. He buys you a
Okay, see, this is more analogous. See, this is exactly, see, queer Kiwi makes no point. Like, no point to share their videos in this video. It doesn't make sense. But this is a good example. Like, queer Kiwi wouldn't say, make sure you don't show affection when your partner brings you flowers. They'd probably be like, oh my God, thank you so much. Like, I love flowers. Like, you know what I mean? Like, hello?
Oh my God, you take such a... I love you. Oh my God.
But perhaps more importantly, by refusing ownership of our own faults, we never have to change them. We can just sit back and allow them to fester and develop into outright evil. This C.S. Lewis quote sums it up quite perfectly. The greatest evil is done by those who think they are doing good. So if we want to stop building hell with good intentions...
C.S. Lewis, as a reference, is interesting, very infamously religious. Chess says, do you think this guy had the potential to deconstruct? This guy here is deconstructing. Do you think this guy had the potential to deconstruct him? He is deconstructing. He's just not going far enough. He's pulling stuff apart. He's making a great point about Nazis and good intentions. Like, he's obviously doing a good job. Now, was he born into this bubble? Did his parents raise him this way? What made him come to this conclusion? right? Like everybody, you know, deconstruction isn't like a guaranteed result, right? It's just the practice of taking something apart and examining it and putting it back together. So when I say deconstruct, I really am not trying to assume an end result for that deconstruction, because deconstructing alone without introspection is not much, right? So deconstruct is a shorthand for the action you're taking, which I think he's doing in this video. I think this video is sort of a deconstruction of the space. But I wonder if he can continue the deconstruction with an open-minded lens, with a deep understanding of the bubble differences, and whether or not he can deconstruct this own video in a few years. Because I think he made a mistake adding in Queer Kiwi, and I think it would be, that's a very hard fucking name to say. Queer Kiwi. Decisions were made. Okay, cute, but decisions were made. And I think it'd be cool to see him in a few years come back to this video and realize like, oh, I almost got it right. Because it's not bad. But he looks young. He looks young.
We need to start recognizing ourselves in the villains that we're so quick to condemn, including many of the influences from the beginning of this video. So anyway, what's the effect of all this? Let's take a look at the data. Alright, I'm not going to harp on the data for too long because everybody's heard the same spiel about the loneliness epidemic 100 times already. There's a couple graphs that I thought summarize it quite well. From 2011 to 2021, the number of people aged 18 to 30 who had 0 sexual partners in the previous year nearly doubled. And in the 18 to 29 age group, there are twice as many single men as there are women. If you think that math is impossible, it's just because many of the women in that age cohort are dating guys above the age of 29. Additionally, 61% of Gen Z adults say they felt lonely or isolated during at least some of their teen years. And when baby boomers were asked the same question, that number was nearly half, at 36%. So in the space of a generation, we've become twice as lonely. But this is the stat that I think really hammers the point home. In Britain, surveys show that around 40% of 16 to 24-year-olds feel lonely often or very often, far higher than the 27 to 29% of people over 65. So you know the image you have in your head of the lonely old person sitting in a corner with no friends? That picture's not accurate. 16 to 24-year-olds are more lonely than pensioners now, at least in Britain. Anyway, I won't harp on about the statistics for much longer, everybody's heard them at some point. And I'm not blaming influence.
For the record, I just processed that he was not American. I just processed he had an accent. I genuinely did not process this man had an accent the whole video. I think I'm tired. I'm tired.
For the loneliness epidemic either. If anything, the loneliness epidemic gave birth to attraction influencers, not the other way around. But now that the Hamzas and the Fresh and Fits and the Wizard Lizzes of the world have arrived, I do believe they're going to have a hugely negative impact on the young teens who are using their content and their worldviews as a lens through which to interpret their early dating experiences, or lack thereof. And since those teens are yet to grow up, we're yet to see the impact that this gender war shit is having on an entire generation. So what impact will it have, and can we even stop it? Can't be asked to go into all of my reasoning, but here is my prediction. Over the next 10 years, relationships in young people will become increasingly uncommon. They will also begin to be viewed with increasing distrust from both sides. They will come to be seen as
No! Boo! Sorry, shh. I have neighbors. Be quiet. Boo. This is silly. If you look at the history of the world, we've, from my understanding, never done this. Because we, say it with me, girls, we be fucking and we be falling in love, and it will not. The thing that will change, the only thing that will change is the relationship with self. If it happens, and I agree, it could be possible. I'm not going to totally write it off. Okay? If it happens, right? Well, hold on. Maybe I jumped. Let me see.
Competitive struggles for power over one another rather than collaborative cultivation.
No, I don't think human beings are, we don't do this okay, we get better over time. We do not get worse. We get better. But what we do is we go 2 steps forward and 3 steps back. And we're in the back era, but you cannot base the future on the back era because the back era is temporary. It always is temporary and we always get better. So we probably won't do this. I have to disagree with the premise. It's just not based off of anything I've seen in terms of our cycles. And that's why I'm optimistic. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's why I'm super optimistic, because I genuinely believe that the pattern will continue, and the pattern is that we will get better. So what he means is maybe in the temporary future, but I don't think so. I think this is the worst of it. I think we're in the bad place, but I think we're going to be fine in about 10 years. I think in about 10, 20 years, we'll be back on track again. Yeah, I think by the time I'm in my 50s, it'll be fine again a bit, and then it'll get bad again, and then it'll be good again, because that's the cycle.
Of reciprocity. The younger demographics will become less and less capable of swallowing their pride and seeing things from the perspective of their partners, or from the perspective of the opposite sex in general.
Yeah, but like in this video, he failed to see Kiwi's perspective. In this very video, he failed to understand the context of Kiwi's perspective and belief system enough to equate their opinions to Hamza, when Kiwi was making completely different points. So I think that's the reason I'm also doubting the prediction ability, because you couldn't even understand the context of their perspective, which would ultimately be similar to your perspective. Like Kiwi's perspective is coming from a place of dismantling patriarchy, which is better for everybody involved and will lead to healthier relationships. But as long as men keep getting defensive over being anti-patriarchy and saying men as a whole are suffering under patriarchy and adhering to it, they're not going to get better. The pride built into men under patriarchy is absolutely going to keep you from getting better. And so men hold the power and then hold the responsibility. And then the women who uphold the patriarchy are also contributing to that responsibility. But they will find each other. If enough men and women who match up will be together, and the rest of us will be with each other, we just won't be making babies, which will mean the relationship standards needs to change, because for a lot of people who aren't making babies and are more poly and open, they won't be documented as being in a couple. They won't be documented as married. So that's the other thing. Are you saying people are in relationships off of what metric? Because you remember that Mormon woman we made a video on and people thought I was mean about her? She made a TikTok saying she said yes to every person that ever asked her at our church. So when she said, when her whole identity was viewed on not being picked, she meant not being in a relationship. So she's been on dates, she just hasn't been picked, which is fair, but that means you have been picked enough to go on a date. There are people who don't even get dates. So everyone's relationship with this idea of like, I have a good relationship, I've been picked. What about people who have only been in 12 toxic relationship? Right? Like that's another variation of it. So how we view this relationship is so interesting. I don't much prefer the way the statistics are done. So I doubt them. I doubt this idea that like, oh, Gen Z is struggling to be in relationships. Are they struggling or do they even want to be in them? And I say this as a person who has a lot of single siblings. Most of my siblings like are not interested in, like, they're not thinking about it that way. They're not thinking like women are cheaters, I don't want to be with them. They're just thinking like, yeah, bro, I'm living my life. Yeah, Chad says the stats he showed earlier, I was wondering if they only surveyed heteros. Well, this whole conversation is heterosexual, like binary, you know what I mean?
And understanding will come to be looked down upon as weakness rather than strength. And
But I do overall agree that these creators aren't creating because they're artists. They're wounded animals that are making money through capitalism because it's the only way they feel validated.
The fundamental motivation for monogamy in cases where
Or
it does
at least Hamza specifically.
actually happen,
Sorry, let me rewind it.
or from the perspective of the opposite sex in general. Forgiveness and understanding will come to be looked down upon as weakness rather than strength. And I think the fundamental motivation for monogamy in cases where it does actually happen will shift from a bid for connection to a desire to show off a partner to peers and social media followers, sort of as a trophy.
But that's always been a thing. That's always been a thing. That's always been a thing. Always been a thing under patriarchy, using women as an object to brag. Always been a thing. Literally always been a fucking thing since day one. Nothing is new. Nothing happening is new. Nothing happening is new. Nothing happening is new. We are not in a new era. This is not new. Humans have done this 1,000 times over. Like, that's the problem. We keep thinking this is interesting or new. It's not. It just looks different, but it's the same fucking shit.
Partners will come to be seen as a symbol of your own success rather than another human being that you're sharing your life with. And more young people will raise their standards to match those of the rich, famous, and pretty influencers who they grew up watching. As
You mean the ones with no standards who end up in divorce and abusive toxic relationships?
a result, they will stay single. And ironically, the attraction influencers will too, but for different reasons. So is there anything we can do to actually stop it? Not really. This entire industry emerges completely organically. There's no central planning committee or conspiracy behind it. It's just a natural product of survivorship bias. There is a market for attraction influencers.
I love the Wikipedia reference. Thanks, buddy.
But to become one, you have to pass a natural selection process that filters out the more healthy individuals.
Yeah, same with, oh my God, thank you, chat. Same vibes as conservatives thinking they're counterculture now. Literally same vibes. Y'all think you're counterculture? Oh my God, relax. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think this person has really good intentions, but I think they fall into the same trap. Oh, wait. Is he falling into the same trap Hamza did, only he did it in a different direction by saying, read the righteous mind? Next, he's going to tell you to clean your room. I know what it's like to clean my room. C.S. Lewis was referenced. Go ahead, say it. Tell us to clean our rooms. You know you love me. I bet you watch me. I bet this is a Peterson fan. You know what I mean? He could be Peterson. Is he Peterson adjacent?
Individuals who haven't had to spend so
Because remember, Peterson hates Andrew Tate.
much time thinking about how to maximize validation and power from relationships. So if you are a parent, please talk to your kids about love and dating and lust and all of that, because if you don't raise your kids, they will. And if you are young yourself, just please, please, please be careful of listening to anybody online who sounds like they've got it all figured out when it comes to love and attraction, especially if what they've figured out happens to soothe your ego or provide you with a false sense of control over how others treat you. Even Wizard Liz, the queen of attraction influencers, just got cheated on by her fiance while she was 4 months pregnant. You will never be able to control how others treat you. All you can control is how you respond and who you allow into your life. I mean, sure, getting jacked and rich and famous will definitely be followed by a round of applause from people who don't really know you. But if you build your personality on top of a defensive worldview, and you do it all at the expense of true growth, you'll end up measuring potential partners against the wrong yardstick anyway.
I told this woman that I loved her within 36 hours of knowing her.
So in summary, the Heartbreak Industrial Complex is not some grand conspiracy. It's not a bunch of super powerful people at the top of some dominant hierarchy spreading lies and misinformation for the sake of profit. It's generally just a product of survivorship bias that makes it so that the least qualified to talk about matters of love and relationships happen to be those who get funneled to the largest stages. Yeah, we have our trusty social media algorithms to thank for that. They're not evil. Don't go jumping in the comments of any of the people you saw at the beginning of this video going, you're a little bastard, you're spreading lies. They're just like you, just slightly more exaggerated in particular dimensions. Anyway,
I feel like he says good things. I would say that 70% of this video is good. I think.
yeah, that's just about it. So that's my theory. Adios.
I'm single, I'm 35, and quite honestly, I'm lonely.
I'm just so lonely.
I'm so overweighting. Like, when is it gonna be my turn? I feel like I'm back in that hopeless pit where I'm just like, when's it gonna be my turn? Why is it taking so long?
Why is it so hard to find a guy?
Never having been picked, never having been wanted, never having been desired. As you go through all of these years, 27 years.
37, I'll be 38 this year. You know, I don't have any kids, I don't have a boyfriend, I don't talk to anybody, so I'm always alone.
I genuinely question if there is real love left, like, especially in our generation. It sucks being 32 and single and seeing all your friends get engaged and not even being close to that.
I've been stood up, ghosted, lied to, all in a matter of 3 months.
So ladies, here's the cold hard facts, all right? You can take it or leave it. Most men don't want to date y'all. The reason why is because it's turned into a liability. It includes manipulation, games, lack of accountability, flaking, ghosting, shaming, disrespect, mind games, anything you could think of. The list goes on and on. And men are tired of that. They're 100% done. They don't want to date you. They don't want to marry you because what's the point? You waste our time. You get a thrill out of wasting our time for your own ego, and you toy with us, and we're getting tired of that. We would rather put our time, energy, and money towards something that's more important than something that's more valuable. So get it together, or else you're going to end up lonely wondering what's going on.
Wait, Chess says take her out of that clip. She's partnered now. Yeah, take her out of that clip. She's partnered. We all crave connection. We are all to blame for our loss of it. Picking sides and pointing fingers is cringe. Ooh, I love him. He's so young. Oh, he's so young. I can feel it in my... Oh, he's like really... Let's see who this guy is. Sharing insights and discoveries that have helped me grow. My goal is to help people find their direction, to cut through the bullshit and get to the truth. Self-authentication is the vehicle. Self-authentication. Patreon, Instagram, Bitcoin. What a boy. He's such a boy. Oh, so close, but nah. So close, but no cheese, right? Is life worth living? Ooh, great question. The road to hell is paved in good intentions. You know what? This man grew up Catholic or Christian. What is it? This man got that religiosity about him. No one, look at this. Look at this. All the dirtiest souls taste like soup. Oh, soap. The road to hell is paved. He's got interesting energy. But I love the idea that Hamza is selling his trauma to kids because he is, right? Like, he's trying to do a thing. I can see it, right? So he is a creative. I'm getting creative, but with a clear brand idea. But he's a creative, right? Who talked about a brand. Oh, that's interesting. This is a perfect video for me to have watched with you guys.
The story so far. In the beginning, the universe was created. This has made a lot of people very angry and been widely regarded as a bad move. And yet, the universe was created, and unfortunately, so were you. If you're lucky, you'll spend the first few years of your life convinced that it's one big party. But somewhere along the line, you'll notice the existence of something that will serve as the basis for decades of existential dread. And that thing is you. Shortly after realizing you exist, or forgetting you don't, you will realize that life is not a party bus, it's a fucking...
It's giving, sorry, is my grating autistic voice throwing you off his nice little British one? It's feeling like he watched a lot of, what's that fucking guy I don't like, who was a bad father, and everybody, Alan Watts. It feels like he watched a lot of Alan Watts, and he's like, I got this. It's cute. I'm not mad about it, but it feels really specific. I believe he feels like he's doing something, and I'm here for it, and I want to see him grow. I want to see him grow in a better direction. Angelo is his name. I'll share the channel. Yeah, I think he is good. I think he seems okay. I don't think he seems like a red pillar, but I don't think he seems like a progressive either. So then it makes me question, where are you coming from? The red pill is actually blue. Yeah, there's something. I'm so fascinated by this bubble already. I'm not going to subscribe. I can tell already, if I subscribe to this channel, I'm giving in to a young man's fantasy about earning wisdom he hasn't earned yet. And I've done that too much in my life. So I'm going to let him cook, and maybe we'll check back in a few years. But I can tell, yeah, it's weirdly similar to Hamza without the scam. See, the dilemma with the red pill and these boys selling you MLMs and all this stuff is they do think they figured it out. So actually, hold up. Let me get out the graph here. When we think about the levels, okay, hold on, I'm in the fucking way because I'm a fucking... Okay, when we think about the levels and the twos, this is the two bubble, okay? And I'm going to draw it this way, and then I'll draw it a different way for different people's brains, okay? This is the two A's, this is the two B's, and this is the two C's. Okay, so where do you guys think, for those of you who are, what do you guys think about Hamza? Where's Hamza, right? Based off what you guys know about the levels, where would Hamza be? Okay. Like, where would we put, let's see. Obviously, I'm going to give you a second to answer. Drink my water. Okay. Hamza is giving, I'm going to get a little complicated with my answer, but off the bat, Hamza is giving like 2A, right? Hamza. Okay. But he's got the trauma introspection level of like a 2C almost. But because, and this is the reason he's not a 2C and he's more of a 2A, 2Cs are people that could be extremely traumatized, but they lack the introspection, usually to even get out of like their little bubbles. Like their little bubbles of the trauma. 2As look at the trauma they're born into and think, how the fuck do I get out of this? And how do I get on top? How do I fuck everybody over because I'm traumatized and won't get better, but I blame the bubble instead of examining myself? What's that guy's name? Vance. What's our vice president's name? Okay, Vance kind of did that. I feel like Vance left a very troubled, like 2C, 2B bubble and moved on to 2A and thought, I'm going to get out of this fucking bubble. This bubble I resent, this bubble I was born into, this bubble that I think is worse than me. And instead of helping the people in that bubble become introspective, he didn't have the wisdom to get out of it. So I feel like he moved more towards a 2A bubble. Like Vance feels very strategic to me, very plan-based, very much not rooted in any sense of real ethical perspective. Like I don't see Vance really doing the work, but you know, maybe that's just my limited understanding of him and his bubble where he came from. But Hamza feels like he is traumatized, but use that trauma to push him into what he views as successful of the two bubbles. Because remember, the thing about 2As is they realize it's all kind of like bullshit, but in a nihilistic sense. So they think, okay, if it's all kind of bullshit, I'm going to fuck everyone over to kind of be successful. Right? In a sense. Chat says, why is externalizing trauma 2A, but internalizing is 2C? Great fucking question. Yo, have I never explained this? Because great fucking question. Generally speaking, the reason that happens, great question. Okay, I'm going to draw the circle again. Okay. So what happens, I'm going to try this. I don't think I've ever explained this. Oh my God, this is so exciting. When you're in the 2C bubble, okay. Oh, this is exciting for me. Oops, nope. Okay. When you're in the 2C bubble, it fills up and you're trapped. Okay, imagine a flood came in and you got flooded in. You can't get out, okay? Until you somehow swim to the surface and pop the bubble into 2B and you're out of the water again. But the dilemma with once you're in the 2B bubble, you don't realize it, but the water starts to creep up and then you're trapped again. Okay? And then you swim out again. You're like, okay, maybe 2A, or if you're lucky, and this is if you're lucky, and this is pretty common, you go from the 2B bubble to 3, and you realize there's a bridge, and now you're standing on the bridge, and now the water can't reach you, but you're still kind of trapped because you're like, okay, so I'm on this bridge. Okay, here's 4. 4 is off the screen. 4 is off the screen. Okay, like so you get it. You're like, okay, here I am on the bridge. I'm safe from the water, but all I know is like this bubble still, like this bubble down here. Fuck, what do? Do I go back into the water with everyone else? Or do I go see what's on the other side of this bridge that I can't see through the mist? And then what happens, I'm going to take away all this like red here. Okay, and then what happens is the Hamzas go, oh, fuck this 2B bubble. I'm going to go to 2A, but he gets trapped again. Okay, but at least he's at the top looking down, and at least he's not at the bottom looking up. Sorry, the bottom looking up. Okay, at least Hamza is at the top looking down. Think Tucker Carlson calling everybody peasants. Andrew Tate taking everybody's money. Just know that most of Andrew Tate's people that he scammed were definitely 2Cs. Right? Trapped in a bubble of loneliness, looking for a woman to love them online. And Andrew Tate exploits that trauma they're internalizing and steals their life savings and then laughs about it online. Right? And then what ends up happening, okay, is you have this like, oh, my bad. You have this 2 bubble, okay? And remember, you have the 3, which is the bridge, and the 4 bubble, which is the realization that all of this is actually just life. That this is just actually what life is. And then you get to 5 with 5. I'm sorry, the screen's kind of cut off here. And then you get to 5 and you just realize like, oh, okay, vibes. Like, yeah, okay. But this is hard, man. When you're a 4, bro, it's like, wait, this is life? This right here, this is it? And you're like, yeah, only this is life from one perspective. Well, actually billions of perspectives, but kind of one perspective. And then you realize, well, what if I accepted this as life, but I wanted to have a different perspective on this perspective using the information you give me? And that's kind of like 5 framework, is realizing that like, okay, this is life. Okay, this is life. But instead of scamming people and being a piece of fucking shit, I'm actually just going to try to enjoy life and be good to people and try to get people to enjoy their life. Because when you realize, and I know this might sound so duh, but people genuinely don't internalize this. They don't really embody it. When you genuinely realize, like, we could just like not. Like genocide, cut it out. Littering, cut it out. Homophobia, cut it out. Misogyny, cut it out. And then people are like, no, I think I'm going to do that today. I'm like, cut it out. And that's why there's that problem of the disconnect of the embodied experience. Yeah, cheating, cut it out. You can do something else. You know what it's kind of analogous to, but not even? In Spirit, it's like you could cheat on your partner, or you could sit down and talk to your partner about being interested in opening the relationship and then deciding why you even want to do that in the first place. But people were like, I'm just going to cheat. And I was like, or, and they're like, no, I have to cheat. I'm like, or there's a feeling people have where they feel like they have to. They have to do this thing. They have to do it. They have to genocide. And I'm like, no, you don't. Brittany, if we don't genocide, what about Hamas? Brittany, we have to borders. Because what if immigrants? Brittany, do we have to? Brittany, we can't just house and clothe people. What if some of those people are bad? Bro, we can't just accept gay people. What if they make kids gay? Okay, first of all, that's not how that works. Chet says, do you have to be fully healed to be a 5? Like, do 5s get triggered, or are they Buddha-esque? First of all, even the Buddha wasn't Buddha-esque. The myth of enlightenment and the Buddha is that they were healed. The reality is that they weren't. One of the Buddhas literally left his family to go meditate in the mountains, girl. Like, the truth is that enlightenment is a construct. I don't think you have to be healed to be a 5. I think you just have to be on the other side of healing. So we've talked about this before. You don't have to be healed. You just got to be on the other side of the trauma. So here's unhealed. Okay, here's healed. Okay. The people who are suffering the most are here. Most of us are, somewhere, I don't know, here. And then eventually, if you just get over on this side here, you're good. This is the opening for 5-ness in the healing way, because now you're healed enough to know how to do the work. Because what you're doing as you're healing is you're gaining tools in order to continue to pop bubbles. Because girl, if you're so traumatized you're surviving, you're kind of too busy surviving. Yeah, Chet said, I love when you said when you're enlightened, you still chop wood and carry water. Hey, that's not me, right? Who is the originator of enlightenment? Who originated that quote? It's a Zen Buddhist saying. Yeah, it's a Zen Buddhist saying. Like, before enlightenment, you chop wood and carry water, and after enlightenment, you chop wood and carry water. So it's not about being completely healed. I still get triggered. I still get activated. I still get upset. It's about knowing that I'm on the other side of it. So before, I thought it was like, I was too unhealed to process. So like before, I was like, let's say I was like here. When I got about here, oh man, my ego was actually pretty big. When I got here, I was like, I got it, bro. I got it, baby. Boss bitch, fuck men. I got it. Independent bitch. Like, I was so fucking, because I was so close. But I didn't know. I was like, I want to save the world. I'm going to save, And then I got over to this section and I was humbled through that process. I need you to know. Oh my God. Let me just tell you. Okay, hold on. That's kind of whoop. Okay. When Brittany, this is so important. Okay. When I was here and I got to here, I need you to know the humility of this bridge, bro. The humility of this path was insanely embarrassing and necessary. I thought I got it. You know why? Because I got therapy when I was about here. So here I was at therapy and I thought, I got it, bro. DBT, I got it, bro. I was like, DBT, I got it. And I didn't get it. I hadn't gotten it. I didn't. I got the therapy, 2017, baby. Here's 2017 Brittany. Okay, actually, here's 2017 Brittany. Okay. Here's like 18 Brittany, like 2018 Brittany. Okay. And then I'll tell you even the truth of it. Here's like there was like this line right here almost that was like 2019 Brittany. That was like, here's like 2019 Brittany, but she's kind of like right here. She's like on the line, okay? Like 2019 Brittany was right here in the beginning of the year. So in the beginning of the year of 2019, I was like right there, okay? I was right there. And then by the end of 2019, I was here and I realized, oh, I got it. See, 2019, Brittany, at the very beginning of the year, I'm not exaggerating. I just went back and watched my old content. Man, I thought I had it. Because I was so close. I was on the cusp of it. I just needed one last huge life-changing bubble pop. Once I had the big, huge bubble pop, it was like, it was kind of like going back to this drawing. It was kind of like, it's kind of like if 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, hold on. It was kind of like, I was here, right? I was here. Okay, I was like this. The water was filling up. Like the water was filling up and I kept going up the levels. Okay, the water was filling up and I was like, Jesus, fuck, I'm gonna drown. I'm literally drowning. Okay. And then here at 4, I guess it was less drowning at 4. It was more like, and I was like, but the water was rising. Like the water was rising and I was going to drown because I was like not accepting what I thought I learned. And then boom, I pop into 5 and there's no bubble. Like there's no ceiling to the bubble. And now it was just like all of this option, like all of the possibility, you know, there was no ceiling to the possibility. So now I fully believe there's no ceiling to the possibility of what people can do. I no longer believe that people are limited indefinitely, simply that they are limited in the era of their life. We are limited by our biology and our environment and the world, but we are not limited because we're humans. We're limited because we're humans. So I think I just got to the point where I realized, okay, I would categorize myself correctly, understand my relationship to myself and others, and then I would be open to anything that was true. Because all my life I kept like, is this the truth? Is this the truth? Is this the truth? And I was just waiting for somebody to tell me what was true so I could move my life around it. But now I realize like, oh, there's too much truth for us to package it and too much unknown for us to truth it. So I will simply accept that we don't know as much as we think we know. And that's exciting, right? That's kind of exciting. And then I'll just move off of that. And so that's where I'm at. That's why I hope in 20 years, like, I can't wait to know who I am. I can't wait to meet me. Who will I be in my 50s? I'm so excited to meet her. I just think she's going to be so great. I cannot wait to meet 45-year-old Brittany in 10 years. In 9 years. I'm so excited to meet her. I just think she's going to be so great. You know? Yeah, I hope I get to meet her, right? Assuming I don't die. But like, I really hope I get to meet her. I think she'll be so great. And what will she know? I can't wait till she watches this video in the future and just goes like, I can't wait. I can't wait to like, I roll myself. Okay, so I hope that answered your question. I am losing my spoon, so I can't quite remember. I think I did it though. Chat says, girl, you're still here. Girl, I'm about to leave. I'm tired, you know. Oh wait, Chat says, why can't you be bad to your family and be enlightened? You can be. Buddha was enlightened and so was Alan Watts. Again, enlightenment is a construct of the bubble. It's a flawed idea, enlightenment. Enlightenment is created out of the ego to explain a state of relationship with being. But I really think enlightenment is a creation of men, first of all, specifically men. By the way, enlightenment is a privileged bubble of misogyny. Right? Like how many female enlightened people do we get to hear about? Okay? So enlightenment, in the way that we understand it, is through the lens of a masculine image. You might be able to name women you know of in your bubble, but traditionally we learn about it through the lens of men often abandoning their responsibilities to, quote, find enlightenment, right? So I think what's important is that we deconstruct that as well and realize that enlightenment is a flaw, and thinking you're enlightened is a flaw. Nobody is enlightened. We're all just on a journey. Fiveness isn't enlightenment. It's a shorthand, but it's not real. I don't believe in enlightenment, especially as I get older. Like, I don't believe in it. I believe only in the idea that humility is the true enlightenment. And I don't think if people see you as enlightened, you're probably not humbled. Even though that's kind of a mistaken thinking, because I think a lot of people see it. Uncle Iroh's a great example of this. Uncle Iroh isn't enlightened in Avatar: The Last Airbender. He's supposed to be enlightened in Korra, and even then he's just a person. That's the idea of Iroh as a concept, but it's not wrong that that the viewers think Iroh's enlightened, because we're so used to the bullshit we think that is enlightenment. But enlightenment is a myth of ego. And that's the dilemma. I don't think people are wrong for mistaking Iroh as enlightened. I think it stops you from really experiencing what the freedom of enlightenment allegedly promises you. Something like that. Like, I think it's a mistake to even desire to be enlightened. I think it's a mistake to be a fangirl of Alan Watson the Buddha, or to say to yourself, these men were enlightened. They were just troubled. Yeah, you're mistaken. Yeah, I think you're wrong. But you can have that opinion. I just think you're wrong to think that enlightened people would care if you thought they were enlightened, or that they would want you in people's comment sections explaining enlightenment. Enlightenment is a construct of the ego. I don't believe in it. I don't believe in its I don't believe it's enlightenment. I don't think it's enlightenment. I don't think enlightenment is enlightenment. You know, like, I don't think enlightenment is enlightenment, if that helps, you know? Okay, girls, we did it. Thank you for being here. Tomorrow, we'll talk more about YouTubers and constructs and mental health, and how we have to be compassionate with the fact that we're all just like kind of fucked up and found stability in the world like everybody else, but we're really not any better than anybody else. Let's talk about it using humility tomorrow to the best of our ability. I'll see you tomorrow. Get some rest. I'll talk to you then. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Whoa, loud. Hello, loud. Okay, bye.